Oh, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is May 31st, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate if you can. Cash App, $ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So Akiem Hicks to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What a wonderful motherfucking day for me. Obviously, we know that my team already has Vita Vea. So we had Ndamukong Suh, and then obviously Shaq Barrett and JPP on the outside. It sounds like Ndamukong Suh's time is probably up with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He may go back with the Rams, possibly, but the Raiders seem like the most logical spot. But if you really think about Vita Vea and what he brings, he's kind of known as the second best D tackle possibly to this guy, Aaron Donald. And if for whatever reason, if this guy's contract and they can't come to an agreement and he walks away from the game and retires, you got to think Tampa Bay has got to be the front runner in the NFC if Aaron Donald decides not to play for the Rams or in the NFL next season. I don't see that happening, but as far as duos are concerned, Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh were one of the best duos as far as nose tackle, D tackles in the league. Akiem Hicks, is he a little bit of a downgrade from Suh? Maybe a little bit. I still think that he's got some game left. Obviously, he's been around the league, quite a few teams, Saints and Bears, Patriots for a year. But I'm really excited to see what that's going to bring. I mean, we already have one of the best run defenses in the league. And then you add another stud like Akiem Hicks to the mix. I know the Green Bay Packers, I saw Grossi wasn't too thrilled about it. He said the Buccaneers again. It seems like every time, there's a free agent available, Tampa's in the mix. So what this possibly means at this time is that maybe Suh is gone since we got Hicks 1 year, up to $10 million in incentives. They're going to probably backload the contract. So I'd assume that we're going to have a little bit more money left for possibly JPP. I would say 50%, but I would say 90% chance that we're going to bring Gronk back. And if we get Gronk back, that's going to be good news for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then obviously we need to keep an eye on this because he says, hey, I'm content, walking away from the game. I won the Super Bowl, but I think he's hungry and they know that their team is one of the best in the NFL. It's not like they lost a lot of pieces. You replace Robert Woods with who? A stud, Allen Robinson, right? You ended up losing Von Miller, but you got Bobby Wagner. So for whatever reason, that if the Rams can't come to an agreement with Aaron Donald and he decides to retire, then this ultimately pushes up Tampa Bay, to the number one spot with also the Saints. I think you got to put them up there. The Packers, the Niners. There's going to be a lot of teams. The Rams will still be very, very good, all right, without Aaron Donald. But will they be the best team in the NFC without Aaron Donald? And I don't think so. I still think that they'll be right there with Tampa, the Packers, the Niners, the Saints, and a few other teams. But when you lose Aaron Donald, that's a big, big key piece, obviously for pass rush, run blocking, run stuffing, and obviously, playing zone once in a while, pass protection for the guys that play linebacker in the secondary. When you got an Aaron Donald up front, it makes everything a little bit easier. But for Akiem Hicks, no more Suh, and I'm a little upset about that. I wanted Suh to come back. I wanted JPP to come back, and I obviously wanted Gronk to come back. So Suh might be gone. Enter Akiem Hicks 1 year, up to $10 million with Vita Vea. So now we have the two biggest guys up front at D tackle. Nobody's going to be able to run on us, but also we need to figure out what JPP situation is as well as Gronk, because I think that without Gronk or JPP, especially Gronk, I'm not really sure what we're going to be able to do, but definitely exciting for me being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. And that is big facts. Let's see here. Odin Sun in the building. What to do? How are you? Sarah Small. What to do? Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Mick is moot. Live at the Cardinals game. Cardinals up 2-0. You guys haven't got a ball just yet, but Mick is moot and Elliot have been sending me pictures from their seats out there in the outfield, and I hope that you guys get an opportunity that if you don't get a home run ball, maybe after the inning ends, the outfielder will flip the ball into the stands, and maybe you guys can get lucky enough to get close enough to get your hands on one. Now, I kind of wanted the Saints to get Akiem Hicks. So who didn't? Who didn't? Everyone wanted And he said, I spent $32 in soda. Trust me, I know how that goes. Beers are 10 to 15 a piece. Soda, depending on if you get the refillable, usually you're looking at 10, 11, $12. It's going to cost a lot of money. Yeah, I'm watching the NHL playoffs right now. And as we're going over some of my predictions, it's been a few days. Obviously, I went online a little bit for like an hour last night, but it was a little bit too late. I was going through some of the ups and the downs last week, but I feel pretty damn good now, especially with the Akiem Hicks signing. And obviously, Mental Health Mondays are very, very important. So tonight, we'll talk about NHL, Colorado Avalanche, and the Edmonton, obviously, Oilers there as well. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about MLB baseball. Mick Ismoot is at the Cardinals game against the Padres. Lots of Hall of Famers. If you don't really, know who's, out there, if you're not really familiar with baseball, but if you actually go down and look at the possible Hall of Famers that you might not necessarily understand what you're watching right now, because I know Elliot and Mick Ismoot isn't really into the Major League Baseball scene. This is more of like a guy's trip, and the baseball game is just kind of a bonus. But to read off some of these names, and then down the road, 10 years down the road, 15 years, you can go back and say, hey, and you guys are going to a doubleheader tomorrow, all right? But you got guys like, Manny Machado. That guy could be a Hall of Famer. That's a big, big name, obviously, on the Padres. But with the Cardinals, you got Paul Goldschmidt, Hall of Famer. Nolan Arenado, Hall of Famer. Pujols, Hall of Famer. And then Yadier Molina, possibly Hall of Famer as well. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 Hall of Fame players that you're actually watching. And I know it may not seem like it's that exciting right now. It's 2-0. I know Elliot doesn't really like the Cardinals. He's going for the Padres. And I'm not sure if you guys really care about St. Louis at all. But they are a pretty good baseball team. So is obviously the Padres. But soak it in. Make sure you guys are, picking up a program, a T-shirt, a mini bat. Even if you don't care about the Cardinals that much, pick up a piece of memorabilia. Trust me, because then down the road, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, you'll have that piece of memorabilia besides your ticket, which you'll probably lose unless you can put it in a shoebox and save it. But you want to make sure you have something physical, if obviously not a foul ball or a home run ball, because you guys are there in the outfield. But it'll definitely be something that will be well worth it down the road. And that is big, big facts. Let's see here. The hockey game is fucking crazy. Talk about goal city, right? It's just left and right. Goals here, goals there, goals everywhere. I knew the game was going to be good, but I wasn't really too sure if it was going to end up being 7-4 at the end of the second period. There's still a chance for the Oilers, Connor McDavid and some of these guys to come back, but we'll have to wait and see. And then as we talk about predictions, we talk about predictions here. And, even though I don't watch every single game of the NBA in the regular season, what did I end up saying? Before the playoffs started, I told y'all it was going to be the Warriors and the Celtics. And it ended up coming true. I got the Warriors in 6. So we'll see if that ends up coming to true in form for me, obviously with the ESP. And then obviously in this NHL, I would like to see the Colorado Avalanche go against the Tampa Bay Lightning. And that's what I predicted a few weeks back. So it looks like, they're both in the Final Four. I think both are going to be favored. So we'll just have to wait and see if, Colorado can eliminate and get rid, obviously, of this Edmonton team and maybe 5 or 6 games. And then obviously for tomorrow, I'm not really sure how many games the Rangers are going to win against the Lightning, maybe 1. But I definitely think both of those teams are the strong teams. But yeah, I think a lot of people wanted Hicks. Bears wanted him back. Packers wanted him. Caleb says, really want Cowboys to get some more run stoppers like Hicks. Well, Sue is available. I wanted Sue, and there's still some guys left over. It's been like 10 weeks since free agency started, right? But there's a reason why guys like this are still available. So obviously we know that he's got talent, but his best seasons were like in 2016, 17, 18. It's been a few years. So yes, he's a good run stopper. And I think probably his best years are past him, but to be able to pair him up, all right, with Vita Vea, I think Vita Vea is the second best as he's throwing up the number 2 in the peace sign. I think Vita Vea is the second best D tackle, nose tackle in the game right now behind this guy. And there's a big gap between Aaron Donald and obviously Vita Vea, okay? But with Vea, if Aaron Donald decides to walk away from the game, which I don't see happening, but if it does, it automatically pushes Tampa as the number 1 team in the NFC with the Saints and the Packers and the Niners, and obviously pairing up Hicks with Vita Vea. I mean, I don't know how you're going to run, obviously, on this team. And obviously, it's going to make the secondary a little bit better as well. They're going to be able to, do a lot more blitzing with, Devin White and Levante David. We don't have JPP under the books yet. We still have Shaq Barrett. But I'm hoping that somehow, some way, that we can end up getting JPP. Let me find a picture as well as Gronk. Let me see here. So let's see if I can find a JPP picture. I know I had one here earlier. Let me see if I can find one. All right, where are we at, JPP? I know I've had a few of you over the years. I'll even throw up a JPP Giants one. We'll even go old school if I have to. But I think I found an old one when we had the old uniforms with the club on. So, hey, when you're playing with fireworks, you got to be careful with that. Obviously, he blew off his finger with the fireworks there, JPP. But he's still been very effective in the league. If you've watched JPP, he's been very good over the years. He's been one of our key guys, and everywhere he goes, he produces. So even if he lost a finger, obviously, with the club that he had on and, with the 4th of July accident that he had, I mean, it's not holding him back one bit. And I really hope that we can bring him back, and we have money. We still have money to do it, but 1 year up to $10 million, that took up a lot. I'm not sure if Hicks is worth that much, but maybe around that 6 to 8 million. But I guess, if you're a good nose tackle and you're one of the top 10, nose tackles, run stuffers that are still available, I guess, 10 million isn't too bad at this point. All right. So NBC, PFT, let me see, JPP. Let me see if I can find it. Where are you at? Right here. I'm getting close. PF. And then is that you? I have a lot of, no, that's not you. I got to go back here and see if I can find it. JPP, NBC, PFT. But I hope everyone has had a good holiday weekend. Your boy did. Obviously, went through a little depression and a little anxiety last week, and it was a little tough. But, like I said, nothing's going to be able to hold me down a long term. I mean, it might hold me down temporarily, but like I said, after a few days, I will find a way to bounce back. And there we go. Hey, with the club on his hand, with the old school jerseys. Not my, finest moment with those jerseys there. Obviously, going to the new look jerseys, much, much better. But hey, JPP. And then I know I got a Gronk on here as well. So hold on one sec. I got Paisley here in the studio with me as well. Let me see here. Here we go. I got Gronk. Let me see what I have this listed under. I don't think I have it listed under Gronk, even though I should. Let's see here. Got lots of different photos of Gronk. Let's see which one I want to throw up here, because these are the key moves. It was Sue, JPP, and obviously Gronk, and you got to be able to get these guys, taken care of. But now Sue is pretty much off the table. But, Gronk is so essential to Brady's success. It's like if you don't have, this particular player, I'm not sure if we can even win the NFC without Gronk. I mean, I know we got other guys in the draft, and you got Cameron Brate. OJ Howard's no longer there. But you guys know in playoff season and with Gronk, sometimes, it might take him a few weeks to get in shape, during the regular season. But in postseason, Gronk always steps his game up onto a whole nother level. PFT. All right, let me see if I can find you. Where are you? There we go. I knew I was going to find it. I got a good one here with Brady and Gronk. So obviously, Akiem Hicks, we got that taken care of, which is great. All right, we need Gronk, baby. Brady and Gronk, fucking headbutt those helmets, baby. We need that. All right, JPP, maybe 50%, 50-50. This is going to be 90%. We're going to end up getting this deal done. But for the time being, Akiem Hicks to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that's my fucking reaction right there. Let's go! Right there, baby. Oh, excited, baby. Let's go. But I hope everyone had a good fucking holiday. Bang! $1. Let's get it going, baby. Let's get it going. All right. And then we got another dono already. Odin's son with a tenner. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. That's what I'm used to. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Odin's son. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. $10 dono on the Cash App. And like I said, I missed about a week. And obviously when you got bills and you got all kinds of things that you need to take care of the family and Paisley, it definitely got to a point where I needed to take a couple days for myself, but also I don't have any other jobs that I'm doing. So I can only, be in this rut for so long before I can kind of bounce back. But thank you so much, man. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. $10 from my boy Odin's son. We'll see if we get some of the other goats in the building to show some love. Appreciate you guys very, very much. $1 in donos. Now we are at $11 in donos. Odin's son, I appreciate you. A Pizzle in the building. What to do? And it's kind of nice when I end up getting people like on Facebook. And at first, maybe like, some people get Facebook like friend requests. And you're like, okay, if I don't recognize this person, maybe right off the gates. But with me, I recognize A Pizzle. I recognize names. I recognize faces. And obviously, if depending on if you have your face on your profile page or if I remember you. And I got a few people. I got Big Jim Cruz and A Pizzle on the Facebook as well. A Pizzle in the building. What it do? Let me see here. Walltown Best. I guess I'll spend the next 3 months getting my fantasy football team ready. Obviously, I take fantasy football very, very serious. We're going to have, I think, about 7 or 8 spots available. It's usually me, the winner from last year, and then we're going to have probably 8 spots available for our league. But I'll do fantasy football this season. I mean, I'm going to be doing the live streams for Monday Night Football, Sunday night, and Thursday night. But then also I'll be able to do like some fantasy football help during the week, and I'll be grinding it out almost every day, with some live streams and, just putting in that grind and putting in that work. But obviously the teams are not anywhere being really completed. There's a lot of free agents still available, and that is big facts. Odin's son, I appreciate you. I know the Dodger game is about to start here, if it hasn't already started, so let me get this queued up. 1 sec here. I think it's against the Pirates, so I already know the Dodgers are going to win this quite by a large margin, I would assume. Let me see. Have they started? Yeah, Mariners 10, Orioles 0. There we go. Finally, I know Julio got thrown out there at the end for some like minor bullshit, taunting or whatever bullshit's going on, but it's nice for us to actually win a game. But hell, you're playing the Orioles. You better fucking win the game. Let's see here. And then we got Dodgers at home against the Pirates. This one should get probably pretty ugly pretty quick. Pirates are really, really bad as well. All right, so it looks like, and as soon as I say that, they just get a 2-run homer on Urias. Oh, great. Michael Chavis with a 2-run home run. I'm like, the Pirates suck. And then they end up just blasting a homer as soon as I turn the game on. 2-0 Pittsburgh, but they will bounce back. Bang, bang! Appreciate you, Odin's son. I know we ended up seeing our boy Bray, Bray Wyatt. Obviously sounds like he's going to end up making a decision sooner than later. I don't know, when it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be. It doesn't sound like it'll be in WWE. It might be in the AEW or, Impact or NJPW, ROH. I don't know where he's going to go, but I hope he ends up coming to AEW. Obviously, if you guys were not living under a rock, this debuted over the weekend. Obviously, Stranger Things 4, fantastic. Another series that's great, Obi-Wan, 2 episodes debuted, awesome. And that obviously was a good part, with everything that was going on over the weekend. And obviously now with this Akiem Hicks news for my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I am fucking ecstatic. Let's go. Hybrid in the building. Why am I thinking or hearing that the Ravens might be thinking about trading Mark Andrews like they do? Do they want Lamar to leave? They're not going to trade Mark Andrews. I mean, you already got rid of Hollywood Brown, so it's not like you guys have any weapons really right now. Honestly, I mean, like I said, we know J.K. Dobbins will be pretty good. You're going to have a running game. Defense should be good. Offensive line and defense will be question marks. We know Lamar will be Lamar, but yeah, I don't see that happening. I mean, you could argue that Mark Andrews is the second best tight end in the league right now behind Travis Kelce. You can go Kelce 1. You could go Andrews 2, Darren Waller 3, Kittle 4, since Kittle's been banged up. And then you got other guys that are going to be like Goddard, and obviously you'll have guys on Atlanta. We got to see what he's going to end up doing. Last year, his season was decent, but there's going to be a lot of movement probably in the top 5 or top 6 at tight end with Kyle Pitts. So, but I don't see that happening. I know that Lamar wants money and he wants to get paid, but I'm not really sold fully on Lamar and his development yet. If anything, Lamar needs more weapons at wide receiver, and you need to make sure your number 1 target doesn't go anywhere. That just sounds like fake news to me. Like, what are you going to get for him? You know what I mean? Like even trading him away for a number one wide receiver wouldn't be smart. So I think you guys will be just fine, and you might end up making the playoffs next year, even though it's going to be tough with Cincinnati kind of running that division. But I wouldn't count the Ravens out. Ravens and Steelers should still be in the mix. And then who knows with the Browns? It all depends if Deshaun Watson with another female trying to press charges on him now. I think it's the 23rd. It's a lot of females, with accusations there. So we'll see if the league ends up suspending, your boy, and if Baker is still on the team or not. Maybe Baker ends up, staying on the team, and by, not his choice or really the Browns' choice, he starts for them until Deshaun Watson's, suspension is over. But we'll have to kind of wait and see. 7-4 Colorado up on Edmonton, and then we got Pittsburgh 2. Dodgers 0. And your boy is here. Your boy is grinding. And I hope you guys ended up having a fantastic holiday weekend. Let's get this going, baby. We need this. All right. I mean, we already know how much better that the Saints got, even though the experts keep saying that they're going to win 8 or 9 games or something. I don't understand where that's coming from. You add this, right? Hall of Famer. All right. You're going to end up getting hopefully a healthy Jameis Winston, even though there's been rumors about Baker Mayfield for whatever reason. AK-41 should be very, very good. You got Michael Thomas, MT-13. Hopefully he'll be healthy, right? You end up getting Landry. And then you also, in the draft, got Chris Olave. So I don't really see how, you've gotten so much better, but they think that you're going to be so much worse. I mean, is it because of the offensive lineman leaving, and going to Miami? Is that what it is with Armstead? I don't really understand why everyone thinks that they're going to be so bad. I think that they are going to be one of the top 5 teams in the NFC, the Saints and the Bucs, 2 of the strongest teams, obviously from the NFC South and overall, but it is what it is. All right, 1 second. I'm going to close the door here. 1 second. Woo! All right, time to open up the beer, the Modelo Chelada. All right, we got 7-4 in the third period. We got the Edmonton Oilers. We got the Avalanche. Like I said, I predicted Celtics and Warriors, right? And everyone was like, hey, we'll see if it happens. It happened, okay? And I got Warriors in 6. We'll see if that ends up happening. I don't see Boston winning in any scenario unless Golden State gets hurt. If Golden State gets Curry hurt, Clay hurt, Draymond hurt, that's really the only way I see them winning. And it's not like I think Boston's a bad team, but let's be honest. If Miami was full strength in Game 7, they should have blown out Boston at home. But, with Jimmy Butler and Oladipo and Tyler Hero and Osho, it just seems like, Duncan Robinson and a lot of these guys, if they would have had a healthy team, that maybe they could have ended up winning that game. But with that being said, I'd rather see Boston in the finals, because if Miami ended up playing the Warriors, it would probably be a sweep for the Warriors. I mean, I don't really see Miami winning any games against Golden State, maybe 1 at the most. At least Boston can, maybe fire off 2 wins, possibly with the Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Marcus Smart and company. And then obviously in this NHL playoffs, I got Avalanche and the Tampa Bay Lightning. And it looks like that prediction might end up coming true as well. And I mean, I'm not a hockey pro. I don't watch every single NHL game during the regular season. And I don't watch every single NBA game during the regular season. But you kind of have an idea of what's going to happen or what's going to, with the predictions and whatnot. So let me see here. Domestic abuse. I did hear about that. Odin's son just chilling watching Chiefs and Notre Dame videos. Oh, baby. I know you can't wait until obviously football starts coming back. But, I mean, for the time being, we got baseball, right, which isn't for everyone. We got hockey, which isn't for everyone. And then once those are done, it's pretty much going to be baseball, wrestling until we get into NFL season and obviously college football season. But you know what? I will be honest. Odin's son, you told me at some point you were going to get me into NHL, and I've started to get a little bit of the bug. I might not be too hyped up during the regular season, just like the NBA, but when the NBA playoffs, happen and the NHL playoffs, it definitely turns the energy up on a whole nother level. And I honestly think NHL playoffs are more exciting than the NBA. And this might be something that I continue to follow. And the more names that I learn, the Connor McDavids, obviously I know the Sidney Crosbys and Alexander Ovechkins, but the more research that I do, I'm starting to get a little bit more excited about NHL. And obviously I like NASCAR already. So that's another alternative, MLB, NASCAR, and then obviously wrestling, AEW, WWE, you're going to be able to do that. And then look at this game, 7-5 Avalanche, 14 block shots by Colorado, 13 by Edmonton. And every time it seems like Colorado is going to pull away, Edmonton ends up getting a slap shot or a power play goal. Unbelievable. Crazy. It's like almost getting to a point where it's like a baseball score or like a low scoring like football game. This is wild. But I already knew that this series was going to be high scoring. Obviously, I think with the Rangers and Edmonton, there'll be a little bit more defense and the games will be lower. But we'll see what happens tomorrow when Tampa Bay plays New York in the playoffs tomorrow in the Eastern Conference Final. 7-5, though. They got their money's worth today, though, for sure. Yes. Yeah, I know Edmonton is very good. Obviously, they got to this point in the Western Finals. So, I mean, you can't get to the Final Four unless you're a very good team. And that's a team that's got Connor McDavid, correct? So, obviously, if you got Connor McDavid, he's one of the best players in the NHL. You guys are teaching me, right? Over the last, few weeks, the last few months, as I'm trying to, get into the NHL a little more. Obviously, I'm getting into the NASCAR scene. I obviously liked NASCAR about 20 years ago, but I stopped watching. I've never really gotten into hockey, but since NBA, you don't get your first game until Thursday. And if it's on, I like it when the games mean something. So whether that be NHL, NBA, MLB, NFL, college football, when the games mean something, obviously they play harder and that's more exciting for me. So that's big facts. See, you guys are teaching me. You guys are teaching me some things. So, but yeah, we're going to get this Tatum versus Steph Curry. I mean, you could probably say this is the best player that's in the series overall. This could be probably number 2. It's going to be a wild, wild series. This will be the X factor besides Klay Thompson, I believe, Jordan Poole and Wiggins. I mean, they got a lot of great players on both sides, but I just can't see the Celtics winning 4 times against Golden State unless Golden State has a major injury, okay? But you never know. Akiem Hicks to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Every other NFL team is pissed, especially if you wanted a D tackle, nose tackle. And I couldn't be even more thrilled. I didn't even know that this guy was on the radar. I didn't even know that he was willing to come to Tampa. I knew there was rumors it would Sue and a few other people. And I honestly was really wanting Sue to come back. But at 35 years old, maybe they were just like, he doesn't miss a lot of games. He's only missed a few in his whole, career. But I guess you wanted to go for a different face. Someone that's familiar with the Saints. And Akiem Hicks, obviously Bears fans, Packers fans, and a lot of fans in the NFL were looking for Akiem Hicks to join. And, hey, Tampa Bay was the lucky team to get him for a 1 year up to $10 million. Now he pairs up with Vita Vea. Your boy is excited. Now we just got to keep an eye on this and deciding to see if he walks away from the game, if they can't pay him enough money. Because I don't know at this point. I mean, you are the best player in the NFL, arguably, on the offense or defensive side. So if you don't pay him, I mean, he just retires. He already won the Super Bowl. He already won everything that you could possibly win, unless you're trying to repeat. But, statistically, and history says, once you end up going to a Super Bowl, you're not going to get back. I mean, the last team to do that was 03-04 Patriots. And it's been a long time. It's not impossible. And if any team could do it, it's definitely the Rams. But I like our chances now with Akiem Hicks, all right, on one side at the nose tackle, D tackle, and then I got Vita Vea on the other. Now we just got to figure out if we're going to get JPP back, 50-50 chance, and then we got to get Gronk back. I think this is a 90% chance we're going to get him back, and that's big facts. 7-5 Colorado, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Cheers. I got the beers. I got the gummies. Life is good. Life is good. Yes, Finley. Like I said, I was going through a little bit of this. And the last, I would say probably 5-6 days prior to yesterday, it was really tough. I was going through a little bit of the anxiety and a little bit of depression and whatnot. And obviously, I'm a routine guy. So I just want to be able to get into a good routine. And when I get into a good routine, I'm grinding it out. But sometimes like one day goes to another. And sometimes I need to take a couple steps back to go to a couple steps forward. And I hate, feeling that way, feeling kind of like helplessness, just like hopeless, just feeling just kind of like in a rut that I'd rather just sleep rather than, just deal with, my running thoughts and whatnot. But like I said, it usually only lasts a couple days, maybe up to a week. But since this is my full-time job and, I don't have any other side hustles that I'm doing, because I usually would do this and warehouse work or phone sales, I can't afford, to be out of commission for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So, I had to just look at myself in the mirror, shave, shower, go to the store, get outside, listen to music, take Paisley for a walk. And then, like I said, I just started to climb out of it. And, sometimes it just kind of comes out of nowhere. If you guys, have anxiety or depression, you guys know what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't see a therapist. I'm not on any meds or anything like that. But sometimes it does come out of nowhere. I'm like, where is O-Dog? Where am I at? You know what I mean? Like, I should be in a good mode right now. But, even with everything that's been great in my life, sometimes it just kind of creeps up on you. And the worst thing you can do is just isolate yourself. You got to be able to get out there and talk to people, get outside. And I've tried, to be able to do all those things that, I've wrote down to be able to improve the mental health, listen to music, get outside, take Paisley for a walk, and everything worked. And now I feel 100% I'm here. And like I said, we're going to end up having a great week of streaming. I appreciate you guys, and I love you guys very, very much. Almost as much as I love this show, Stranger Things. What a great fucking season 4. Stranger Things 4. I highly recommend watching this. And if you like Star Wars, Obi-Wan, very, very good. They had 2 episodes of Obi-Wan, 7 episodes of Stranger Things, and we get the final 2 episodes of Stranger Things 4 in July. I'm ready. I am ready. That's hot. So I know in some places around the country, it's like, 80, 90, 100 degrees. I think it's like 75, 76. But in the sun, I took Paisley to the dog park and I took her for a walk. And man, it was so hot. It felt like 85. But, I was like sweating hardcore out there. But it just felt good to get out there. And, obviously Paisley needs to get out there and exercise as well. And it's just a good part of that mental health. But we're going to have pretty good weather for the next 3 days. I think it's going to be about 75 each day, which is pretty nice out here for Oregon weather. That's big facts. All right, we got I almost said Steelers. I'm just so looking forward to football. Pittsburgh Pirates 2, Dodgers 0. And I appreciate every single one of y'all hanging out with your boy. And if you guys have anything that you guys want to discuss, it's been a few days. Like I said, I did stream last night for an hour, but I ended up just deleting the video. Like I said, I just figured, I just hopped on a little bit late, and it wasn't really anything that I, had prepared. I was just trying to get myself kind of psyched up, for today and the rest of the week. And I've been up since probably 7 a.m. So I've been actually really anticipating this stream. I even messaged Sarah, and congratulations on your first day at your new job. I'm really thrilled for you. Like I said, when you go on unemployment and you lose your job or you get laid off and you collect that money, it's cool for a while, but you don't want to get lazy and complacent. And then obviously you ended up finding a job eventually, the right one. And it sounds like everything is working out on your first day and beyond. So, and I know you're not going to be able to stay super late on these late night streams because you're going to need to get some sleep. But for as long as you can stay would be great. And then if we can have someone else take over. Elliot is at the Cardinals game with Mick Ismoot. So maybe when Jamison Meza comes through, maybe he can be the one that takes over with the donos and everything else. Let me see here. Yeah, I've been looking for the replay. I got to see a little bit of the race. And obviously I learned it was one of the longest Coca-Cola 600s, but I'll be honest, I missed a good chunk of it. The Coca-Cola 600, I missed AEW, obviously with the pay-per-view, which sucks. And, it's the second one now that I missed, and obviously they only have 4 really big ones. But I just, like I said, I can't plan, when I'm going to have anxiety or depression or if I'm going to feel like I'm in a rut. And I hate it, especially when there's really awesome things to watch. Like I've been waiting for the Coca-Cola 600 for a month. And boom, that shit fucking came around last week. And I've been wanting to watch this fucking AEW pay-per-view. Shout out to CM Punk. I know we're going to have an amazing AEW Dynamite tomorrow and to kind of go over the results of the pay-per-view. But at least we got baseball. At least we got hockey. And then obviously we're going to have wrestling as well. And we'll have a little bit of NFL news from time to time, like my Tampa Bay Buccaneers getting Akiem Hicks. I am so excited for this move because we're going to need this against the Saints, the Panthers, the Falcons, the Rams, all the good teams in the NFC and NFC South rivals, as well as the AFC teams. Our schedule is not easy this year, and we're going to need all the help that we can get. And, with Vita Vea, paired up now with Akiem Hicks. I mean, do we have the best duo at D-tackle, nose tackle? You could arguably say yes. I mean, obviously with, Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh, we were at top 2, top 3. Obviously, Aaron Donald is a freak of nature, and he's the best in the world. We know that. And I'm really wondering if he truly would walk away from the game. I don't think he will. I mean, I think that they'll come to some kind of agreement, or if they have to cut some players or backload some contracts. I just can't see, them being, arguably the best team in football right now on paper besides maybe the Buffalo Bills. And they have a good shot, even though history says they won't go back to the Super Bowl with the Bengals. But obviously, I think this team has the depth. I mean, you replace Robert Woods for Allen Robinson. You replace Von Miller with Bobby Wagner. I mean, I don't really see a lot of holes or weaknesses in this Rams team, and I want them to be healthy. You know what I mean? I want to be able to get a little bit of revenge on them this upcoming season, but this is really the guy I'm worried about. I know we're going to get this. We're going to get this for sure. We're going to get Brady, all right? We're going to get that, and we're going to end up getting Gronk. He's going to be in the building, I would assume, in the next 3 weeks. We're going to get this deal done, all right? But what about this? What about the money? Are we going to have money left over for JPP? And I don't know. I mean, and I think that he is very instrumental, just like Suh was. So if it's like, if you don't have JPP and you don't have Suh, can we legitimately get to the NFC Championship game, win the NFC South, and get to the Super Bowl? I don't know. I mean, I know we need Gronk for sure for the offensive side, but Suh and JPP still have game left. So, I mean, unless some of the younger guys step up, we'll have to wait and see. Now I see Marcano just hit a fucking another home run. What the hell is going on here? The Pirates are one of the worst teams in baseball. Now the Dodgers are down 4-0. What the hell is going on here? My dad is not happy. Goodness. What is going on here? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Shout out to Odinson and shout out to Sarah Small getting the Donos off to a good start. Too cold, ZZZ. Hicks was a good signing, but I feel Suh has greater impact. You know what? I totally agree with you. I think that Suh, for me, having the experience, being on the team for 3 years, more sack lunches, yum, 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 had 6 last year. I think his impact with Vita Vea would have been better, just bringing back the core. But if they, for whatever reason, thought that 35 years old is too old, the next best thing, if you don't go for Suh, is Akiem Hicks. I mean, he is a good player. Like I said, he's a good run stuffer. He's got a big body. And like I said, I don't think he'll get 5, 6, 7, 8 sack lunches. You know what I mean? He'll probably be under 5, probably around that 3 to 4 range, maybe with upside from 5 to 8, depending on the scheme. And, if we get double teams on Vita, we'll see what happens. But primarily, it's not going to be really for sack lunches for Vita Vea and for obviously our boy here, Akiem Hicks. It's going to be run stuffing. And we already had the best run stuffing group in the last few years. So just being able to stop the run, get pressures, tip passes, and just to be able to cause some havoc in the backfield. But you know what? I totally agree with you. I think that Suh's impact would have been a little bit higher. But if you're going to go for an alternative or a replacement, I mean, you can't go wrong with Hicks. Hicks still got a little bit of game left. Tom Brady played with them in New England for a year. So the Saints, obviously, he was there. He was there with the Patriots, there with the Bears. He's definitely a little bit older, just like Suh. But, for what was left, obviously 10 weeks into free agency, not bad. You know what I mean? I didn't think we were going to get Suh, JPP, and Gronk. But you know what? I totally agree with you, man. That's facts. He likes wrestling. Nice. CM Punk and Bray. So now I got to watch Hicks going to sack Sam Darnold. Well, I don't know how many sack lunches Hicks is really going to get. If you go back and look at his numbers, which I already did, his numbers really weren't that good in the last. I mean, he's more of a run stuffer. You're not going to get Aaron Donald numbers or Warren Sapp numbers, out of this. Vita Vea has more potential, but I'm going to read off the numbers. So he was on Nolans, right, in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, New England in 2015, obviously with Brady, and then he's been in Chicago since 2016, okay? So his best years came in 2016, 2017, and 2018. 7 sacks in 2016, 8.5 sacks, his career high in 2017, and then 7.5 in 2018. So in the last 3 years, he's had 1 in 2019, 3.5 in 2020, and 3.5 in 2021. So, and Sue had 6 sacks last year. So, I mean, you're definitely going kind of backwards a little bit based off maybe the talent level and obviously Sue's impact, as a vet. But I think there is room for Hicks to get 3.5 to maybe 6, somewhere in that general range. But their job isn't to get really sack lunches for Vita Vea or for Akiem Hicks. It's just to be able to stop the run. So as long as we can stop the run with this guy and this guy, we'll be good and we'll be Gucci. And we probably have, is there any other duos at nose tackle or D tackle that are as good as this? Obviously we know Aaron Donald is great, and you can pair up any player with him, and you could say it's better than what I got. But if Aaron Donald walks away, you got to think, like, even if you're not a fan of my Buccaneers, right? Akiem Hicks and Vita Vea, that's got to be at least a top 5 duo, top 3 duo at nose tackle, I would assume. I don't even know if you're going to go top 5 because most people in NFL circles think this is the second best D tackle, nose tackle in the league to number 1, Aaron Donald. So if you end up having the number 2 guy in the NFL and you pair him up with maybe, I don't know, what would you rank Akiem Hicks? Maybe a top 15 D tackle? You know what I mean? So it's a pretty good group. So I'm excited. It's going to help Devin White, help Levante David, Carlton Davis, Sean Murphy Bunting, Jamel Dean, Antoine Winfield Jr. It's going to help a lot of those guys. So I'm definitely excited about that. I did see the Jaylen Brown sign with him as well. Yeah, I did see that. Ooh, 2-2. Yeah, I haven't heard from Mick Ismoot as well as Elliott, but they have been sending me photos, and they got pretty good seats in the outfield. They're not too far away from a ball flip. Like I said, if the inning ends, it looks like they're maybe about 8 rows back in the outfield, 8 to 10, unless they zoomed in on their photo, which I can't really tell, but it doesn't look like they're that far away. So they might be able to, let me see, maybe 8 to 10 rows back in the outfield. So it looks like there's an opportunity maybe for them. So Calvin Griffin in the building. What to do? How are you, man? Nolans Saints in the building. You're obviously familiar with Akiem Hicks. You had him in the early part of his career. Obviously, he is no Ndamukong Suh. And obviously, I wanted Suh, JPP. And obviously, I wanted, guess who? My boy Gronk. But Gronk is number 1 priority. But defense wins championships. We can't forget about that. So I'm not sure how much money is going to be left over after they restructure the contract for our boy Akiem Hicks. But I know Packers fans, Bears fans, Cowboy fans, and a lot of fans in general were kind of pissed that he chose Tampa. But, he's been on the market for 10 weeks. So it's not like the guy's been getting 10 sack lunches the last couple of years. He's been getting 3.5, 3.5, and 1. So it's not like, and Suh got 6 sack lunches last year, but I'll take it. If you're going to go for a downgrade, a slight downgrade from Suh, this guy has the potential to get you up to 6 sacks. Like obviously, your boy, Ndamukong Suh got last year. So that means that depending on what happens with Aaron Donald, you could get Suh to go back to the Rams, but most likely from what I've been hearing, Suh might end up being on the Raiders, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. And we got to wait and see if if Suh decides to walk away. Excuse me, not Suh, but Aaron Donald. I don't really see that happening, but you never know. Because if this guy walks away, then Tampa Bay, the Saints, the Packers, we shoot up, into the top of the NFC. Rams will still be up there, but if you lose Aaron Donald, you're not going to be the number 1 team. You're probably going to be somewhere between like 3rd or 4th best, even if you got Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp. Because you don't have Aaron Donald, it changes the whole scheme of the defense, and it changes everything. That's big facts. How's it going, Calvin? What's good, dude? Damn, another goal. 7-6. Edmonton is on fire. Wow. Lenny D in the building. What to do? So what I'm getting at, right, is that your team is saying it's okay to cheat. Hey, whatever, dude. You know what I mean? This team right here, obviously, is the favored team with the Bills. And if he decides to walk away, guess what? It ain't going to hurt my fucking feelings one bit, all right? I want them to be full strength, but I'm trying to get one more chip. All right, I'm trying to get one more. Ooh, nice fucking slap shot by Edmonton. I'm trying to get one more ring in this Brady era, because after Brady leaves, you know what? I might be shitty for a long, long, long time unless I get like a Tannehill, or if I end up getting like a Jalen Hurts, if they decide to give up on him after this year. I just got to soak this in. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going to happen, but I want the Rams to be full strength. I don't want this guy to retire, but it ain't going to hurt my feelings if he does. I'll tell you that right now. Definitely would catapult the Bucs in the number one spot. And then the Saints, I think, would be 2 or 3 with the Packers. It's going to be very exciting to see how everything plays out in free agency, training camp, and everything else. That's facts. Lenny D, my dude. Hey, thank you for the Undertaker shirt. I cut the sleeves off of it the day after. You know what I mean? But I wear it from time to time, and I love it, man. I appreciate you. Nola boy, T. Roy Lee in the building. Well, we already know Saints are going to be good. At least I'm not like the haters that are in the media saying that you guys are going to win 8 or 9 games. If anything, I give you guys more credit as a Bucs fan than any other outlet that's out there. I already know that you guys are going to be good. And I think that as long as Jameis is healthy, you know what I mean? Like, you can talk all the shit that you want, like most Saints fans do, right? But at the end of the day, it's about getting Super Bowls, right? And making the playoffs, right? And obviously, if you can keep this guy on his feet, this guy right here is a Hall of Famer. This guy should be healthy. He's my favorite running back in the league. Will this guy be a top 10 receiver? I would assume that he will be, right? You end up getting Jarvis Landry, and let's not forget you ended up getting a stud wide receiver out of Ohio State and Chris Olave. Offensive line is good by Ryan Ramczyk. You got good defense, Demario Davis, Lattimore, right? Cameron Jordan. But I still think that our team is going to be a little bit better, but I think both teams will make the playoffs, and then we'll see what happens. But I still need to get this locked up. This is very, very important. Same thing with this piece, but Saints definitely made one of the biggest splashes in the offseason. Them and the Eagles, I feel, had the best offseason. And, if we can get the Saints and the Bucs to the playoffs, I think we'll both do a lot of damage. We'll see what the Rams do, and the Cardinals and the Niners. We'll see what the Vikings and the Packers do, or maybe the Eagles and the Cowboys, or maybe Washington. But it definitely will be exciting. I think 2 of the top 3 teams in the NFC, you could say, are Tampa Bay and the New Orleans Saints. So I'm looking forward to the challenge. We might not be able to beat you guys in the regular season, but if it comes to the playoffs, I know that we'll be ready, and that's big facts. Let me see here. Too cold. It says Saints are getting doubted too much. We filled positions we needed to and even upgraded. So I agree. And maybe it's just like, the fan base, because let's be honest, there's a lot of Saints fans that don't even like to go to Saints YouTube channels or, Saints, fan pages on Instagram. It's toxic. You got some great fans, and there's obviously some questionable fans, and every fan base has got some douchebag fans. Let's be honest. Every fan base has got some, biased douchebag fans, right? And obviously when you get those bad seeds, it kind of ruins it for everyone else. That's actually a good fan, or maybe that's not completely biased. And we all love our teams and we all love our players, but maybe it's just the reputation of the Saints fan base and everyone just having that haterade mentality against them. Like I said, I'm hoping that you guys do well. I was hoping that you guys actually made the playoffs with Jameis. And honestly, I would have still enjoyed having Jameis on my team if he just didn't turn the football over. But he didn't have LASIK, and you're throwing a lot of interceptions, on the fourth quarter drives, a lot of fumbles, and obviously getting Tom Brady. We got a Super Bowl, so it ended up working out for us, and it worked out for you guys, right? And we'll find out if Jameis is long-term or if you guys will draft a quarterback or go for someone else after this year, depending on how he plays. But I like the fit for your guys' team, and I honestly think that if you guys didn't get hurt last year with Jameis, you would have made the playoffs. Like 100%. I already feel that you guys would have. And I'll even go one step further. If the Saints would have played the Buccaneers in the playoffs, that's one of two teams like the Rams that I thought that the Saints could have beat us in the playoffs last year. That's one team that I wouldn't have wanted to play. Obviously, they have our number. They play hard. They play together. Some of the fan base might be questionable, but obviously they're very passionate about their team, and it is what it is. But I am excited to see you guys succeed this year, and I hope you guys have a great season. But I don't know if you guys are going to have a better record than Tampa. And obviously in the playoffs, who do you trust more? Tom Brady, Jameis Winston, case closed. So we'll see how it goes. But I am rooting for you guys. And I know most Bucs fans wouldn't say that. So I swear the Bills to me are the most try-hard teams. They're trying to get everybody. Right. And they might end up getting someone like an OBJ. You know, obviously OBJ going back to the Rams would be good. Going to the Bills with Josh Allen, you know, and playing with Vaughn to try to get another chip. But the thing is, to me, you know, obviously we know that they got a running game now and they drafted a running back, but I'm not sure if they got their Jonathan Taylor, their Nick Chubb. You know, I'm not sure if they got their stud. It sounds like he's going to get a lot of touches and a lot of looks, but Singletary, Zach Moss, Duke Johnson, those guys aren't good enough. And even if Josh Allen is running the ball, you know, a good chunk of the time, they might be good enough to win the AFC. But I don't think that an AFC team is going to win the Super Bowl. I think an NFC team is going to win, whether that be the Rams, the Buccaneers, or another team. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. But I think that, you know, you got the Broncos, you got the Bills, you got the Chiefs, you got the Chargers. There's going to be Bengals. There's going to be a lot of teams. Even the Colts might be able to surprise some teams. I'm excited to see what happens. I appreciate you, man, very much. Yes, I agree. It's like, okay, when you were saying like last year after you lost Breeze, and I was like, you guys are going to go like 8-9, 9-8, it happened, right? But you guys have improved the team tenfold, right, with draft picks and obviously getting a Hall of Fame guy like this, right? So you got this, right? This should be healthy. This guy always dominates, top 3 running back in my opinion, right? Maybe you can get some chemistry with this guy. You get Landry, right, which was unexpected, right? And then you get Olave, and then for whatever reason, you're going to be worse than last year to the media. Doesn't make any fucking sense to me. They're just hating just to hate. And, you know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you guys love, and I show love more than, you know, most people. I represent the NFC South, not just for the Buccaneers, but I try to, you know, be fair and not have bias and call it right down the middle. And I could be a dick and I could be like everyone else and be incredibly biased and say the Buccaneers are the best thing since sliced bread. The Saints suck and the Panthers suck and the Falcons suck, but I can't say that. You know what I mean? I got to keep it real. And I think that's why people respect me. You know, I'm going to call it how I see it, and I'm going to say things that people are thinking. And even if I'm a Tampa fan, I am a fan of all 32 teams, even teams like the Lions, the Jets, and the Jags. So I am excited to see what happens for you guys this season. That's facts. NFC South is the best of no way in hell. No, no, not even close. I think Tampa and the Saints are awesome, but the Panthers and Falcons, you know, they're not going to be very good. I would assume both of those teams are not going to win very many games. Panthers, 7 games or less. Falcons, probably 5 games or less. Saints and Tampa, somewhere between 10 and 13 wins each. But you got NFC West. We'll see if Aaron Donald retires or not. You got them, the Cardinals, and obviously you got the 49ers. Seahawks will be booty. But the best team in best division is AFC West. You got the Chiefs, you got the Broncos, the Chargers, and the Raiders. I mean, all those teams could potentially hit 10 wins. So that's big facts. Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't know, or they're just not willing to give you guys credit for whatever reason. So, yeah. Yeah, like I said, you know, I'm just grinding it out, man. I don't think so, though. You know what I mean? I think that they're actually set up for the future. I do like Desmond Ridder a lot. And I think that he is going to be like the Matt Ryan, you know, for their team down the road. You got Mariota for a year. You got Kyle Pitts, who's like a top 6 tight end. Desmond Ridder could be halfway decent if you surround him around an O-line and obviously a defense, and we know that's going to be a long time before that happens. But I like his potential as being kind of a gunslinger for the Falcons, and they'll be fun to watch with Ridder and Pitts and some of the players and after the whole Ridley gambling fiasco, right? So I think that they'll be, you know, down the road, they're not going to be as good as the Saints or the Bucs, but I think that they'll get better with the Panthers over time, depending on if they keep run CMC with the Panthers or trade him away. And the Falcons got a top 5 corner in AJ Terrell. So it's like you do got key components, but you just don't have a lot of great players. You only have a couple. So they're going to have to keep building over the next couple years. Terrence Harris, do you think you're going to win the division? Yes, I do think the Eagles are going to win the division, but I wouldn't count out the Cowboys or the Washington football team. Giants are shitty. They're going to finish in last place. Washington is kind of the wild card. No one's really talking about Wentz, Antonio Gibson, Scary Terry McLaurin. No one's really talking about that team, right? With Chase Young and everything that they got there with Riverboat Ron. Dallas lost Amari Cooper. They lost Randy Gregory. I don't think McCarthy's a good coach. I think he's garbage. And then Kellen Moore with that horrible draw with Dak. I mean, you lost your chance of being a head coach maybe forever with that dumbass play call. 7-6 empty net, Colorado up on Edmonton. This is like a baseball score. This is wild. 134 left. But I think the Eagles, based on what they did in the draft, free agency, and then over the last couple years, I would say the Eagles definitely are going to be the best team in the NFC East, and they may be the best team in the NFC East for years to come. And that's the team that I like rooting for. Ritter seems like Mariota clone coming out of Oregon. A little bit. I think that Ritter has more upside, though. Even though, Mariota ended up winning the Heisman, I think Ritter reminds me a little bit of like a Matt Ryan kind of, maybe a poor man's Matt Ryan. I mean, he's good in the pocket. Every once in a while he can run, which Matt Ryan can't. Obviously, he never really could run. So he's definitely got some RPO ability like Mariota has, but I don't think they're going to really run the RPO because they know that the NFL players are so much faster than when he played at Cincinnati. I mean, look at the competition that he was playing. He's not going to be able to run away, from the Panther players, the Bucs players, or the Saints players. He's going to get fucked up if he tries to. So I imagine they'll go Mariota, for the first maybe, 10 games or so. And then once they get knocked off from a playoff, contention, then they'll get Ritter in there for the last maybe 4 or 5 games, and we can see what Ritter is going to be able to do, and then Ritter will be the guy moving forward. But I like Ritter more than Pickett, and I like Ritter just as much as Malik. So it just kind of really depends on, who's going to end up, getting a chance to play, who's going to end up, making a name for themselves, and Ritter is going to be he's going to be in the worst position because he's on the Falcons. I mean, obviously with Malik sitting where he is, and then obviously, with Kenny Pickett on the Steelers, those guys are set up for more success. Malik on the Titans, he's going to be the guy moving forward at some point after they get rid of Tannehill. Tannehill come to the Buccaneers post Tom Brady. I'll take you, okay? And then obviously the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, they're very well coached. So even if Pickett is like average, he's got great talent on the defense and around them with Najee Harris that they should be pretty good. Oh, Colorado. Woo, woo, woo. Nice goal in the empty net. It looks like they just won. Big, big win for the Avalanche. But, we're going to have to wait and see. But I do think that Ritter down the road will be one of those like impact guys, and he'll be one of the top, let's say 15 quarterbacks down the road. And I like Ritter more than Pickett or Malik. I think Malik has a lot of upside, and I think that he could do it, but he's going to need help. I think Ritter seems like, to me, he's the most like NFL ready. I know Malik has got the arm and he's got the bomb and he's really exciting. Pickett, I'm not really a big fan of, but in that system and that coaching, there's a lot of good supporting cast. So he's not going to have to do a lot to really, show out. He just has to not turn the football over, kind of be a game manager. And I think Malik and Desmond Ritter are going to be more than game managers. Pickett, to me, seems like more of a game manager, kind of like a Jimmy Garoppolo type. But I think Malik could be, like a McNair-ish kind of guy. And then Ritter could be kind of like a Matt Ryan-ish, poor man's Matt Ryan-ish kind of guy. So somewhere between like a Mariota and a Matt Ryan hybrid. But I do like Ritter the most out of all the quarterbacks. So, I mean, just based on me watching him in college and obviously his throwing motion, his swag, and his confidence, it just seems like he could be the guy. So, but we'll have to see. Oh, I don't know if you want that. Darnold's going to be better than Matt Corral, bro. Corral, I don't know about how good Matt Corral is going to be. Some of those guys aren't going to be very good. I mean, look at all the hype that we had with Trevor Lawrence and then Zach Wilson and Justin Fields and Mac Jones. Mac Jones? Trey Lance will ball out. I'll tell you that, even though he's a project QB. But, I mean, if you don't have the skill set, you got to have the coaching and the supporting cast. And at least Kenny Pickett's got that. And that's facts. Too cold. This offseason has been the craziest in NFL history. Yes, sir. Pickett with the fake slide. LOL. NFL needs to allow it. I like it, man. I like it. But, I'm not really sure if I'm sold on his abilities. I think he's a pretty good QB, but, is he better than a lot of the guys that got picked the year before? If it's like Kenny Pickett, right, compared to Trevor Lawrence, right, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, or Trey Lance, I would pick all those guys over Kenny Pickett, probably all those guys over Malik, and all those guys over Desmond Ridder. So, I'm not really sure. This quarterback class kind of is booty. You know what I mean? But 2 out of the 3 guys, one's on the Titans, Malik, one's on the Steelers, right, Pickett, and then you got the guy that's on the worst team, who I think is maybe the best one out of the 3, and obviously Desmond Ridder, but it's going to take time. You're going to have good coaching, good O-line. They're going to need a running back. They're going to need defense. So even though Ritter's in like the worst position to succeed, I like him the most. So Caitlin in the building. What to do? How are you? I know a lot of Packers fans were upset that we ended up stealing away one of your potential pieces in Akiem Hicks. So I know Grossi, was, the Buccaneers again. And it just seems like every time there's a name out there that the Packers are interested in, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers steal them away. But I'm excited, to be able to see what we can do. I still want Sue, but obviously with this, 1 year up to $10 million, that's no longer going to be a possibility. So now we got Hicks and we're going to have Vita Vea. So we're going to be hard to run against. We're going to have to wait to see what Aaron Donald does if he retires or not. Still got to wait to see if JPP can get it done and if we have money for him. And number one is we got to get Gronk. We have to get Gronk in the building. And I would assume within the next 2 to 3 weeks, Gronk will sign with Tampa Bay, but there's not going to be a lot of money left over. How are you doing, Caitlin? So Andy Reid said the team has to, yeah, I know. I saw that. Dude, he goes like 150 miles an hour. The Chiefs, obviously, draft picks look very, very good. Obviously, in their little, training camp sessions, you're going to have mandatory. You're going to have mandatory stuff, I think, next week for a lot of the teams. And then you're having the optional kind of get-togethers and whatnot. And you're not getting people like, for example, on the Packers, Aaron Rodgers, and some of those guys aren't going to be showing up until much later. But yeah. I know a lot of Packers fans actually reached out to me and they're like, damn it. They're like, you keep stealing away the guys that we want. And obviously we know Green Bay and Tampa Bay should be 2 of the top 4 teams. We're probably the Saints and the Rams, as well as maybe even the Niners going into next season in the NFC. I don't know. I don't know if Sue and the Packers is a fit. They've been saying Sue to either the Rams, depending on, what happens here with Donald and the money, if he comes back or not. But what I've been really hearing is the Raiders. So the Raiders are the front runner right now to get Sue, but, we'll wait and see. We will wait and see. Oh, you're doing a little sick? Not COVID, right? Hopefully you're doing all right. Hicks motor at this point is career. Yeah. Well, we do have a pretty good rotation, with the guys that we have. And it's not like, he's going to be playing every single snap. He is getting a little bit older. He only had 3.5 sacks, last year and the year before. So Sue had 6. So obviously, if you look at that, it's going to be, a little bit of a downgrade. But with that being said, what am I supposed to do? Obviously you couldn't get it done, at that time. So, hey, I gotta take what I can get, right? I'm not going to be able to get every single great player that's available, but it is what it is. But I do like our depth. We have pretty good depth on our D-line, and we're just going to try to be run stuffers anyways. So, but wow, what a wild game for Colorado to pull away there at the end. Obviously, I'm just sweating in here. It's fucking hot. I'm here in Oregon, and usually the weather is, I got a fan in here even, and I got the window open, but like I said, normally for us, weather-wise, we're usually in the 50s or 60s. Right now, I think it's like 75 to 80. So it's definitely a little bit hotter. I got my AC in the bedroom, so I don't have the door open in here, so it's a little bit hot. But I got my beers. I got my Modelo, Chiladas. I got my gummies. Life is good. And obviously getting Akiem Hicks, even though he's old. I get it. I know he's old. But, for teams that aren't the Saints, that aren't looking for a guy like this is great for us, because I wanted Sue. But if they decided that a 35-year-old Sue isn't good enough, or they don't want to pay him, and we're going to have Vita Vea and Hicks, fuck it, I'll take it. You know what I mean? As long as he doesn't get hurt and I can get, 3.5 to 6 sacks out of him, which I think is possible, we'll just go from there. Let's see here. All right, so I got Dodgers and the Pirates on. So I got Pittsburgh 4-0, bases loaded. Urias, what are you doing? All right, I got NXT. I'm not sure if I really want to watch wrestling on NXT because I don't really like WWE anymore. I like AEW much more. But, if there's nothing else on, then maybe I'll sit and watch it. Let's see. I'm going through. Obviously, the Mariners end up being the Orioles, I believe, 10-0. Ooh, we got Oregon and Arizona from 2009. Wow, maybe I'll watch this. Let's go. Oregon's ranked 11th. Who is this? Oh, my goodness. Is this Jeremiah Maxtoli? Oh, my goodness. Oh, a NASCAR race. Ooh. Let's see, Xfinity Series. Is this, Camping World? What was the NASCAR race? Oh, it's a truck series. I'm trying to look to see here because this is on FS2. I think they're just showing the other races. Damn it. I wanted to see if I could get the Coca-Cola 600, but looks like it's the other races. And then what do we got here? We got Michigan State, Michigan from this past season, Kenneth Walker. And we got Dodgers here as well. And then an NBA playback. And then we got Super Bowl stuff. But I think this is Jeremiah Masoli. Wow. I haven't seen Oregon Duck footage with Masoli in a while. And then we called him Jeremiah Maxtoli because then he went into like dorm rooms and stole fucking some Max, idiot. But he was a stud for us in this 2009 season. LeGarrette Blount, LaMichael James, Jeremiah Masoli. This was kind of the beginning for the Oregon Ducks kind of getting on. Obviously we kind of, got on the map with Joey Harrington in the early 2000s. But in the Chip Kelly era, this was the first year that we, Rose Bowl, Natty, Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl. And to make a Rose Bowl, even though we lost to Ohio State this year, to be able to get on that national stage. And it was the first year of like the winged gloves that I own. And LaMichael, let's go. Hell yeah. Love it. Getting some LaMichael James coverage here. It's great. Let's see here. Allergies, yeah. I'm out here in Oregon, so we got allergies all around here. That's big facts. Word on the NOLA Street is Sue is coming from a visit. Really? Is that just you talking shit, or is that for real? Yeah, Sue to the Rams, depending on Donald's decision, makes a lot of sense. OBJ to the Saints. Hey, that would be nice. It'd be good for you guys. I mean, the two logical spots for me would be OBJ back to the Rams, OBJ to the Saints to join his best friend, right? Mr. Jarvis Landry. That would be a good spot, or I could definitely see, him trying to follow Vaughn to the Bills. I don't know if Buffalo has money to afford to pay OBJ, but if he's trying to win another ring, going to the Bills for OBJ would be a logical spot. Obviously going to the Saints. I mean, I'm not sure the wide receiver, room, if there's going to be room for all those guys in there. But obviously going to the Rams, going back to the Rams, or going to the Saints, that would be definitely very electric for you guys if you guys could pull that off. But I'm not sure if you guys have the money for it. Brewers are tied with the Cubs 7-7. We had some people on the channel that went to the Cardinals and Padres game. My boy Elliot and Mick Ismoot, they're there right now. And I went to Seattle to go see the Royals, and I got a Julio foul ball, which was awesome. And we won today against the Orioles 10-0, but God, the Orioles are fucking horrible. I mean, the Mariners are horrible. We started off like 11-6, and now we're just like in the dumpster fire, and we fucking suck. But hopefully we can start winning games at home because obviously our road record fucking is horrible. That's facts. $11 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. First hundo is always the hardest, but once we get to 100, usually it's downhill from there. And normally we hit somewhere between 200 and 500 on the show, but we've hit all the way up to 1320 in one single stream, which is fucking incredible considering we usually have 20 people or less in the room, but we do definitely have a lot of goats that support me, and I appreciate you guys. Julio to the Colts would make more sense. Right, but his hamstrings are like spaghetti. So, I mean, Matt Ryan and him have the connection. And I know Julio and Tampa Bay have been kind of in talks as well. Tom Brady wants Julio, to maybe, come through for insurance with Gage, with Mike Evans and Godwin, right? But, I mean, how many games are you going to get out of Julio? You pay Julio 10 or 12 million, and what is he going to play, 5 games? I mean, is it really worth it? I mean, at that point, I would rather have Russell Gage. I think he's going to be one of the best third option wide receivers in the league, a top 10 third option. If you got Mike Evans on one side and you got Godwin on the other, Gage is a pretty good player for the Atlanta Falcons, now on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I mean, if Julio could stay healthy, that would be great, but I just don't know if he will. That's facts. The pollen is bad here. It's bad here in Oregon too. Normally I have a shitload of allergies, but not so much lately. Too cold. And is that after all the moves that have been made? Yeah, I might have to look that up to see if it's updated. OBJ unnecessary and somebody gets hurt. I agree. But obviously just, coming home, the whole LSU thing. I mean, obviously you're bringing all these players, obviously Landry and him. We already know that they're boys. And then you obviously have the LSU connection with this guy right here with Honey Badger and whatnot. I mean, it would be cool to be able to see, but yeah, I don't really see it happening unless maybe this guy gets hurt. And then they're like, all right, fuck, we need somebody. As long as you got Michael Thomas on one side and then you got your guy in the draft, Olave on the other, and then let's say, someone gets hurt, then maybe you can bring him in. But I agree. You're probably not going to bring this guy in unless there's an injury. That's facts. I know Tom Brady's always wanted to play with Odell too, and I think I would rather want Odell than Julio personally. So, but I don't know if Tampa's interested, at least at this point. So, first place in their division. Yankees are very, very good right now. I'll go over kind of the rankings and how the teams stack up. I mean, you can kind of tell which teams are going to be, destined for the playoffs and which teams are going to be very, very good. So standings right now, and I'm bringing it up right here. All right, so you got Yankees in first place, 34-15. I saw Jeter created a Twitter finally after like 20 years, and now he's on Twitter and Instagram. Congratulations, Derek Jeter. You're only like 15 years too late. Yankees 34-15. They're number one in the American League East. Then you got the Central Minnesota Twins, 30-21. They are very good as well. Houston Astros, the damn cheaters, right? 31-18. Fuck, man. I just want to be able to catch up to them, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And then we got the Mets, 34-17. They're in the first place in the National League East, but it all depends on DeGrom and Scherzer. If they're healthy, they can make it all the way to the World Series. If not, I don't know how good they're going to be. All right, and then you got the Milwaukee Brewers, 32-18, with the Cardinals right behind them at 27-21 in the Central. Milwaukee will make the playoffs this year. And then we got the Dodgers in first place at 33-15 in the West. So I'm kind of hoping that we get like Dodgers and the Mets, kind of in the National League at the very, very end. And then we end up getting Yankees and maybe Minnesota, or Yankees and the Astros, even though I don't give a shit about the Astros and whatnot. But yeah, we'll have to kind of see how it all plays out. But yeah, Yankees are very, very good. Yeah, 34-15. One more win. You got to add one more win to that. And maybe that was from today earlier, but that's what it shows in the standings right now. But the Mets are at 34-17. And then, and if the Dodgers win tonight, which they just got 2 runs right here, bang! Trey Turner with a 2-run homer. Bang, bang, bang. Let's go. You can't lose to the fucking Pittsburgh Pirates. Then the Yankees and Dodgers will be tied. And my dad's been a Dodger fan since, obviously the 50s. And so that's a team that I root for. I mean, I met Ken Griffey Jr. A lot of you guys know that was obviously a key moment in my life. 7 years old. Your boy had hair at that point. All right. Ended up getting the autograph, so fresh and so clean. Okay. Then I ended up meeting Koufax when I was 10. And obviously still have that nice luscious head of hair with my handsome daddy. Okay. And Sandy Koufax. Obviously the best left-handed pitcher ever, the best left-handed hitter ever. And then obviously me and my dad, we try to go to games from time to time, and it's always fun. And then obviously for my birthday just a few weeks ago, my dad ended up hooking me up with a PSA DNA Griffey autograph photo, which is very clean. Like I said, I only had the one autograph when I met him in '89, this one, but now I got 2. So pretty exciting. But yeah, we definitely root for the Dodgers. We watch a lot of Dodger baseball together, and obviously, we know the Mariners suck. It's like I don't even know, how many years it's going to take for them to actually be good. Probably never. But with the Dodgers, I mean, it was nice to be able to see them win the pennant before my dad passed. My dad's getting a little bit higher in age, and they didn't win the World Series or the pennant, prior to a couple years ago since 1988, Kirk Gibson. So it was kind of nice to be able to see them do it. But they probably should have won it against the Astros as well with the cheating. Calvin Griffin may say otherwise because he's an Astros fan. But then the Red Sox, we had no chance in that series. That was the one where I knew we were no chance for the Dodgers in that one. So Yes. Derek Jeter. We got 10 million. The Bucs got 12, but it hadn't been updated since the Hicks isn't official, right? And I think they're going to front load or back load it. So they're going to make room. So there'll be room for Gronk. Probably not any room for JPP, but we'll have to wait and see. That's big facts. It's always go Astros. What do you think about a lot of the guys of like Springer and a lot of the guys that aren't on the team anymore? I mean, I think at this point, I mean, even though they've lost some guys and obviously the batting averages aren't really as high as they were with the garbage can scandal and whatnot, it shows you with the pitching and Verlander. I mean, they're still a good team. And I mean, it's kind of easy to be a good team when you're playing a bunch of other teams in the division that suck. Angels, Rangers, Mariners, and fucking A's. They can't even get fans to come into their fucking stadium. That's facts. So there you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, but we'll see. But like I said, my mental health and anxiety and depression, you know, it was not very good last week. And I took a few days off, and it definitely, you know, was one of those things. Sometimes you got to take a couple steps back to go, you know, a few steps forward. But I feel really, really good today. And the rest of the week, you know, sometimes I'll just go through these modes where it kind of creeps out of nowhere. And I'm a guy of, you know, routines. So I always try to, you know, put myself in a good position for like, you know, Simpsons or King of the Hill, you know, watching, you know, whatever sports or wrestling that's going on to put myself in a good headspace. But yeah, it definitely was really, really tough. But Stranger Things 4 made my life happy. Obi-Wan was good if you're a Star Wars guy or a girl. That was good. They had 2 episodes that they debuted, and that definitely was good for my mental health. But I mean, if you guys, you know, go through mental health stuff too with anxiety or depression, it's not fun. And I don't, you know, see a therapist. I'm not on any meds or anything. Usually it's like, you know, I'll just go through the funk, you know, for a little bit, and then I climb my way out. But I like to be in a routine. So that's why I like to grind and record, you know, for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. And I try to do that almost every day to keep my mind busy. So I'm not, you know, alone with my own thoughts. You know what I mean? Sometimes I can go outside and I can, you know, take Paisley for a walk. And, you know, obviously she's been a big part of me turning my life around. And obviously, you know, being a puppy, you know, 8 months ago, and now, you know, being the beautiful dog that she is, she definitely brings a lot of love into my life and a lot of joy into my life. And I try to take her on walks and spend time with her as much as I can. It definitely makes me happy. But even with the dog, you know, sometimes, you know, mental health shit just kind of creeps up out of nowhere. And I am doing Mental Health Mondays on the channel. I just didn't get a chance to do it yesterday because I still was kind of going through everything. But I do feel good now. I got some beers. I got some gummies. Life is good. Life is good now. I got Oregon 7, Arizona 0 on a classic from 2009. I got the Dodgers losing to the Pirates 4-2. And we're just talking a little bit of NFL, NHL, MLB, NBA. Obviously with predictions, I told you guys, you know, a lot of people want to question if I have ESP. I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in 21 years. So people bet a lot of money on what I say. I told you before the playoffs started that it was going to be the Warriors and the Celtics. It happened. And I'm telling you, the Warriors are going to win. I would assume in 6. I would assume I can give Tatum a little credit with him and obviously Marcus Smart, Defensive Player of the Year, as well as Jaylen Brown. But I just don't think you're going to be able to beat them 4 times unless Steph Curry gets hurt, Clay gets hurt, Draymond gets hurt, Jordan Poole, or Wiggins. But I don't see that happening. I definitely see the Warriors winning the championship. And then with the NHL playoffs, I got the Tampa Bay Lightning as well as the Colorado Avalanche. And I said that before the playoffs started. And there's a good chance that those teams might advance as well. But today's story, Akiem Hicks, old as hell, but a good run stuffer. I would like to see more than 3.5 sacks out of you, my guy. But you pair him up with Vita Vea. I'm excited to see what direction the team goes. Obviously, it can only help us, but we still need to figure out if JPP is coming back. And we definitely need Gronk if we want to have any chance to be able to win the NFC South against the Saints, or if we want to at least get to the NFC Championship game, or, you know, make a deep, deep run. Because I'm going to try to get to one more Super Bowl with Brady. Because right now, I mean, every Tampa Bay player will tell you it's Super Bowl or bust. I mean, that's really what it is. Because after this year, he might go into the booth. And so I'm going to try to get, you know, as many wins as possible as I can. And that's big facts. It's not going to go in 7. You know what I mean? The Boston doesn't have, they've already gone through a multiple like 6 and 7 game series, and they're going to be tired. You know what I mean? And obviously the Warriors are the hardest team to guard. I don't see them keeping up. and being able to win 3 games, against the Warriors. I just don't see it, man. I mean, like I said, I can watch regular season and I can watch playoffs. This team is destined for the championship. It's all about experience. The best player on the floor is going to be this guy. All right. This might be the second best player, but then also you got the X factor, and it's this guy right here. They don't have one. You got Williams and you got Horford and you got some guys, but they don't have the same impact. This is the current, Dennis Rodman of this generation. And without him, there is no championship. With him, you are going to win. So we'll see if I'm right, but I got Warriors in 6. Could be Warriors in 5. I doubt it, but I think that I got to give Boston some love. I think that they're good enough to win a couple, maybe win one, at home and maybe steal one on the road, possibly. But I definitely got the Warriors winning it all. They seem like a team of destiny, just like the Colorado Avalanche, I think, is a team of destiny for the NHL this year. So we'll see. And I don't watch as much NBA or NHL, but, we'll see. I usually get natties right. I usually get Super Bowls right as well. Yeah, your farm system is legit. That's facts. Allen in the building. We damn boys. Cowboys in the building. What to do? I'll trade you Zion. Useless ass for anybody. No, we don't want him. You know what I mean? He wants to probably play in a bigger market. He needs to lay off the cheeseburgers. Everyone's saying that Zion was going to be so much better than Ja Morant is laughable. Obviously you saw Ja in college. You knew that he was obviously a different position, but he was more all around. And Zion, obviously, with his legs and the weight, the injuries are following him from Duke all the way to the pros. And, yeah, I don't know if he'll ever be able to stay healthy. That's facts. I think he's going to be pretty good. I mean, he's witty, and you're able to see. I was like, for me being a Tampa fan, I was like everyone else. We didn't really have a lot of love for Brady or Gronk or Belichick and the Patriots. And, obviously, there's a lot of kind of hate for the Cowboys for whatever reason. Cowboys and Patriots are kind of the hated teams in the NFL if you're not a fan of those teams, right? But once Brady and Gronk came over and you're able to kind of see their personality and they're not being micromanaged by Belichick, I think Brady will be good. I think Brady will be better than Breeze, but I don't think Brady will be as good as Tony Romo, but maybe give him some time and we'll see what he can do. You know what I mean? He's got to be able to be comfortable on the mic. And it's not like they're going to have to do play-by-play. Obviously, we know Jim Nantz is the best at play-by-play besides Gus Johnson, who's my favorite, but they're just going to be doing the color, which is just going to be doing like facts, maybe doing audibles and coverages and, just kind of going over the extra information. And I think Brady will be just fine in that. And I think Breeze could be good too. You just need to be able to find a home. So 15 hours a day. Jeez, dude. You sound like a lot of the other goats, you know what I mean, that work really, really hard. Because we got Nate the Great. He obviously works as like a regional manager for like Denny's in Arizona, like in Phoenix, and he's usually putting up like 14 to 18 hour days. I don't even know how the hell that's possible, working that much and, barely getting any sleep and then going back the next day. But I imagine you're making bank, and, Nate the Great is, donated $500 twice to the channel. So, I mean, he's making the cheddar, but I don't know, mentally that would be really draining. And obviously I used to do 2 or 3 jobs. I used to do phone sales and this, warehouse work and this, but I've, worked really, really hard to get to this point. And since January of this year, I'm full-time with YouTube. So I'm trying to be able to just grind it out. And obviously it's taken me 10 years to be able to do this full-time. So it's not easy. If you got dreams and goals, you got to hustle and you got to grind and you can't quit and you can't give up. I've had a partner quit on me. I've gone through depression. I've gone through anxiety. I've gone through a lot of the ups and downs, but this is my 6th year on YouTube, 10 years in recording, and I don't plan stopping anytime soon. We're about 150 subs away from 20K. We hit 20K twice already, but we kind of fluctuate and we go up and down. A Grossi raid, we were at like 20,100, but a lot of those people took their subs away. But once me and Grossi collab, and I'll be the first one to collab with him that's not part of his Clickbait Sports, that's in his friend group, when we end up playing each other in week 3, I think we're going to end up having a huge uptick in sub count increase, as well as just more fans. And, I'm not trying to steal away any of the Grossi posse, but if you're going to be able to add some people to the channel here, which would be great. And we've already got, the most famous mod in Holly Hundo, who's a mod for not only Grossi, but for me as well. And we're going to get more and more people to join the Fanatic family, which will be exciting. But I don't know what's going to happen with the Packers and the Bucs, but at least we get Rodgers and at least we get Brady. And we were going to collab for the NFC Championship game, but His team lost to the Niners. I lost to the Rams, and we weren't able to do it. But at least we play each other in the regular season, and we might even play each other in the playoffs. So that's definitely going to be exciting, man. That's facts. They will never do that because one of them has to be play-by-play, and Breeze and Brady are not good enough to do it. If you really think about it, play-by-play is the hardest thing to do in sports, okay? As far as announcing. And if you look at people on YouTube, there's a lot of people that try to do it. And there's me, there's Grossi, there's a few people that I think are really, really great at what they do on the live play-by-play, but there's a lot of people that stink and they're not very good. And then you see the people on TV, a lot of them aren't really that good. I mean, I can't listen really to Joe Buck or Troy Aikman, and that's good for me and Grossi and a lot of the people that are on YouTube, because that way you can at least lower the volume and you can listen to us call games. But obviously, being an NFL player, you have to know pronunciation. You have to be able to enunciate. You have to be able to know all the coaches, the GMs, the bench warmers, the water boys. I mean, you got to be able to put in a lot of work. And people don't realize how great Jim Nantz is. He is by far the best. I'm a John Madden, Pat Summerall guy back when I was a kid. But Jim Nantz and Romo by far are the best duo. But I like Gus Johnson as well. But he usually does college football primarily, sometimes NBA, sometimes college hoops, sometimes NFL. But Gus Johnson's energy, I like that part. I mean, he makes anything sound exciting. But you're never going to have Breeze and Brady in the booth at the same time because they're not good enough to do play-by-play. That's just hands down. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be able to have someone that is fluent on doing the play-by-play, and it's not an easy thing to do. That's facts. 2 jobs, 18 to 20. Man, there you go. Graduating from Bama. Congratulations. I know you're going to be doing that, and you're going to have your own anime. Hey, maybe I can do a voiceover for you. But yeah, we do have a lot of fans that work really hard. I mean, we got Holly Hundo, who's a vet. I mean, I got paramedics, doctors. We got a lot of different, kind of college kids all the way up to like the high up, people up there. And, it's just great to be able to have the support, regardless if you're in college and you're going to graduate like Calvin, or if you got someone like Holly Hundo, who's a vet, who's grinding it out, who gets, front row seats for the Chiefs during the playoffs. It's pretty crazy. A lot of the big goats that donate heavy to me, they work really, really hard for their money. And I appreciate them very, very much of supporting me. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of an old thing. You know what I mean? I don't get compensated for doing that at all. There's a lot of people that do them, but you don't really get anything for them. It's like I don't get any donations for those reaction videos. You don't really get paid for them, or you don't really get any incentive to do them, except if I just do it for me or if I do it for the fans. But the program that I was using before to do them was kind of acting a little funny, so I had to switch to a different platform for streaming. But if I can get that other platform to work, because I can't do it on this platform for the reaction videos the way that it's set up, I would have to use the other one. And then when I was using the other one, there was like lag. And I mean, I have really good internet. I have Ziply, which is like through Frontier, which is through like Verizon. So I got really good internet, like 300 up, 300 down, something crazy like that. But for whatever reason, with the programs that I was using, it was just really choppy and it wasn't even my internet. So I've kind of, gone away from that. Maybe if I can get that program to work, I'll end up doing reaction videos this upcoming season. But, like I said, it's like I'm going to be doing Sunday night football, Monday night football, right? And then I'm also doing Thursday night football. And then I'm doing streams at night for 4 to 8 hours a day. So if I end up doing a reaction video, the earliest I can probably do them is Tuesday. And by that time, it's almost too late. Because then if I do some on Tuesday and Wednesday, I mean, if you're going to do a reaction video, you almost need to do them Sunday night. You know what I mean? Or Monday. And I can't even get into the studio because my girlfriend works from home. So I can't even hop online until about 4 p.m. So, I mean, if I have time to do them, I'll try to do a few. But, it's like I can just not do live streams and just do reaction videos. And I know I can gain a lot more subs that way. But, I mean, if I'm doing this full time, I have to be able to pay rent and I have to pay bills. So if I'm only doing reaction videos like a lot of people do, they're not making any money. They're not making anything. You know what I mean? So even if you're getting a lot of views on them, like I used to back in the day, you don't get paid dick. Like, the YouTube eats off people like that, where they can just, they can promote them because they're not having to pay them, and they're putting their ads on people's reaction videos and whatnot. But I mean, you're getting nothing. I mean, I can't live off $100, a month or $200 a month. So, I mean, I got to be able to put myself in a position to be able to, pay rent, pay bills, take care of the family, take care of the puppy, and do all that. But maybe I will try to do some, if I can get that other program to work. But I don't know, reaction videos are kind of an old fad. That was something that was kind of hot in like 2017, but nobody really does them anymore. Almost everybody does live streams now. So, but I know I can do, some of the best reaction videos because I'm going to give you original content. I'm going to give you custom nicknames. I'm going to give you, custom catchphrases, and I'll be able to break down the stats at the end. But I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably do some, but like I said, by the time I do them, like on Tuesday and Wednesday, it's almost too late at that point. You want to be relevant, but it's like, I got Sunday night football and then boom, Monday night. I don't have time to do any Monday morning because the girlfriend's in the room here. Now, if she worked at another location, then I could pump them out Monday morning and we would be good. But, I got to be able to kind of facilitate my time and whatnot. So, yeah, but I'll try to do some. I mean, usually I try to do some for the Eagles and the Saints. I try to take care of the fan bases, the Chiefs, the fan bases that take care of me the most, because those are the ones that usually donate the heaviest to me. And usually I try to take care of those fan bases the most. So, the Cardinals won 3-2. Nice. Walltown Best 88 paid my house off today. I'm blessed. Now, if I get my truck paid off, I'll be debt free. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. So that's a Brewers fan. I wanted the Padres. Yeah, obviously that division's going to be tough with Brewers and Cardinals coming down, and they might even play each other in the playoffs. It'll be crazy. With your knowledge, you could be doing rookie season player predictions, even if you went for just first rounders. Yeah, I could definitely do something like that. Yeah, but you know what I mean? I'm just trying to be able to put in the grind and the effort, and I'm doing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams, and you know what I mean? I'm trying to be able to give an original product that you're not going to get anywhere else. And obviously there's going to be people that imitate and often imitated, never duplicated, just like with Sack Lunch, just like with all the catchphrases and whatnot, and Uncle Mo and having Peter Schrager steal that. I mean, it's kind of flattering that, people like Peter Schrager and Madden, watch the channel and steal from me and, try to be able to, say that they made it up and that was their thing. But having Sack Lunch in the video game is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Me obviously making that up and obviously going over Uncle Momentum and being the originator of that and having Schrager steal that twice and obviously in the playoffs. It is what it is, but it's just like, at least give me credit. But of course, when you're Peter Schrager and you're on Good Morning Football, you're not going to admit that you're watching YouTube channels to get your content. You know what I mean? Because then obviously people would lose respect for obviously him, but obviously now you don't have Nate Burleson or Kay Adams there. I don't even know if I'm going to even watch Good Morning Football. At this point, I'm just going to be watching Pat McAfee show, maybe The Herd with Joy Taylor and Colin, and then I'll just be doing my own grind. So, all right. Appreciate you, man. I don't know if you're going to be Marvin Harrison's a Hall of Famer. I don't know if Olave is going to be a Hall of Famer. That might be a little bit of a stretch. I think Marvin's going to be, if you look at Marvin's game, better route runner than Olave. We know Olave's got some skills, but obviously you had Peyton Manning, and you had certain guys throwing to him. You're having Jameis Winston. So, if you had Drew Brees, then maybe, you're going to have better chemistry with Michael Thomas, Olave, and Jarvis Landry, Taysom Hill at tight end. But remember, it's Jameis. So, you obviously got the LASIK, and he's going to be obviously better than when he was in Tampa because he can fucking see now. But, we're talking about Jameis Winston, not Drew Brees. So I think we got to be able to keep that in mind as well. So everyone thinking that Michael Thomas is going to have a big season like he did with Drew, I don't know. He'll probably have a good season, but as big of a season he had with Drew, I doubt it. You know what I mean? Especially when you have a lot of footballs going around here, right? And then obviously with the rookie here as well. So Taysom Hill will be stealing some of those looks away also. But it's going to be exciting, man. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, but I am looking forward to the collab, though, because like I said, when we ended up getting raided by Grossi in October, that was the day that I got my puppy, and we ended up getting like 400 subs to get me over 20K, which is great. I got awesome people to be a part of the channel, like Holly Hundo And we got $620 in donos from the Grossi posse in like 45 minutes. And Holly Hundo did 320 out of the 620. So the least I could do was ask her to be a mod for the channel. And she said yes. And she's been a part of the channel ever since. And once we end up, collabing with Grossi, it's going to be huge because obviously him and Clickbait Sports are the biggest right now. I mean, there's a lot of channels that are out there, but obviously Grossi and his fan base, he's got an awesome channel. Let's just be honest. You know what I mean? And maybe down the road, I can be the sixth member. I can be the sixth man of Clickbait Sports. I think I got the talent to do it. I have the hard work ethic. I got the knowledge. I got the voice. I got the passion, but I got to be able to grind it out with him first, on some streams, and then Scooter Magruder and obviously Urinating Tree and, 5 Point Vids and Perna. All of them will see me at that point, and we'll kind of go from there. But no, I don't know if a lot of those guys even know who I am because everyone's so focused on their own channel. Because when they raided me, Grossi thought I was a Bengals fan because I was doing the Bengals and the Jags on like a Thursday night game. And so, I mean, I guess when you're a big YouTuber, you don't really follow the other YouTubers. But for me, I know who everybody is. I mean, I might not watch their videos, but, if it comes up on my timeline, I obviously know who's doing football, basketball, baseball. I know who the big YouTubers are. And I'm probably the one that's the lowest on the sub count. But I feel talent-wise and obviously the fan base and what we have here, I think we are one of the best. It's just a matter of being able to get newbies to find the channel and to be able to kind of grow and go from 20K to 30 to 40 to 50K and then eventually over 100K. But, we got to just put in the work and put in the time. So that's facts. Okay, Sarah. I'll hold it down, obviously, until we get maybe Jameson Meza in the building, and then hopefully we can end up getting some of the GOATs in the room. Maybe we'll end up getting maybe Mr. Williams, maybe Shepard Williams, maybe Holly Hundo, but I'm going to keep grinding it out. And I know you got to wake up early, so thank you for stopping in. And like I said, we'll make sure we get to a good number. And like I said, we typically get to 200 or more. A little slow right now. We're at $11, but I'm not worried about it. I mean, there's been times where we've been at $50 or less after 3 or 4 hours, and then we finished at $250 to $500. So you just got to keep grinding it out. No problem. And obviously, this is an open forum, so anything that you guys want to talk about, please do. You guys want to talk about wrestling? We can do that. You guys want to talk about AEW, WWE? We can do that. You want to talk about Stranger Things? You want to talk about that? That's fine. You want to talk about the Warriors and the Celtics on Thursday? We can talk about that. You want to talk about Obi-Wan? We can talk about that. I mean, literally, there's nothing really off the board. I'm just here grinding and hustling. So it's whatever you guys want to talk about. Your boys here. Yeah, a lot of y'all, you just been grinding it out. And like I said, for me, being able to stay up late is kind of nice. I mean, I still wake up early because even if I stream until midnight, 1, 2 a.m., I still usually wake up around 7 a.m. most of the time, to be able to spend time with Paisley or take her for a walk and, do my due diligence and whatnot. So. Fucking incredible. I mean, I'm not sure if you are a fan. I'm a super fan. So as soon as it comes out, I mean, I'm on it. You know what I mean? Like binge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, as soon as it comes out. And then the final 2 episodes are going to be in July. And then they're going to record season 5 and then the show will be over. But I think season 1, you could argue season 1 and season 4 were probably the best. And then 2 and 3 were after it. But I think this season you could argue was the best, if not the best, second best to season 1. But it's very, very good. I would highly recommend watching the show. And obviously, I always like to, give you guys, my input, on things that are great. Obviously we got Stranger Things. That's great. We already know that's fantastic. You got shows like this. Even though this show has ended, Shameless is great. And then I'm always trying to point you in, other directions too, like, Mayans, MC, which is kind of like Sons of Anarchy, but with the Latino biker gang, which I love. Ozark finished recently with Jason Bateman, great. True Blood, love that. Game of Thrones, fantastic. Dexter, great. Breaking Bad, love that. Vikings, great. I mean, so it's just a matter of what you guys enjoy watching other than sports. That's big facts. You watch the first 3 seasons. Yeah, and the season 3 came out 3 years ago. So you may want to do a refresher on season 3, unless you remember it. That's what me and my friends did here in Oregon. We ended up watching season 3 and binged it last week just to kind of get up to speed. And, because I watched season 3 when it debuted, and then we watched it maybe like a year later. But then, I haven't watched it for like a year or two since then. Watched it last week, binged it, and then obviously binged season 4. But it's fantastic, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you, man. Good pickup for us. And I know some people want to hate on it, but, a lot of the people that are hating on it, besides maybe Calvin, because, he had him early in his career. He's old. I get it. He's not going to get me 10 sack lunches. He's not fucking Aaron Donald. I get it. Okay. But, I wanted Sue. I wanted Sue more. You know what I mean? I wanted Sue more. He got 6 sack lunches for me last year. Last 2 years, Akiem Hicks has only gotten 3.5, 3.5. So there is room to get 3.5 to 6. But, I guess 35 years old is too old for the Bucs. But with Vita Vea and Hicks, it's going to be one of the best duos. Even though, Hicks is older, we should be able to stop the run on a high level. And that's really what it's about. I don't expect a lot of sack lunches from this man right here or this man, just to stop the run, deflect some passes, cause pressure, cause some hurries, you know what I mean? And hopefully we can end up, getting ourselves into the dance, and we'll see how far we can go. But really the question now is JPP or Gronk. And I think we're going to get Gronk in 2 or 3 weeks. And then this might be the casualty. We might miss out. And I don't know, man. I would have personally rather wanted JPP and Sue over this. But if you're talking about a guy other than Sue, not bad. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't that bad of a next man up mentality. A poor man's Sue. You know what I mean? I know Bears fans wanted him back. Packers wanted him. Cowboys wanted him. A lot of, I think, fans wanted him. And that means Sue might go to the Rams. But I think Raiders might be the number 1 destination. So I think so, too. You're going to get people talking shit, but I like the move, The $10 million was a little much, but it's up to $10 million. So they'll probably backload the contract to make more room for other people. So. All right, I got Oregon 14, Arizona 7. It's LaMichael James and Jeremiah Masoli. This is on the Pac-12 network. So I'm not sure if you got Pac-12 network there in Hawaii, but if you want to watch a little LaMichael James, a little Masoli, it's pretty sweet, dude. 14-7. Oregon is ranked 11th, and this is the year that Chip Kelly, his first year, we went to the Rose Bowl. In 2008, he was the OC, and we played against Des Bryant at Oklahoma State. I remember that. And then obviously this is the year that we ended up going to the Rose Bowl and playing Ohio State and losing. But it was the first year of Chip Kelly in the Chip Kelly era. And Nick Foles is the quarterback for Arizona, I believe. You binged it last weekend. There you go. Well, he's not signed yet. So I don't know. I need Gronk and JPP. I need both. You know what I mean? Especially if we're losing Sue. I need JPP and I need Gronk. But, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm excited. Anytime Tampa can get a player, I'm excited. You know what I mean? I need depth. I need players. Yeah, things were kind of up and down for me last week. I was struggling with a little bit of depression and anxiety, but I feel really good now. So hopefully we get some goats in the room, and your boys hustling and your boys grinding as usual. God, it's hot as hell. In Oregon, it's not Hawaii weather, but we definitely have like 75 to 78 degree weather, which is kind of hot. For us, my AC is obviously in the bedroom, so I got a little fan in here, but with all the photography lights and everything like that, it definitely gets pretty hot in here. That's facts. All right, Oregon 14, Arizona 7. Ooh. And then I got the Dodgers and the Pirates on. And what else do I got on here? Mariners beat the Orioles 10-0, I believe, so that was nice. And they got a replay of Game 7 on NBA TV, and then on NFL Network maybe later tonight. Do we have any games? Nah, it seems like it's all like NFL Total Access crap. Mike Jorgensen, Oregon radio analyst. All right, so we got Dodgers down 4-2 to the Pirates. God, it's hot in here. But we're going to get this on 2 days. We're going to have Celtics and we're going to have the Warriors, which will be exciting. And then obviously you got to get up on the Stranger Things or the Obi-Wan if you guys want other things to watch. But the big news, obviously today, Akiem Hicks signed to the Buccaneers 1 year up to $10 million. And it'll definitely help stop the run for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2022. Pairing up with Vita Vea, who arguably is the second best D tackle in the league to Aaron Donald. And I don't know if he's going to retire or not, or, you know, there's speculation that he might walk away. I doubt it, but you never know. But if he does walk away, I think Tampa moves up to being the number one team. Them, the Saints, the Packers, the Niners will all move up. And obviously the Rams will still be a top 4 team, but with no Aaron Donald, that's a big loss. So we'll see on what happens there.
Cancer is very smart, and every time we think we have
Chase Claypool. I mean, I don't really listen to a lot of the guys that are on TV. A lot of them just do stuff for ratings and for clicks and whatnot. I mean, anybody that's going to be doing TikTok shit, of course, you're going to get the older players that are going to say that those guys are immature. You know, Juju, Chase Claypool, and any of these guys and whatnot. But I mean, obviously, we saw Claypool in his rookie year. He balled out. Then last year, not so much. But obviously, Big Ben and his noodle arm didn't really help. And now you got Pickett. So, and then Juju's no longer there either. So Deontay Johnson and Claypool should benefit, as well as Pat Fryer-Muth, as well as Najee Harris. So we'll see what happens. But I wouldn't look into too much of what these NFL players say. A lot of it's just for clicks. A lot of it's just clickbait shit. And sometimes they say shit that they don't even mean. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Did you have a good holiday weekend there in Hawaii, Matt? Exactly. Yeah, no Devontae Adams, no MVS, a lot of rookies. If you actually go and look at, Aaron Jones, a lot of screen passes. You're going to be going to a lot of the newbies. But again, when you do have Aaron Rodgers, he is going to make a lot of the players better. But I don't see them winning a Super Bowl. I don't even know if they're good enough to make an NFC championship game. I mean, obviously the Rams are better. I think the Buccaneers are better. And I think the Saints might even be better. And the Niners could possibly be better too. I think Packers will still be good, and they have a good chance of winning the North. And the Vikings are going to be getting better and better since they have Kevin O'Connell, but they still need to work on the O-line and the defense. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how good Aaron Rodgers really is with a lot of these rookies and the newbies. That's facts. Yeah. Yeah, they might slide back a little bit, the Chiefs as well as the Packers. Both teams might slide back a little bit. I still think the Chiefs are going to be good enough to be in the playoff hunt, but we just got to see how good Denver and the Chargers and the Raiders are going to be. I mean, would I be surprised if the Chiefs won the division? No. Would I be surprised if they got second? No. Would I be surprised if they got third and missed the playoffs? No. I mean, it's going to be really tough, to see where it goes. Yeah. Well, obviously in the playoffs, I think most people don't fear him at all. You know what I mean? It's like you can be great in the regular season, but I don't think the Saints, the Niners, Tampa Bay, or the Rams really are fearing him whatsoever. If anything, we feel that we're going to beat them. You know what I mean? I don't think anyone really feels that, oh, God, Rodgers is coming to town. You know what I mean? So Sammy Watkins, injury prone. Christian Watson's pretty nice. Amari Rodgers and Cobb. Cobb is old. Rodgers, Lazard is actually halfway decent. You know what I mean? But he's had some injuries, obviously, at the latter part of the year. But it's a lot of guys that are kind of unproven. So he's got Cobb as the old school vet. Sammy always gets hurt. Watson could be the guy. Him and Alan Lazard, you know what I mean? Those could be the best guys. But, I mean, we're going to have to kind of wait and see. But with that being said, there's enough talent there with Watkins, Cobb, Watson, Rodgers, and Lazard where, and obviously with Aaron Jones, where they could still, win 10, 11, 12 games and win the North. You know what I mean? It's like you got the Bears who suck, the Lions who suck, And I think the Vikings will be pretty good. That could be a sleeper team. You know what I mean? But, I mean, how many wins are the Vikings going to get? I mean, they're probably going to be around that. And if everything goes right for them, maybe around that 9 to 10 win range. But it could be a little bit less. And then they keep building the team up. But at some point, the Vikings are going to take over the Packers, I feel, in the North. But you're going to have to beef up the O-line and beef up the defense a little bit more. O-line and defense are going to be critical, but I do like O'Connell. I like Cousins. You know, I like Dalvin Cook, but he gets hurt. You know, I like Justin Jefferson. I like Thielen. I like a good chunk of that roster. But really the question mark is the O-line and the defense, even though the defense was improved in the offseason. But Kevin O'Connell is really the big X factor for them. Cobb is about useful as me going out the running routes. Yeah, he's a little old, isn't he? That's facts. Well, we're sitting at, what are we sitting at? $11. So hopefully we can get to a hundo. Usually I have Sarah handle the dono part, but we'll see if we get Jameson in the building and maybe he can handle the donos for me from now until then. And then, like I said, once we get to that first hundo, then usually everything is downhill from there. So we'll get there. But shout out to my boy Julio, even though he got booted out of the game towards the end. You know, he's starting to find himself, obviously, on the baseball field. But our Mariners suck. Not very good, but hey, at least I got something to look forward to when the Mariners are on. Ooh, big hit. Jeff Mail. Oh, my gosh, some of these names out here. This is 2009, Matt Payton. I think it's that 2-A and wow, we got some old school guys out here. 2009 Ducks, dude. Going against Nick Foles, Jeremiah Masoli. Third down and 4, Ducks. Masoli. And then we had Darren Thomas. I actually like Masoli. You know what I mean? Then we had LeGarrette Blount and we had LaMichael James. But if LeGarrette Blount didn't punch the kid after the kid, you know, called him the N-word, and knocked him out, and he got suspended. He should have been gone for the whole year, and then it gave the opportunity for LaMichael, you know, to get out there and show what he could do, you know, and be in the Heisman race. But then we got him at the end of the year against like the Beavers, and it wasn't obviously good enough to beat Ohio State. But obviously that was a nice duo, LeGarrette Blount and LaMichael. That was nice, and that was kind of the beginning of the Chip Kelly era. 14-10 Ducks. Get him. And I like this old school era. Ooh. Big blindside hit by Arizona. Wow. And this was the start of like the winged gloves and the winged jerseys and whatnot. Brent Musburger, Kirk Herbstreit, and Lisa Salters are calling the game. Nick Foles is quarterback for Arizona. So it shows you how old it is. There we go. Thank you, Calvin. Appreciate you. $1 for each fight that Trevor Penning get in this season. You think he's going to get in a 5? He'll probably get in more. That was a good pickup for you guys with Olave and Penning, man. And you guys could have went Penning first, but to get Olave and then Penning was still there. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. $5 for my boy Calvin Griffin. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And I know we'll get some goats to come through. Bang, bang! $5 for my boy Calvin Griffin. I think that puts us at $16 in donos. I know we'll get to 100 and then we'll get to 200 before the stream is over because I'm streaming probably for another 3 or 4 hours. So, you know, I got to put in that hustle and grind. Missing, you know, about 4 or 5 days, you know, having depression and anxiety when you have bills is not a good look. You know what I mean? But I can't fake it. You know what I mean? I just can't hop on the stream with depression and anxiety and put a fake smile on my face and just grind it out. I have to be feeling good. And obviously that hurt the income a little bit, but you know, I'm here now and mentally I feel good. Thank you so much, Calvin. I appreciate you. All right, baby, $16 in donos so far. Let's get to a hundo. Woo, another one. Bang! Bianca Belair, still the GOAT. I agree. There we go, baby. Thank you, Calvin, with back-to-back donations. Thank you, brother. Bang, bang! I always know that I can count on GOATs to RKO the donations for me. Thank you so much, brother. And like I said, sometimes we'll get Cyberpunk 53 or Holly Hundo or Mr. Williams or Shepard Williams. And like I said, every dollar counts. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. There we go. Island. Now we're on a little Donotron. Island with $1. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. And normally I have Sarah handle this dono thing, usually, so that way I don't have to do it. But normally I'll have Jameson Mason step in, but I don't think he's in the room right now either. So I guess I have to do it for now until I get – and Elliot's gone at the Cardinals game, so I can't have him do it. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. $5 from Calvin Griffin. $5 from Calvin Griffin. $1 from Island. That puts us at, what, $22. Thank you.
We were so devastated, and it felt like the momentum kind of stopped at that point.
In the last 4 drives, 3 and out, an interception, and 2 more 3 and outs.
Most of the rest of the game was really painful to watch because we were so nervous.
There we go. $22 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. $5 from my boy Calvin Griffin. $5. Bianca Belair is still the GOAT. I'll get you a photo here in a second. And then $1 by my boy Island. And for anyone that thinks $1 doesn't matter on Cash App or on the YouTube Super Chat, it does. Every dollar counts. You know what I mean? It's great that people sub. It's great that people smash the like button. But when you're doing this full time and I have no other income, you got to be able to hustle and grind. And that's why I do, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. And obviously with Sarah, she's no longer on unemployment and she has to wake up early. So I'm going to have to find someone else that's going to be able to help me with the donos. So that way I don't have to be doing the messages in the chat and whatnot. So, but thank you so much, man. I appreciate you guys. Calvin Griffin, appreciate you. Bang, bang. Calvin Griffin, bang, bang. Island, bang, bang. Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah. Allen Robinson will have a better year than Robert Woods ever had there. I mean, he has a chance to be a top, 12, top 10 receiver with Cooper Kupp. I mean, as long as Stafford is back there, you're going to be putting up big, big numbers. That's facts. Bang for that Bianca photo. Thank you, man. Another $2. Thank you. That puts us at 24. Let me get the photo up first. Thank you, dude. You have no idea how much this means to me because the thing is that you don't know when the donations are going to come through. And sometimes I'll go 4 hours with nothing, but then we'll end with like 400 or 500. Sometimes we'll be at a big number right away, and then you don't get anything for a long time. But, every dollar counts. I thank you so much, dude.
Yeah, I was getting really frustrated with Masoli. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
I know that a lot of my friends throwing football around, they would call it the Masoli pass, where they hike the ball, jump and throw it just to the first person that they saw, just because there were times where it didn't seem like he was scanning the field.
At the same time, you'd go to watch the game and he would just lead us to victory every time.
It was the good, the bad, and the perfect with Masoli, and that's what the game was like.
Here we go. I got a nice HD photo for my favorite female wrestler. Besides, I like Dr. Britt Baker, DMD for AEW, but as far as WWE, it's Bianca Belair and Charlotte Flair for me. There we go. There we go. Yes, the champ, the EST of WWE, the strongest, the fastest, the bestest. Thank you so much, brother.
Passionate, strong, powerful. There's so much to offer and deserve to be included in society. And we're the trusted ally and utility champion to rely on. Acer Seals. Acer Seals is leading the way for equity, inclusion, and access.
Bang, bang, bang. $24 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Thank you so much. Making sure I got all the numbers right. So we got $1 from Sarah. Then we had 10 from Odin's son. And then we had a $5, and then another $5. See, normally I don't do this. Normally this is someone else's job for me. So that way I don't have to go and spend time, making the comments and whatnot. I'd rather have someone else do it. But, I got to have someone, that is willing to do it and whatnot. But thank you so much, man. And then $1 from Island and another $2 from Calvin. So 11, and then let's see, 16, 21, 22, and then 24. All right, $24 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Thank you so much. Oh, we already know Sutton is a good player, just like Jerry Jeudy and a lot of the players that they have there. So Caitlin's back. Appreciate you. It's always good to have female representation on the channel. And usually we'll have a few females, here and there that'll, come to the channel and support. We'll have Holly Hundo. We'll have Sarah. We'll have Brittany. We'll have Zini Panini, but it just depends on what everyone is doing. We're in the off season right now. So, I mean, I got people that are going to be loyal and they're going to be here every night. And then we're going to have people that are busy and they got other things going on. But I'm always glad to have, someone new, someone that likes the Packers, someone that likes football. And it's always great to have female representation on the channel. And that's why most of the mods that I have on the channel for me are female. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jameson in the building. What to do? How are you, brother? Sarah's first day was today, and she is already gone because she needs to go get sleep. Do you want to handle the donos for me? Elliot is at the Cardinals game with Mick, and they didn't get a ball. They were in the outfield, and they were messaging me on Instagram the whole time. But if you could end up doing the donos for me, Jameson, I would appreciate that. We're at 24, so we're at $24 in donos, and we were sitting at 11 for quite a while, and then Calvin Griffin went off for 5, Island with a 1, Calvin with another 2. So if you can do that for me, that would be great. Island, no one is sleeping on the Saints. Maybe everyone else on planet Earth, but when you say that here on this channel, I mean, who gives the Saints more love than me? I mean, I give more Saints love than even Saints fans on their fucking YouTube channels and Instagram pages. You know what I mean? I call it how I see it. I mean, I'm a Bucs fan, but I don't need to be a hater. You know what I mean? And we already know that the Bucs and Saints and the Panthers and Falcons, we don't like each other, right? That's facts. But I'm not going to just be like, oh, just because they're the rival, I'm not going to give them any credit. And I know a lot of Saints fans don't want to give credit to anyone besides players on their own team. But, the defense is going to be good. Honestly, right now, for me, I mean, you got Rams 1, Buccaneers 2, and I probably have Saints 3 in the NFC. Even over the Packers and Niners, even though I think those teams should still be pretty good. But we got question marks with the wide receivers that obviously that the Packers have. Obviously, if you look at the Packers wide receiving core, it's now MVS. It's not Devontae Adams. So there's still talent there. I think Lazard, when he's healthy, is a guy that they can rely on. Watson could be that number one guy, maybe with Rodgers at some point. We'll see what Rodgers does. And Cobb is obviously that old vet. I'm not sure how much gas he has left in the tank. Sammy Watkins always gets hurt every year, so I don't know how long he'll be able to play. But I think Tampa, Rams, Tampa, Saints, Packers, Niners, and then Vikings as a sleeper team. Eagles are all obviously going to be pretty good too. And then Cardinals, those are kind of like the main teams right now, but we still got to wait and see what other free agents sign, injuries, and everything else. So awesome. It's great to hear, and I'm always happy to have you here. Right. So what's your prediction? I mean, obviously, if you're a Packer fan, you assume even with all the loss that you had with MBS and Devontae, you guys are predicting to win, 10 to 13 games and to finish number 1 in the North, and then Vikings will finish second. I would assume that's what most Packer fans think, but I think that the Vikings are getting closer. Kevin O'Connell was the OC for the Rams, so he's going to change the whole formula for the Vikings. So they're not going to be just that team that gets beat up by the Packers every year. And obviously with no MVS and Devontae, the wiggle room is going to be, it used to be like Packers here and then Vikings, but now it's going to be a little bit closer. And then once the Vikings get their O-line and their defense, kind of right, the Vikings may win the North, at some point in the next 3 years. It could be this year. Surprisingly, it could be next year or the following year. But if you got Aaron Rodgers, you have to assume that you're going to win the division as long as he's there. So.
James slips through, just short of the end zone.
12-5. Did you look at your whole schedule to see all the teams that you play? Obviously, having first place schedule is tough. Tampa's schedule is rough. Rams, Chiefs. If you're looking at a lot of the schedules, it's definitely tough. But I don't think your schedule is as tough as like the Rams, the Tampa, or Kansas City. But 12-5, 11-6, right? And for me, I don't need to win a bunch of games. 11 or 12 wins for Tampa, that's good enough for me too. I don't need to win 13, 14, and I don't even think anyone's going to win 14. I think the most that any team is going to win is probably 13. 13-4, and that might be like the Rams if Donald comes back, or maybe the Buffalo Bills. You know, they could maybe do 13 or 14 wins, but that's probably it. So, yeah, Julio would be cool, but his hamstrings are like spaghetti, because I know Tom Brady wants him. I know Matt Ryan wants him. But, I mean, if you're going to be paying money for Julio, let's say like $10 million for a year, well, how many games is he going to play? 5? I mean, is that really worth it? You know what I mean? And then he's going to be on IR the rest of the season. So I think that's the big thing. You know what I mean? Can we really trust a guy like that? And I would say at this point, you can't trust him. I mean, if you're okay with Julio playing 5 to 8 games, let's pray that those are the last 5 to 8 games, not the beginning 5 to 8, because then he's not going to be there in the playoff run. But yeah, I mean, I would rather have. I mean, I would have to go look on the market to see who else is available. Julio is a Hall of Famer, but he just hasn't been healthy in the last 5 years. So, yeah, I think I would even go Ty over. I think I would go Ty over Julio. Yeah, Ty is still available. You would assume that the Colts would have picked him up by now, but maybe they're just waiting to see, what else is available. And the longer that people wait, the less money they can, offer. You know what I'm saying?
It's not something you can get back.
I am an NCAA student athlete, and I pledge to be a champion of the league.
Yeah, but he hasn't been an explosive receiver in how many years, though? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm an NFC South guy, and I watch all the teams. I don't have any bias. I watch NFC South. I watch AFC. I watch all 32 teams, and I take a lot of pride in not having that bias and doing a lot of film study and going to the team websites and really putting in, my due diligence. But, I mean, Julio hasn't been good in quite a while. I mean, let's look up his stats, and then we can look up to see, like, how good Julio has really been in the last few years. And obviously he was injured last year. It was pretty much a non-factor.
I commit to building community, personally, and encouraging it for all.
I watch these things because we're stronger together.
I'm pulling up Julio's stats right now. All right.
Mental health is super important, something that we all need to start speaking.
So let's go for his TDs. You want to just go for that?
We need to take our time, maybe slow things down, and be aware of everything.
Let's just do receiving TDs. So rookie year, 8, 10, 2, 6, 8, 6, 3, 8, 6, 3, and 1. So last 2 years, he's only had 3 and 1. And that's kind of surprising for a guy that's a Hall of Famer. The guy's only hit double-digit touchdowns once in his career. But he does get a lot of yards. I mean, you know what I'm saying? 1,198 in his second year when he had 10 touchdowns. He's hit 1,593, 1,871, and 8 tutties in 2015. 1409, 1444, 1677, 1394, and the last 2 years, 771 and 434. So obviously the numbers aren't really that great with Julio in the last couple years. TY is injury prone as well, but I think I'd rather trust TY's numbers. Let's look at TY's numbers while we're doing it. TY Hilton.
So there are 2 quarterbacks in
Let's go back. TY Hilton stats.
Yeah, Nick Foles had a brilliant night up to this point, but so much still to be decided.
And I don't know why I'm losing my voice. I haven't been screaming at the TV or anything, but my voice is getting a little raspy. All right, so let's go for tutties. 7, 5, 7, 5, 6, 4, 6, 5, 5, and 3. So he's more productive than Julio. In the last 3 years, he's gotten 5, 5, and 3. So obviously it's been a down year for him. He only played 10 games last year. But let me go back to the Julio. I want to look at the how many games he's played. 10 games last year and 9 the year before. I mean, that's what you're paying for. It's like half a season. I agree. I don't even think he's not a top 40 either. I don't think so either. Yeah. Are you getting back on track? The Mariners beat the Orioles 10-0. So, Orioles suck.
Face mask.
Hey, but I'll take the dub any way that we can get. You know what I mean? Yeah, DK's big. He needs to work on his route running though. I know the Packers were thinking, oh, we can trade for a DK. I mean, that would be nice. That would definitely put you guys right there with the, whole, Devontae Adams, DK. There's a little bit of a drop off, but still DK is what, top 12 wide receiver. Some people would say top 10. You know what I mean? I personally like Tyler Lockett more. Tyler, get to the door and Lockett because I think he's just a better route runner. He doesn't drop, anything in the end zone. DK's got the body and he's got the popularity. But I think I'd rather trust the guy from the 20 to the 20s than rather go for the guy that just runs post routes and go routes. And he's been getting better on his route running the last couple years. But also you have Russell Wilson. So, but now you got Drew Lock. So we'll really see how good DK really is and Lockett. But I kind of feel bad for both of those guys because you're going to be obviously going downhill now with that roster.
There's 14 more yards for James.
2 hours, 2 hours and 9 minutes. And I'll probably stream for another 3. I mean, like I said, I got to be able to grind it out, man. So Michael James with the carry. All right, we got Dodgers and Pirates. I got Arizona 24 on Pac-12 Network with Nick Foles at quarterback with Jeremiah Masoli and LaMichael James for my Ducks. Go, LaMichael. I love watching LaMichael and DeAnthony Thomas play and like the old school Ducks. We'll see what happens this year for college football with Dan Lanning, but I mean, the Georgia game, I mean, I'm going to go to some of the games, and usually when I go, I get front row behind the Duck bench, but I mean, obviously I want to be able to call some games, here on the channel as well. Pac-10 freshman record, 1,259 yards, 183 rushes, 6.9 average, 11 tutties up to this point. LaMichael was a beast, but I knew him and DeAnthony weren't going to be able to make it on the NFL side. They were just too small, but they're Oregon legends though. And I love their jerseys, and I still rock them. Same thing with like Joey Harrington, Still rock the jersey. Mariota, Harrington, LaMichael, DeAnthony, Herbert. Those are the guys. Yeah, Drew Lock. Yeah, not going to be very good. Who dat? My boy, Gerald Black and Gold Lactose. What it do, man? Go, LaMichael. Ooh, big hit. Yeah, so not a whole lot of news. Obviously the Akiem Hicks was the big news. Obviously joining the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, my team, 1 year up to $10 million. That's going to be able to join old ass Akiem Hicks. I would think I would have preferred Sue, but Sue's 35. You pair it up with the number 2 nose tackle, D tackle in the NFL. Number 1, obviously, is this guy, Aaron Donald. But Vita Vea paired up with Akiem Hicks, we should be able to stop the run. If you ended up watching TV or Netflix over the weekend, obviously Stranger Things 4, fantastic. I recommend it. Obi-Wan was great, too, if you like Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars nerd, and I'm a Stranger Things nerd, Marvel nerd. I mean, I like all that type of stuff. So we got Celtics and Warriors. I predicted that those 2 teams would make it in the, before really the playoffs started. I think that the Warriors will win in 6, but we'll see. And then we saw the Avalanche beat out Edmonton in a shootout today. And then I think we might get Tampa Bay Lightning versus the Avalanche for NHL, but we'll have to wait and see. But I'm excited for this matchup. It's like you got the best defensive team, the best offensive team. Something's got to give. Usually defense wins championships, but normally you don't go against Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, and Andrew Wiggins. That's facts.
It hit the bar, and it was one of those like, no, come on, anything but that. That's the last thing that we wanted. Either miss it or make it, but don't get that close. And yet somehow,
Yeah, but you got to think, he might have dropped some passes, in college and whatnot. But if they didn't really think that Rodgers and him would have chemistry, because if Rodgers puts the football in the regular season where it needs to be. So, I mean, if you don't catch the passes, he's not going to go to you. So, obviously 50% of the targets went to Devontae Adams. So now you're going to have to be able to kind of, divvy it around and distribute it around. So if Watson starts dropping, that's just going to go to Lazard, Allen, the Lizard Lazard. He'll probably be the primary guy. Sammy Watkins, he kind of is injury prone. Cobb is a little older. So, I mean, we're going to have to see. Maybe Amari Rogers could be the guy that steps up with Lazard. But, I mean, Watson, they picked him for a reason, thinking that could be a guy that could possibly turn in, to their number 1 or number 2 guy. But we'll have to wait and see.
8 minutes and 2 seconds remain. Denmark, Arizona, led it by 10 at the Ducks battle right now. Line drive, kickoff, fielded on the 4.
Man City. Yeah, I don't really watch soccer. I mean, I've already got into NHL. I've got into NASCAR. I'm doing baseball. At some point, maybe I'll get into soccer. I mean, I'll do World Cup. You know what I mean? But I don't really get into soccer unless it's like Messi or Ronaldo or World Cup. But I did hear that there was some soccer going on. Yeah, you're going to need Amari Rogers to have a breakout year, and there's a good chance that he might. Obviously, Rogers is going to need people to go to. I think Allen, the Lizard Lazard, is probably his most reliable target, maybe besides Robert Tonyan. So Tonyan at tight end, as long as he doesn't get hurt. And besides also, Aaron Rodgers, right? You got him, and you got Aaron Jones. So a lot of screen passes, I would assume, to Aaron Jones as well. But it'll be a fun year. All right, Jameson, you going to handle the donos and whatnot for me? So, because Sarah's already going to bed, and she already left the stream. So, like I said, the first 100 is always the toughest, unless you end up getting a goat dropping the hammer. But no Holly Hundo yet, but hopefully we'll get her in the building. Cyberpunk 53, no Cyberpunk yet. He's usually working graveyard, from 5, 6, 7 p.m. until 6 in the morning. So hopefully we'll end up getting him or a few other goats, hopefully to be able to help your boy out. Yeah, he's raw. And if Rodgers is throwing to him, I mean, he's going to put the football in the right place. You know what I mean? I don't really worry about, Rodgers during the regular season. It's really the postseason. But he's going to have to build chemistry. But I would assume, for the most part, it's going to be Aaron Jones, screen passes, right? And it's going to go to Allen the Lizard Lazard, the guy that he trusts the most. And then it'll go to like Tonyan. And then it'll go Watson or Amari Rogers or maybe Sammy Watkins after. You know what I mean? But they're going to have to prove themselves. And once you drop a few balls, Rodgers doesn't go to that guy anymore. Sometimes when you drop a ball, the quarterback will go back to you, like Brady and some of these other guys. But with Rodgers, if you drop a couple, it's like you might not get the football the rest of the game. So hopefully they'll be able to, figure that out. Gerald. That sounds like a hater prediction. I know you're a Saint fan, but that's what they were talking about, the Saints winning 8 or 9 games. I don't think anyone thinks the Packers are going to win 8 games. As long as Rodgers is there with the defensive players they picked up from Georgia, there's no way in hell they're going to win 8. They'll win much more than that. I mean, I'm not biased, so I just call it how I see it. I think the Vikings are going to be much better with Kevin O'Connell instead of Zimmer, and there's a chance that the Vikings win the division this year, next year, or the following year. But 8 games that's a little low, bro. That's a little low. Caitlin's like, that would suck. Yeah, Packers fans would not be happy with that. But they have been on top for a long time. I mean, when's the last time a team won the North other than the Packers? I mean, every 4 to 5 years, the Lions make a run, but that was when they had Megatron. The Vikings, every 3 to 4 or 5 years, make a wild card. But normally the Packers are the team. I mean, when you go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and you had Bart Starr prior to that, I mean, it's to go from Bart Starr and then you had a little bit of a gap and then Brett Favre and then Rodgers. It's almost not fair. But it's also crazy that you have Rodgers and Favre and you only have 2 rings, out of those guys, 1 ring each. Seems like should be much more than that, but it shows you how tough the NFL is. Yeah, those were the first 2 picks that they went for. They went defense, and then after that, then they started going for the Christian Watson and some other pieces that they needed.
Down in the end zone by Jackson of the Ducks.
$24. Can we get to 50, baby? I know we will. Yeah, I actually like the picks. I mean, I follow a lot of, college football and NFL. Like I said, I feel, with me, the film study and the research I do just as much as anybody else on YouTube, if not more, because a lot of people see the grind with me grinding on here for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours on the stream. But then you don't see what I do off camera, and I'm putting in a lot of time and effort when I'm not, on stream. I mean, I'm obviously hanging out with my puppy, but I'm also putting in a lot of grind and a lot of work too.
They had to produce points and they had to produce a touchdown. Down 7, just a little under 3 minutes left. Got to go 80 yards. This is it. What are you guys going to do? A game on the line.
You think that the Devontae Adams thing is going to be so big that they're not going to be able to recover?
It's why you watch college football for moments like that.
Going into that 2-minute drive, we just remember all the things that we work on in practice. Going into that, we got a confident quarterback, we got a confident receiver in Jeff Mayo, and you got a confident tight end in myself.
Oh, Jeff Mayo. That's a name. Remember that guy, Matt Payton, Jeff Mayo? He was a stud, bro. Oh, Gerald, black and gold night toes. Bang, $5. Thank you, bro. Nolan Saints in the building. Bang, bang. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. $5 for my boy, Gerald, black and gold, light toes. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Gang, gang. Love ya. Appreciate ya. Very, very much. Let's go. Let's go, Gerald. Hell yeah. That puts us at, 29? You got that, Jameson? 29. We're getting closer and closer, baby. I'm just waiting for one of the heavy hitters to come in and drop a 50 or 100 or a 200. I mean, like I said, I had a little depression and anxiety, which I'm not embarrassed to talk about. It was really rough. And, I've gone through times where I've lost my job and I've just, been bedridden and things have been really tough. But, since I've gotten my puppy, things have gotten much better. But it just kind of crept up on me last week. And I hate that feeling because, I'm not taking meds and I'm not seeing a therapist or anything like that. And usually I can climb out of it on my own. But sometimes it's just one of those things. It's just crazy, man. It's like I wouldn't wish it on anybody. And obviously mental health is so important. And that's why we do Mental Health Mondays, to be able to help people. I try to go over my own personal experiences and try to help people out. But gosh, it's tough. You know what I mean? But it took me 5 days to kind of climb out of it. And I hate that feeling. You know what I mean? But I'm back. I feel good. And like I said, we're on our way. Gang, gang. Thank you, Gerald. Appreciate you, brother. Time for a gummy. In Oregon, the gummies are the best. Let me tell you. They used to do 50 milligrams. Now they have 100 milligrams. So you get 10 milligrams per serving. So normally I would take 2 gummies. Now I only need to take 1. So if I take 1, it's like 2 from before. If I take 2 of these, it's like taking 4 of my other ones. And you don't really get loopy or anything. I mean, it'll make you kind of a little sleepy. You know what I mean? You just feel good. It's more like social high and whatnot. But yeah, I love it. Breweries, wineries, dispensaries. I mean, I got like 3 dispensaries 5 minutes from my house. Brewery about an hour away. Winery 45 minutes away. I mean, we really got everything here. I mean, I think that's why so many people love Oregon and they want to be able to move here. Because like once they visit, they usually don't go back. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours at the beach, 2 hours camping, 30 minutes downtown. If you want to go to like a Blazer game, you want to go to Eugene or the Oregon State, it's about an hour and a half away. I mean, everything is literally about an hour to 2 hours away or less in any direction. Camping, the mountains, if you want to ski or snowboard, if you want to go to the Pacific Ocean, anything that you want to do, it's not that far in any direction that you go. It's just a really cool, laid back place to live. That's facts. We're at 29. We gotta make it right. 29, not 30. 29, baby. I would like to say 30, but
Third and 11, I think it surprised everybody in the house. Everybody thought it was going to be a pass. I thought it was going to be a pass.
Looking back,
$29 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's go. I mean, I wish I could round up, but I want to be I want to be able to make it as right as possible. Yeah, he was just a good hard worker. I mean, he wasn't a guy that was going to be a good NFL player, but he was just a guy that, was a good route runner. He had incredible hands. And, anytime there was a 50-50 ball, he always got it. I mean, we just had a great team at that point. And honestly, that was the natty in 2010 that we should have won against Auburn against Cam Newton. When that one guy rolled on the top of that other guy and rolled on his back, that really fucked us over right there. But that was the natty that we deserved to win for the Oregon Ducks when we went undefeated. All the other ones, when we played Ohio State and we, with Mariota, when we played with Masoli, we had no chance against Ohio State or any of those other ones that we went to. But that one against Cam Newton, that was the one in 2010 that we should have won. Dodgers down 4-3 now. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to switch it over. I'm going to switch it over to the game. And that way I can watch the game on the TV because I have it on the computer. And it's got like a 30-second delay. I got NASCAR, Penn State. All right, let's see if the Dodger game is local. Let's see if it's okay. Perfect. All right, so I'm gonna turn this off. Is there any other baseball games that are worth watching? They got Diamondbacks and Braves, Athletics and Astros, Rockies and Marlins. Are any of those worth watching? Should I turn any of those on? Thank you, Gerald. Yeah. Dude, why you got to bring that up? Yes, Nick Fairley fucked us up. Yes, he did. Yeah. Fuck, man. I mean, Cam Newton, I mean, he was doing his thing, but yes. Yeah. I mean, we were the Ducks, though. I mean, we didn't have the same kind of recruits, as SEC teams, but that year was our year. We should have won it that year, but, it is what it is. Yeah, but I knew that Jeff Mayo wasn't going to do anything. It's like even LaMichael, and DeAnthony Thomas. Like you see Tyreek the free kill, and you thought, oh, DeAnthony could have been that. And he started off like that a little bit, in the early part of his career. And I know he's trying to get back in the league. And now he's like doing fishing and all this other stuff that's going on. He'll show up in Oregon for like duck stuff. I think he lives here still in Oregon in Eugene. LaMichael actually runs Killer Burgers here in Oregon, and he's making money off that. So these guys are still being successful outside of the NFL. But, I mean, even though they didn't pan out on the NFL side, I mean, they're still my favorites. I still love LaMichael, still rock the jersey, still love DeAnthony Thomas, Black Mamba, even though Kobe was the original Black Mamba. Rest in peace. Kobe, okay? And obviously Mariota, love him. And then obviously I'm a big Joey Harrington guy, still rock the jersey. And then obviously Herbert, that's the king. That he has a chance to be the best that Oregon has ever had. And I think Herbert will be a Hall of Famer, and we'll have to see, between him, Burrow, and Allen, that's the future of the NFL besides Mahomes. We'll just have to see, what happens. I think obviously Herbert is going to have the hardest time to be able to get a Super Bowl. Burrow already got there. Josh Allen might get there this year, but I definitely think an NFC team will be able to win it this year, whether it be the Rams or the Buccaneers or someone else. I mean, I know the AFC will be good. The Bills, the Broncos, those are my two favorites right now as far as early on. I'm a big Russell Wilson believer, and I do believe in Josh Allen, but that running game or lack of running game is what's going to hold them back for Buffalo winning a Super Bowl, in my opinion. So, God, why did you have to bring that up? Now I got to bring up a photo. God damn it. Oh, Nick Fairley. God damn it. He didn't really do shit in the NFL. Fairley. My God.
Oh, really? Of course he did. I think he was. One way for Chavis.
I mean, obviously, if you go to the Detroit Lions, you're fucked. A lot of careers ended when you went to the Detroit Lions. Just ask Joey Harrington. See if I can find an Auburn picture instead of this Detroit Lions shit. Fairly. God damn it. I even found one from the game. God damn it. Why do you got to do this to me, dude? All right. But that was the one that we should have won. That was the one where we had our best chance to actually compete and win the Natty. That was our most complete team we've ever had in the Chip Kelly era. But we did win a Rose Bowl over Russell Wilson, and that in the next year in 2011, and that was one of the happiest days of my life because, I mean, I knew that we weren't probably going to ever win a Natty, but to win a Rose Bowl was big for us here in the Northwest. Oh, look at this crap. This Auburn crap. Let's see if I can pull it up. Oh, God. And it even has the Ducks in the game with their like, oh, I got the LaMichael jersey from that game too. And the gloves. Oh, fucking Nick Fairley, you motherfucker. Oh, shit. Memories, dude. Yes. Braves only up 2, Astros up 1. Okay. I know Jameson Mays is a Braves fan and Calvin Griffin is a Astros fan, so maybe I'll watch both. Let's see if I can bring up both on here so I can watch Dodgers on the TV. Oh, no, but this one's 6-5 Braves. All right, and let me bring up another thing here, and I'll watch both. I'll grind it out here. I'm a sport fanatic, so what can I say? I like sports, so... And then let's go. I mean, if you lose the Athletics, I mean, like they're like boycotting their own place. So Astros 3, Athletics 1, and then we got Braves 6, Diamondbacks 5. Okay, and then I got Dodgers down 4-3. Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate you. I think so. I mean, you got to look at Tampa, the Rams, the Saints, Niners, with those 4 teams right there. I mean, I just, like the chances of the NFC teams. I mean, we'll see what the Packer defense does. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more weight on their shoulders with no Devontae Adams. So if there's a lot more 3 and outs and there's a lot of more stalled drives, that's going to be a lot of pressure. But I do love Jair Alexander. I do love him. You know what I mean? So that's what I was going to ask you. I thought he had some kind of medical condition and whatnot. Texas school's about to win 15 of the next 20 national championships. Yeah, I got it on the stream. So it's a 2-2 count. I got a 30-second delay from the live feed. So, I mean, if you're watching it live, I'm 30 seconds behind. All right, one gummy has been taken. Modelo, almost finished. We're $10 on the Cash App. And then what are we sitting on the donos? 29. 29. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Yeah, I haven't seen Holly Hundo in the stream in almost like a week. I know she had some veterinary stuff that she had to do, but hopefully we get her in the room. And maybe we can get Cyberpunk to poke his head in the room at some point as well. Because like I said, I wouldn't be able to do this job full time without those type of goats. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I can always tell, when we have the heavy hitters in the room, and especially when you only have like 20 people or less in the room, you do really rely on the goats and the heavy hitters to be able to make things happen. And hopefully we end up getting them to show up in the room. JT, don't you already understand with my ESP? I already told you. Remember, you were like, oh, I don't know if he knows what's going on. I already told you on the NFL side, I've gotten 21 Super Bowl winners right in a row. I told you before the playoffs started, right? Before anything started, I told you Warriors and I told you Celtics, right? What happened? It ended up being the Warriors and the Celtics. And I'm going to tell you Golden State in 6. Golden State, no doubt. And the only way that they lose is if they get hurt. Draymond, Clay, right? Steph. That's the only way that they lose. Not Boston beating them. It's if they beat themselves. And that's facts. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Freddie Freeman went for 2 and got ripped up and called out at second. What the fuck? Come on, Freddie. I mean, why do you think people, ask me and they make all that money on the bets, bro? Bro, I mean, dude, if I got 21 Super Bowl winners right in a row, you name one other person on TV or on podcasts that's got that kind of record. You know what I mean? I even predicted for Kansas to come back when we watched the Natty against North Carolina from the college hoops, and I predicted that. I mean, I'm not wrong that often. I mean, if it ends up being championship games, Natties, Super Bowls, for the pennant, I mean, even NHL, I don't know too much, but I predicted Tampa Bay Lightning and the Avalanche. So we'll see if we end up getting that matchup. So I got the ESP, baby. Come on now. And obviously, there's a lot of research. There's a lot of, preparation and breakdown. But really what it comes down to for me in football, it's O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. Everyone can ride Joe Burrow's dick from here all the way to Timbuktu, right? And Joe Burrow's got the swag, he's got the drip, and he's got the clothes, and he's just cool, LSU, all that, right? But with no O-line, you had to have known, that they weren't going to win. But with that being said, they only lost by 3. So it really does show you how good the Bengals really were, obviously, last season. They got hot at the right time, but an L is an L. You didn't win the Super Bowl, so... Online betting is legal in the states, but not in every state. It's illegal here in Oregon. I think it's legal in about 20 states out of 50. So you just got to be able to find the state where it's legal in, depending on where you live. Yeah, if I was able to do betting here, I mean, I'm a little superstitious, you know what I mean? And obviously I'm not going to be able to do great necessarily on the spread, because that's how they get you. You know what I mean? Like if they had the Rams winning, by 3.5, or the Bengals winning by 3.5 and the Rams win by 3, that's how they usually get you that extra 0.5. You know what I mean? If a team wins by 4 or by 3, that's how they make their money. You know what I mean? But I mean, if it's straight up and just betting, I feel I can do, 90% of the time I'm going to get the winner right. So every once in a while, I'll get the actual number of games right. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get the score right every time, but like in the Eagles Super Bowl against the Patriots, my first year on YouTube, I told everyone that the Eagles were going to win and they were going to win big by 9 or 10, and they did. And everyone was like, how the fuck did you know? But O-line, D-line, 4 horsemen. And, I didn't know if, Nick Foles was going to be able to do Philly, but I thought that if they played a clean game that they would be able to win and win big, and they did. So, I mean, I have ESP, brother. In the Northwest, next to Oregon. I don't think it's legal in Oregon or Washington. Yeah, and a lot of times too, I've been watching sports since 85. So a lot of it is, history tends to repeat itself. So if you know what to look for, And I analyze the game a little bit differently than most people. I'm a defensive guy. I'm an offensive line guy. I see things a little bit differently than other people. And that's why I'm able to win, money on bets. And I'm able to help people, on fantasy football and straight up betting, just because I can see things that other people can't. So, God, I don't know why my voice is so fucking raspy tonight. I mean, I've had a little depression and anxiety for, about 4 or 5 days, but it shouldn't have really affected my voice. Maybe I need to get the phlegm. Maybe I need to drink some tea or some honey or something. 6'5". All right, time for another beer. I'll be right back.
Underwood's 0-2. Down to the field. After 7 innings, the Pirates 4, the Dodgers 3.
I'm so glad we did this. So glad we did this.
All right, yo boy is back. Yo boy is back. All right, next beer up.
Life is for living. Let's partner for all of us. I'm so glad we did this.
Cheers. So the first beer was a pineapple beer. This one is the mango. And it is delicious.
If you're gonna chill at Woodbridge, then chill. Because why not is a perfectly acceptable reason.
Padres, Chargers, Clippers. Well, the Chargers are going to have the best, shot to be able to break that streak. I think at some point or another, they're going to have a shot with Herbert. You know what I mean? That's my guy. Obviously, I'm a big Oregon Duck guy, and I watched him front row for many, many years. And I mean, I think that he's going to be the best Oregon Duck player ever. And, I think that he's going to be a Hall of Famer, and at least you'll be able to get one, championship under his belt. But wow, that's tough. Padres, I mean, they got Manny Machado and they got some guys. Eventually they'll make it to a World Series, but the Clippers, ooh. I mean, it's cool if you stick with them. I mean, I don't know if he's been an old school fan with like the Danny Manning era or just a Blake Griffin fan, from maybe within the last few years when they had Chris Paul and they had Lob City going on. But I love me some Herbert. Trying to throw up a nice Herbert photo. I got a lot of Charger fans that always ask me, and they always get hyped up. But like I said, usually coaching is shitty and they have injuries every year that kind of hold them back. But maybe this is the year that Herbert is like Joe Burrow, and maybe they overachieve and they make it to the Super Bowl. I mean, they got on paper, to me, the most depth out of any team in the NFL besides Buffalo or the Rams or Tampa. Like they got, J.C. Jackson, they got Khalil Mack. I mean, you got Joey Bosa, Asante Samuel Jr., Rashawn Slater in the draft. I mean, you got, Mike Williams, came back. You got Austin Eckler, you got Keenan Allen, you got Herbert. It's just a matter of keeping Herbert upright, having good coaching, and hopefully not having bad luck and getting injured at the wrong time. And that's usually what holds them back: injuries and bad coaching. And I think Staley's better than the previous coach, but I'm not sure. He might be the bridge guy. They might have to fire Staley at some point and then get the next guy. Will get him over the hump. But Herbert, to me, I like him more than Allen or Burrow. I think that he's better than those two. And he already broke the record for most yards, most completions, and most touchdowns out of any quarterback in his first 2 years. So, and he hasn't had good coaching, and he's had a lot of injuries on top of that. So, hey, so maybe we can get the Chargers, and maybe he'll have a little glimmer of happiness. Maybe. I don't know about the Clippers and Padres, but Chargers probably have the best shot. Let's go. Let's go. Hopefully we get some goats. Goats, where are you? Clippers for 20, Padres and Chargers 70. Nice. Yeah, it's like me. I've been following the Blazers and the Mariners for 30 plus years. Obviously, Dodgers for a long time with my dad, and Buccaneers is the last team I chose, and I chose them in 95 when I was 13. So, and I'm 40 now, believe it or not. Even though this face doesn't look 40, your boy is just turned 40 a couple weeks ago. So, I got good genes, though. I got good genes from my mama. All right, 4-3. Pirates still up. Where is Holly Hundo? Where is Cyberpunk? Where is Mr. Williams? Where is Shepard Williams? I know they'll be some of them will be showing up at some point. But when? That is the question. That is the question. Can't wait till July to get these last 2 episodes, but it'll be worth it. Hopper is alive. All right, let me take a look. I got Braves 6, Diamondbacks 5, Astros 3, A's 1. And come on, Dodgers. I know my dad is watching at home right now. Top of the 8th, 2 outs. If the Clippers leave Los Angeles, yeah. I mean, the best chance they had is maybe with Lob City, but CP3 is cursed. And obviously the team, and when they had Paul George and they went through their ups and their downs, it's just, I don't know. I mean, even back in the day when they had Danny Manning, they had an okay roster, but they never really had a complete roster. And then when you're competing with like Golden State and the Lakers, I mean, yeah, or maybe if the Clippers were on the Eastern Conference, they would have a better chance to advance and whatnot. But I'm not sure if they've really ever had the proper coaching and the proper players to be able to compete. Like certain guys, they kind of choke in the playoffs, usually like Jimmy Butler, Paul George, like certain guys, we know they're great and they're going to be probably Hall of Fame players. But it seems like a lot of times in the clutch, you can't count on those guys. Like they're good for a couple games in a series, but you can't count on them every single game like most of the superstars. Typically, you can count on those guys a little bit more, but it is what it is. But respect for sticking with the team. I mean, I represent, obviously the Mariners. They suck. Obviously, I got this guy to look forward to, Julio. I mean, this is the first guy in 20 years that I've gotten excited for Mariner baseball besides Ichiro in 2001. So Mariners suck. Dodgers are pretty good for my dad. Blazers, they usually suck, even though we have Damian Lillard. I got my Oregon Ducks, and then I got, obviously my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that's it. So. Ooh, Dodgers and Mets. Ooh. That'll be a hell of a series. Promotions. So that's what it's about right there. And this, the swag, the drip, the unis, the best in college football, period. The Ducks. Wow, they got David Price coming in. 9 games, 0-0 record, 0 saves, 1 opportunity, ERA of 3. Not bad. 9 innings, 12 Ks, only 1 walk, 2 home runs. Opponent average 297. Come on.
Zelensky 1 for 3. Big outfield assist. Takes ball in from Price. Ready 3 to have the first pitch last inning. Backed one into the gap in right center field.
Yeah. And obviously when they had, the old school, Vin Scully, that's like my dad's guy. Like here you can see my dad always loved Vin. My dad's been following the Dodgers since the 50s. So obviously his relationship with the Dodgers is very strong. As you can see here, he's got the Vin Scully shirt. I mean, he's Dodgers, everything. Love him. My dad, he's the hero in my life besides Griffey. There's me, my dad, and Griffey. Then my dad, me, and Koufax. Best Dodger pitcher ever. Best left-handed pitcher ever. And then obviously this was a few years ago when I got a Kike Hernandez foul ball. And then I recently got a Julio foul ball just a couple weeks ago. So, and I've only been to like maybe 5 Mariner games, and I've already gotten 2 foul balls. So I would say that's a pretty good ratio. Yeah, but I agree. I like the Dodgers broadcasters. Old and new. Yes. So where did you get your influence from? Did you get your influence from like your mom or your dad, or like usually everyone has a story as they were growing up? Do you have brothers? Who was the one that, got you into either playing sports or watching sports? Besides your boyfriend, obviously you probably watched sports before, being with him. So I would assume you have grandpa or an uncle or your dad or mom or brothers or sisters. What's your story? What got you into sports and being a fanatic? For me, obviously, meeting Griffey in first grade and then meeting Koufax, and when I was 10 in fourth grade, I mean, that's when I became, NWSF, and I became a sport fanatic. I mean, I already had love for, Jordan and Drexler and Bird and Magic and Bo Jackson and Barry Sanders and Montana and Rice and Dion and Gretzky and, all the different legends, you know what I mean? But everyone's got a story on kind of how they started and what made them kind of click into sports and whatnot.
Every game, every night, everything you need to see. Get all the highlights with the fastest hour on television. Quick pitch after the game, only on MLB Network.
Lead off the day with MLB Central, starring Duo, Gordon, and Nova. Double buckets hot. Yeah, 100%. With baseball's latest buzz and breakdowns.
All right, 6-5, bottom of the 9th. You got Kenley Jansen, former Dodger, on the mound. You got a guy on third and first. I'm sure if you're probably, if you have it live, then you might see. I'm just watching it on the computer, and I got a little bit of a delay, so I'm gonna go to my phone, and I can keep up that way too. Oh, popped up. Get that. Oh, he tagged up. Oh, he got in. 6-6. Damn it. They just scored. 6-6 now. 6-6. Bottom of the 9th with a guy on first. Jameson Meza is not happy. And then we got Astros 3, Athletics 1. That was a deep sacrifice fly. And deep enough for him to get in and score. Come on, Dodgers. Yeah, but I agree. I try to watch every Dodger game. My dad is so hardcore. Since he's been a fan since the 50s, he literally watches every game. Like, he doesn't follow the Blazers. He'll watches the Ducks football for me because he knows how much I love it and how passionate I am for it. So he'll watch maybe half the games that the Ducks play. Or if I call him and let him know it's on, but he watches every single Dodger game. If there's 162 games, like, he tries to watch every single one. but my stepmom hates baseball. So they'll be watching like some kind of like zombie movie or whatever. And he'll just flip his laptop up and he'll be watching the game while he spends time with my stepmom. So at least it's a compromise, where he can still pay attention. But it's the only thing that he really, truly loves sport-wise. And his collection for memorabilia, autograph, baseballs, bats, pictures, it's wild. I want to be able to take him to LA and get him front row or really close off first base before he passes. I mean, I don't know how much time I'm going to have with him, but at some point, if I keep grinding it out on YouTube and I can do something nice like that, like we ended up saving my friend's dog, where we raised about $1,600 in 3 days, and the surgery was like $4,000. And if we didn't raise that money here, the dog would have died. So, I mean, we do a lot of good things. And as long as we keep grinding it out, I mean, we'll be able to do raids and like Grossi does, we'll be able to do charity work. But I mean, I'm not there yet. I don't have the sub count yet. I don't have the views with the people in the room yet. I mean, even though we end up usually getting really high on the dono side for the amount of people that are in the room. You need more, you need more people in the room, you know what I mean? And obviously once we get to a point where I'm able to do that, that is one of my dreams that I want to accomplish before my dad is, no longer here. My dad and my mom are still alive, but they are pretty old. My mom is, getting close to 80 and my dad is like in his 70s. So my mom is like grandma age because she had me when she was like 40 and I'm my only child. And she's like full Japanese, just kind of very private to herself. And then my dad is like 70. He's like 10 years younger. So I just want to be able to spend as much time with both before it's too late. So, but they both got to see me accomplish my dream, at least at this point, to be able to do this full time. But I'm nowhere near satisfied with the subs or the views or, I got a long ways to go. I'm always going to keep grinding and hustling. And this is my 10th year. Recording, 6th on YouTube. So it's exciting, as long as you have passion and, dreams and goals and you don't quit. Obviously you have to have talent and you have to have the grind, but usually there's kind of a couple things that people have. You can have the talent, but most people don't have the work ethic, or the determination not to quit. Like I even had a partner quit on me, you know what I mean? And it ended up working out better for me. You know what I'm saying? So 4-3 Pirates up on the Dodgers. 6-6. We're knotted up for the Braves and the Diamondbacks. Yeah, it was too deep, man. 0-2 count. All right, 2 outs. You got a guy on first and second. 1-2 count. It's going to be close, man. Yeah, but a lot of trials and tribulations. But I try to show people what kind of grind and work ethic you need to have, though, if you want to, do make your dreams come true. It's not going to just fall into your lap and you're going to have all this success. I mean, you got to have to really, really work hard and you're going to have to dig deep. But I try to, set a good example for people, if they have a dream or a goal, what it's going to take to be able to achieve things, and it took me 10 years to even get to this point, and I'm nowhere near being, satisfied or done. So. End of the 9th. Extra innings for the Braves. Jameson. Astros 3, Athletics 1. I think that one's going to be over. 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. I'm going to click off the Astros game, and I'm just going to watch the Braves in extra innings, and then we'll watch the Pirates and the Dodgers. Akiem Hicks to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Earlier in the stream, we went over that. 1 year up to $10 million, pairing up with Vita Vea. Absolutely phenomenal duo. But like I said, we all got to wait to see what Aaron Donald does. JPP and obviously Gronk are in the mix, but we have to wait and see. And other than that, we had a great NHL game. Colorado Avalanche ended up beating Edmonton Oilers in a fucking shootout. That game was crazy. Final score 8-6 Avalanche. They lead the series in the West Final 1-0. Tomorrow we get my Tampa Bay Lightning versus the New York Rangers, and we'll see what happens. I'm thinking it'll be Tampa Bay and Colorado, but I think Colorado will win it all. They kind of have a feel to me like Golden State, where it's inevitable, it's destiny. And whenever I have these feelings or thoughts, I usually have like visions, and something like I'll dream about something or I'll think about something, and then it'll happen like the next day or a couple hours later. I don't know how to really explain it with the ESP, but I usually get these thoughts and whatnot, and then I'll say it and I speak it into existence. I don't know how it happens, if I'm a time traveler or whatnot, but the ESP is real. Bottom of the 8th, 4-3. Pirates with two-run homers. Dodgers are obviously struggling a little bit today. Can't be losing to a team like the Pirates. That's facts. Yeah. Are you watching it live or are you watching it on a delay, Jameson? All right, we're 20 seconds away from 3 hours. And I'll probably go for at least another 2. You know what I mean? Like you have to hustle and you have to grind. And, a lot of people aren't willing to stream more than an hour or 2 when they stream. But, I know it's not normal to stream 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, let alone doing that, back to back to back to back. But, I mean, if you really want it that bad and, you have fun with what you're doing, and obviously it's always been a dream of mine to be able to interact and, talk sports, talk life, talk whatever. And obviously I did a lot of phone sales and I did warehouse work, but I always knew my voice in sports were going to be my future. Like I already knew that at a very young age, because obviously the ultimate dream was like, oh, I'm going to make the NBA. I'm going to be, I'm going to be this. Right. And then when you realize when you're in like junior high or like high school, you're like, okay, I am not going to be this. There are so many people that are much better than me. You know what I mean? But, you have dreams, when you're a kid, especially if you grew up in the 80s and the 90s like I did. And then now I'm still able to not be this, but I'm still able to, grind it out and be maybe this on the YouTube side, because I definitely think, there's only a few of us on the YouTube side, I think, that do NFL live play-by-play and reaction and color that do an amazing job. And I think Grossi does an amazing job. His click with Clickbait Sports and what Scooter does for videos is great. But besides, Grossi, I feel like I match up with him very, very well compared to everyone else. I mean, you got other channels like Sports Fury and some other guys that are out there, just depending on whatever your vibe or whatever you like. But I think that right now on YouTube, I think me and Grossi, give you something really special, and our fan bases, they definitely see it too. There's not a lot of people I feel that could actually do it like on a real level. Like, how they do like Eli and Peyton for like ESPN2 or ESPN3, except they're not really calling the game. They're just kind of talking about the game. But I definitely think there's certain people that are out there on Twitch and YouTube that are talented enough to be on a podcast or on TV. That's facts. I just like to swear a lot and be real. You know what I mean? I'm like Pat McAfee. I mean, you can't put a filter on me. Shit, fuck, bitch. I mean, I need to be able to wear my hat the way I want to wear it. I have to be able to wear shorts and a cutoff T-shirt. I need to be able to swear. You got to let me be myself. I can't be like in a suit and tie. Not happening. I'm not going to sell out. That is facts. Oh, 7-6, baby. Let's go. Top of the 10th. Let's go. You took the lead, bro. 7-6 Braves. Riley single to right. Swanson scored. Riley to second. Ozuna thrown out at third. But at least you got a run, though. All right, top of the 9th, 4-3. Come on, David Price. Ooh, that's a great stat. I love that. Caitlin's dropping the knowledge bombs right here. See, I always love it when we get somebody new, regardless if it's male or female. Doesn't matter what race or age, but when you can throw the stat bombs and the knowledge bombs like that, that's always good for the people in the chat, because those are the type of things that we look for. You know what I mean? Those kind of unusual stats, especially me. You know what I mean? I'm a stat guy. I'm an analytic guy. I'm a film guy, and I love that. What an awesome stat. Why is that, do you think? Just going from the West Coast to the East Coast? Does that have something to do with it? Get him. There we go. Maybe it's that travel time, going from the different time zones, because sometimes that happens with NFL games when Seattle goes to Philly, or when Philly comes to Seattle, or you get those teams that are like, in the Steelers or the Eagles, and they come to the, West Coast, and they play like Seattle or the Niners or Chargers or Raiders or Arizona. Usually some of those teams struggle a little bit, especially if the game is on early. So it's like the time zone thing, depending on when they got checked in, if it was like the night before or whatnot. So yeah, that's awesome. Kudos to you. You definitely gained a little notch in my book right there with a stat like that. Yeah, and remember, this is very important. And if anyone is going through anything tough, you're always welcome to hit me up on Twitter or Instagram or here in the chat. I always try to give my 2 cents, because I go through it. I've gone through it. I went through it even last week, and it's, I'm not embarrassed to talk about it. It sucks, to go through depression or anxiety and miss out on potential subs, views, donos, when this is my full-time job. But sometimes you need to be able to find what makes you happy, and definitely cartoons is something that makes me happy. I mean, I'm 40 and I'm never going to stop watching Bob's Burgers, Simpsons, or King of the Hill. And I'll tell you what, after, recording for 4 to 8 hours and it's in the middle of the night, I really do look forward to watching, some of those cartoons that kind of make me laugh. And you got to be able to laugh and get outside, listen to music, but you got to be able to find time for yourself. 30 minutes a day will go a long, long ways. You hear me? 30 minutes a day will go a long, long way for your mental health. And you'll feel more like this, okay? Just flexing on them, feeling great. You feel like that? Or for me, since I'm a Tampa fan, maybe more like, maybe have a more appropriate picture. Let's see if I have one. Maybe this. Yes. Like if we win the Super Bowl again this year. Yes. But who knows? I mean, I'm just blessed that, I'm even able to, been alive and breathing for 2 Super Bowl wins for my Buccaneers. So that's facts. But, this one will always mean more to me than this one. This one was great, and I love you for it. Love you, love you, love you. But I'm an old school guy. Derek Brooks is my favorite player. I'm a linebacker safety guy. So it's always Derek Brooks, John Lynch, Rondé Barber, Warren Sapp, Simeon Rice, Mike Allstott. Those are my guys. And that's the reason why I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. And you got to get some music in. And I always try to listen to this guy every day. If I listen to this guy every day, life is good. It's my favorite. E40 Wada. 40 Wada. 40 Fonzarelli. E40. That's true. That's true. I mean, it's one thing for the Phillies, though, but the Pirates, gosh, I mean, I don't say the Pirates are as bad as the Cincinnati Reds, and they started winning a few games, but, I mean, Pittsburgh stinks. I mean, sometimes it's like I don't even know why they even have a baseball team. They don't put any money into their team whatsoever. It's not like back in the day with like Andy Van Slyke and Bobby Bonilla, like when I was a kid. I mean, this is not the same team as back in the day.
Excellent sequence right there by Price. He's gone with the fastball, and he did get the call, and then comes back here with that slider. Just continues to bear in on Hayes. Swings at a pitch out of the zone there. That cutter.
All right, 4-3, top of the 9th. Bottom of the 10th, 7-6. You only got a 1-run lead, bro.
1 for 9 in this series. And the home run against Walker Buehler from the other side of the plate last night.
Come on, Dodgers. God, I hate when the Dodgers lose to like shit teams, but it kind of reminds me of like the Blazers, because the Blazers would do that all the time back when I was a kid, and even to this day, it's like you play the Warriors, right? And it's Dame versus Steph, and you know it's going to be lit, right? And then we'll play like the fucking Minnesota Timberwolves after beating the Warriors by like 2, and then we'll lose to the Timberwolves by like 25. It's like they always look down to the competition. They play up for the big games, but they take for granted the lower teams, and then they just get their ass kicked. I hate that. I think with Dodgers, though, I don't think they really, I mean, maybe they do take teams for granted because they are the Dodgers and whatnot, and they're so good. Fuck. Two out RBI double, 5-3. Fuck. Fuck. Dave Roberts. Fuck. David Price, you suck. This isn't the same David Price from Boston. You suck, my guy. Fuck. Oh, Dodgers. Why? All right, we're 3 hours and 9 minutes in. We're a day past Memorial Day weekend. I hope everyone had a great time. I wish I could have said the same. Last week was very hard for me, but you know what? I feel, myself the most, hanging out with you guys, just putting in that time and grind and spending time with like-minded people that love sports and just love life and music and movies and TV. And so pretty much we can talk about anything on the stream, which I love. It used to be just kind of football, college football, NFL. It was usually primarily that with a little bit of other sports sprinkled in, but the channel kind of has evolved since then. That's facts. Come on, baby. I got to give a little, HD Mookie Betts, baby. Okay. That's one thing about this channel that you're going to get from no other channel besides when they copy me. Often imitated, never duplicated. It's like you're not going to stare at my fat, ugly head the whole 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I'll give you some nice HD photos to look at. I'm a visual guy too. So, it's not only for you guys, it's for me. And it's always just kind of cool to bring up action shots. Sometimes I'll throw GIFs up and whatnot if I can find the right size and the right file. But there's nothing better. I mean, if I was able to play video, I mean, obviously without copyright stuff, that's one thing. But I mean, it's the closest thing besides like a GIF that you can throw up. That HD photos definitely do tell a picture and tell a story. 5-3. Pirates up. Top of the ninth. A guy on first and second. 2 outs. Come on, David Price, you fucker. Well, the reason why Cooper Kupp and Hunter Renfroe are so good and Keenan Allen is route running. I mean, if you actually look at the route running of those three guys, I mean, I'm not sure if there's anybody really better than those three. I mean, obviously, Stephon Diggs is very, very good. I wouldn't put Landry necessarily. I mean, if you're talking about guys that are slower, but Landry can't run routes the same as Kupp, Renfroe, and Keenan Allen. I mean, maybe throw Landry out and put Diggs in there. You know what I mean? But football IQ is a big part of it. Route running is huge, though. You got to have good hands, but route running is huge. All right, 7-6. There we go. Strikeout by Price. Suck it. Finally. But we're fucking down 2 runs as they show my guy, Mookie Betts. Let's go. And guess who's up? Mookie Betts. ESP? I think not. How creepy is that? I didn't even know Mookie was going to be up next. And then I threw up the Mookie photo out of any player, and boom, he's up next. ESP. Hopefully we get a homer out of Mookie or get on base to start some kind of drive. All right, Braves 7, Diamondbacks 6. Appreciate every single one of y'all hanging out with your boy. 3 hours and 13 minutes. We're not really at the number. Don't know why it's just yet, but like I said, it's still early. I mean, some people would have already quit by now, but like I said, I'm a hustler and I'm a grinder, and I got bills to pay and I got, time to spend with people. So Dodgers always make magic happen in the ninth. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they come back and win. I mean, there's only a few teams in baseball where I feel like pretty confident that teams can be down by a couple in the ninth and come back and win, or the eighth. Like I think Yankees are one, Dodgers are another, the Mets this year, Brewers, Cardinals. I mean, there's a few teams that seem like, that they got it. But especially Yankees and Dodgers for those two teams, Astros as well. Brewers, indeed. Indeed. Go, Brewers, go. Where do you live at? Do you live like in Milwaukee? Because I know you're a Packer fan. Do you live like there? Do you go to games at all? Do you get a chance to like go to games at all or no? I mean, I live here in Oregon, so I mean, I got to go up to Seattle to see Seahawks or Mariners, but it's like 3 hours, 3.5, but it's worth it. But the Ducks are about an hour and a half away. Blazers are about 30 minutes. So, I mean, I usually try to get out and go as much as I can. All right, Will Crow. Opponent average is .175. Fuck. 30 Ks, 13 walks. He's got a 2.43 ERA. All right, come on now. My ESP had me throw up Mookie's photo for whatever reason. I didn't even know he was going to be up next. I honestly did not check the lineup card. I just thought, okay, if we're going to go on a run, usually you're going to have certain guys. And I told my dad when Mookie Betts got traded from Boston, you're going to win the World Series this year because that was the missing piece. You had Cody Bellinger, and belly bombs are great. And we got Freddie Freeman this year, which is a great player. I know, our boy Jameson Meza is a Braves fan, and it's tough. Oh, what's going on here? What the hell? So Mookie's now not up. They replaced him. What the fuck was that? And then the guy pops up off the first pitch. You suck. Boo. What the hell was that? Or no, now Mookie's up. I was going to say, I thought Mookie was supposed to be next up. They had someone else up before him. Now Mookie's up. All right, come on now. Let's go on a fucking run here. I know my dad is sitting on the couch right now with his hands fucking clamped together. And, oh, wow. The Diamondbacks just won. Shit. Jameson, Meza. The Braves could not hang on. Damn it. It's like, how the hell are you going to replace Mookie Betts? But I guess there was another guy in the order before him. But I thought they decided to DH him. I was like, what the hell? How are you going to DH fucking Mookie? He's like the best player besides Freddie Freeman. At least like consistency wise. I mean, they got Justin Turner. I mean, you got a lot of great players on the Dodgers. I mean, on paper, I mean, they look magnificent. But they still got to go out there and get it. And getting past the Mets and a few other teams is going to be tough. Popped up. Fuck. Oh, nice fucking sliding catch. Motherfuck. Yeah, I think the Dodgers are about to lose too. All right, Dodgers are down to their last out. Oh, brutal, brutal, brutal. I might have to take another gummy after this one. Jameson, where do you think the goats are? I mean, usually they come in by this point, but I mean, I know sometimes they come in late and whatnot. I just wonder where they are. Where are the goats? I know some people just watch and they don't even chime in, into the chat. Some people just like watching me. Like, I know there's certain people that will only watch the channel and they'll never comment. So I never know that they're there. I always like to be able to say hi and interact with the fans. But I guess, I mean, if you're working or, you're shy or whatever, or you're just, watching the show, it's one thing. But it's always better when I can interact with more people on the channel. It gives us more to talk about. I mean, I can only talk about Akiem Hicks going to Tampa Bay for so many times. You know what I mean? Gosh. Are we about to do the triple threat here? Jameson, Caitlin, and Orion are about to drop a fucking game tonight. But I got my buddy Elliot, who's going to his very first baseball game with his boy Mick. And they're fans of the channel, and they ended up going to their very, very first game. They had outfield seats. They should have got probably seats off first base if they wanted a ball. But I think it was kind of just like a boys' trip, like a guys' trip. And then the baseball game was just kind of a bonus. But it's always cool when you can hang out with your boys and you can do stuff like that. Come on, Freeman. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. Your boy, he works quick. 10,000 photos. Boom, you got to act fast, baby. If you're on YouTube or you're on Twitch, you got to be quick on your feet, quick on the fingers, quick on the keyboard. Fuck, grounded out. Motherfuck, just lost. Freeman grounded out. Game over. How the hell are you going to lose to the Pittsburgh Pirates? Damn it. Big win for the Pittsburgh. No, the bats were not there. But you know what that means tomorrow? That they're going to beat their ass, though, right? God damn it. Milwaukee. Oh, nice. Yeah, atmospheres. I mean, just like Ducks. It's like when you get to a place that, like Holly Hundo, she goes to the Chiefs games, and she usually will, sit within the first 20 rows, sometimes front row. You know what I mean? Depending on the games, but I think she has season tickets, but most of the time she's sitting like in the front row behind the Chief bench. I mean, you got to have some money to be able to afford tickets like that, but just the tailgating and just the atmosphere, awesome. Do you ever go to any Brewers games or Milwaukee Bucks games, or do you just do the Packer games? All right, what do I watch now? I got to find something. Super Bowl highlights. Ooh, Broncos and Washington Redskins. Yes, please. This is my favorite part of football. The night before the Super Bowl, I don't know if you guys remember, but do you guys remember, like, if you couldn't sleep the night before the Super Bowl, they would show 30-minute clips of every Super Bowl from Super Bowl I all the way up to the current Super Bowl, and they would just show, like, the highlights, and they have, like, the old school guy, Sable, doing the narration on it, and it was so awesome. Like, right now, they got Elway on, and they have Doug Williams on for the Redskins. I just love seeing old footage of the NFL. It's just like, for me, I'm 40, even though I don't look like it. So I've been watching sports since 85, since I was 3. So that's when the earliest that I can remember, with like Atari 2600, my Nintendo, wrestling figures, starting lineups, and just like, sports in general, football, baseball, basketball, hockey, all that. I just love the old school footage. It just, I don't know, it just puts a smile to my face. I mean, whether it's Griffey or an old NFL game where you got Timmy Smith here, or you got, Broncos with Elway. It's just so cool. And I grew up kind of a Niner kid, and like, I was more of a defensive guy and an offensive line guy. So if Dion would have stayed on the Niners in 94 and 95, I probably would be a Niner fan today. But when I decided to claim my NFL team, Sapp and Brooks got drafted, and John Lynch was already there. And then Allstott came a couple years after that. I was like, I like these physical decleaning guys. I mean, I'm a Joe Montana, Jerry Rice kid through and through. Like, if I had to choose my 5 favorite old school players of all time, it's Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson, Dion. Those are my 5 favorite. You know what I mean? So I like linebackers. I like safeties. I mean, there's a lot of other guys like Ronnie Lott and Lawrence Taylor and a lot of other guys I could bring up, Palomalu, Ed Reed, and all these guys. But I mean, I love the old school stuff. Bucs, Packers. Well, those are the better teams. But now the Brewers are the Brewers maybe the Bucs, they kind of fizzled out because of Middleton got injured. Packers, we don't really know what they're going to do. They could be a playoff team, but how far? Are they really going to be a Super Bowl team this year? Probably not. And that's not being just a hater, but I mean, it's possible. You got the Rams, you got the Buccaneers, you got the Packers, right? You're going to have the Eagles, you're going to have the Niners. I mean, there's a chance you're going to be one of the 5 best teams in the NFC. But I think if you guys were going to go to the Super Bowl, last year was the year. You know what I mean? Like, no Devontae Adams. I just don't know if I can really see them making a Super Bowl without him. I just don't see it. You know, I think you guys could be a good team, but I think realistically, most Packer fans know this. They just don't want to. They're kind of in denial. They just don't want to say it out loud. I think you guys will be good, but we'll have to see where it goes. Oh, I was just talking about you. Oh, look at you with Tommy. How are you? I know you were busy on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with your vet stuff. I had a little bit of mental health stuff that I was going through, with like depression and a little anxiety. So it took me a couple days to get out of it. And then I got you started on Stranger Things, and I know that you absolutely love it. I'm never going to turn you on to something that's not cool. Obi-Wan was good too as well, but I missed you. Like I said, it's been a while. I haven't seen Cyberpunk in a while. I haven't talked to you in a while. It's just great to be able to have you in the room. And I figured you have a lot of stuff, other channels that you're invested in, maybe work work that you had to do at home, taking care of your cats, going on some walks, staying busy. But great to see you in the room. I love you and I miss you. And I'm glad not to be, I'm glad I'm not on this depression type anxiety thing anymore. I feel much, much better. One of the goats of the channel, Holly Hundo. Maybe we'll get Cyberpunk in the room too. It seems like usually Cyberpunk and Holly Hundo usually come in around the same time, consciously, subconsciously. I don't know. But thank you so much. To get to Fitty, thank you so much. Yeah, I've been grinding for 3 hours and 25 minutes. We haven't really had too many people. We've had some people hop in and hop out and whatnot, but thank you so much. So that put us where we're at 29. So now we're at 50 because of Holly. Thank you, Holly. And Sarah has her new job. And she had to leave early because I didn't think she wants sleep. And I told her, don't stay late with me. I mean, if it's going to be late, I want you to make sure that you do your job. And you know what I mean? And I'll have someone else like Jameson. Elliott's at the Cardinals game with Mick, and Jameson usually is next up in line. So. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you so much. You got to have support, from certain people, and you hope you get more goats in here. Like I haven't talked to Shep in a while. I talked to Mr. Williams. I talked to him earlier today. I haven't talked to Cyber in a couple days. I haven't talked to you in a couple days, besides when you were a little bit busy for those couple days, and then I kind of spiraled, and I was kind of, I don't know what it is. It's just like I'm not seeing a therapist. I'm not doing any meds or anything, but sometimes it just creeps up on me. This like depression or anxiety. Like sometimes I don't understand, like all of a sudden I'm good. And then all of a sudden one day turns into 2 days and I'm in bed and like, I'm not going outside. I'm not listening to music. And I know I need to be doing these things, right, to make me happy. And, I did watch a lot of Simpsons and whatnot, but gosh, it's just one of those things. I hate being in that mode where I feel so hopeless and I just feel like this so pathetic sometimes, you know what I mean? Just like I'm sleeping all the time and I'm not in like reality, and it just sucks, you know what I mean? But I usually fall down, but I get back up, and it took me about 4 or 5 days, but I'm back. So yeah, Caitlin's been in here dropping some knowledge bombs, and it's always great to be able to have another female presence on the channel. The more females that we get on the channel, I absolutely love it, because it obviously shows you that it's not just guys that like sports. And not only that, but a lot of the females that are on this channel are incredibly smart, and they're probably smarter than most of the guys in the room, like no doubt. Like, so it's pretty cool to be able to showcase, everyone on the show. And that's why I usually highlight so many comments, because it's not just me on the show. I like to highlight you guys because you guys have a lot of things to say. And I like to be able to, showcase you guys, because you guys are just as big a part of the show as myself. So yeah, the Royals. But you got Bobby Witt Jr. though, right? I mean, Julio started off fresh, and then he's still doing good, but my team is just on a fucking losing streak like no other. So 30-minute highlight of every single Super Bowl was always something to binge watch. Oh yeah. And I've seen every single one like 100 times, but I don't care. Like every time they come on, like right now they got the Redskins and the Broncos from that Super Bowl in the 80s. It's like 1987, I believe. If D-Bill keeps holding out, Niners ain't making the playoffs. Incorrect. They will make it because they have good coaching. They got Kyle Shanahan. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter if it's Jimmy G or Trey Lance. You still got, make them puke Ayuk. You got Kittle. You got plenty of pieces there. They can plug in anyone at running back. They still got Nick Bosa. They got studs everywhere. Fred Warner is still there. So I don't think so. I really do think that the Niners are good enough. And honestly, I think that regardless of who they have at quarterback, I mean, you're going to have the Rams, you're going to have the Bucs, right? You'll have Packers, Saints, but I would put the Niners up there. And I would never count the Niners out ever, because who would have thought that the Niners would have got as far as they did last year? I mean, it took them to the last game of the regular season just to get in. But once they get in, they're very dangerous because they pound the rock and they play good defense. And if you can do that, and then, obviously if you can pass the football, that helps. But Kyle Shanahan got the Niners to a fucking Super Bowl with Jimmy G. You know what I mean? It's one thing to get there with the 28-3 with Matt Ryan, and obviously you lost to Brady. But he needs to figure out how to score points in the fourth quarter. And once he's able to figure that out, then they'll be fine. But, yeah, I disagree. I think even without Debo, I think they'll still be very good. No. You got family things. How's your brother doing? How's the family doing? Is everything okay? Holly Hundo with a $21 on the Cash App. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. No, like I said, I had, a lot of times people won't get my notifications anyways. No, but like I said, I did stream last night for like an hour, but then I just deleted the stream and I just ended it or whatever. It was like kind of late. But yeah, the last stream that I ended up doing was a while back. Cyberpunk is in the building. I knew that Cyberpunk was going to show up at some point. Sometimes he's working and he's just watching. Thank you guys so much, man. But yeah, like I said, I got a little depression and anxiety, and I'm not kind of ashamed to say it. It's just sucks. You know what I mean? But the last stream that I did prior to that one was like 5 days ago, and I did a 3-hour stream, and I did it kind of late, I think. Like I wasn't feeling, I think it was like after the shooting, that happened in Texas, right? The horrible shooting with the kids, right? And then I was mentally fucked up from that. And I was like, how horrible is this? You know what I mean? And I couldn't like function. You know what I mean? I just was like, felt so sick to my stomach. You know what I mean? And then I did a stream late that night, like maybe at like 10 p.m. where everyone didn't even get the notification. And it was already too late because most people would have been like midnight or 1 a.m. But I streamed for 3 hours with limited people, and me and Jameson Meza kind of hung out. And then I did a stream last Monday. So it was like Monday and then maybe Tuesday. And then I did a little bit one last night, but I deleted it. But then there's been about, I think since last Tuesday, like I've been kind of like mentally kind of fucked, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then I felt good yesterday. And then, I mean, the first couple days, like on Friday, this came out. So then I'm feeling really good here. I started feeling better. And then obviously I did this Obi-Wan on Star Wars. They have Mandalorian, which I love. They have Boba Fett, which I have a couple episodes to finish. And then Obi-Wan, they did 2 episodes. They're kind of do it week by week. And then this, they did 7 episodes. The final 2 are in July. So I'm not sure if you binge watched all 4 seasons. I imagine you have, because it's fucking awesome. But being someone that grew up in like the 70s or the 80s references with the toys, the clothes, and everything that, they go about and talk about, it's just so cool. From the music that they played, and gosh, so many great memories with that. But I think it really started, my struggling though was with the shooting. And I know some people, they don't give a shit, they just like, oh, there's a shooting, who cares? But for me, I don't know, maybe it's just like the female brain that I have, the empathy and the sympathy, just like that feeling of feeling just so, like, you get all these people on the internet, on Facebook, and they all think they know all the answers. Gun control, they need to make these rules. And yeah, of course we think that. And then you get the people that are like, criminals are going to find a way to get a fucking gun if they want to. And sometimes the guns are bought legally. But what needs to happen is, if you're going to end up selling a gun to someone legally and you're going to buy 375 fucking rounds, that needs to be flagged. And you need to be able to, like, keep that like and watch that individual like on social media. There needs to be like a team, that if they are buying this to commit a crime, to injure themselves or other people, there needs to be a little bit more due diligence, keeping track of the people and what they are on social media, if they are mentally unstable, and then maybe you can prevent some of the things from happening. You're not going to prevent everything, but I think if there was like a group assigned to doing a little bit more due diligence on these guns that are being sold and the ammo, and following up on these people and flagging them and checking up on their social media, maybe you can prevent some of that stuff. That's just my kind of 2 cents. But I think when that happened, whenever that was, Tuesday night or Monday night or Wednesday night, whenever it happened, yeah, that just screwed me up for like 4 or 5 days, and I've been trying to get out of it, and I finally got out of it yesterday. So yeah, it's tough. 50. So we got Holly got us to 50, and it looks like Cyber got us to 100. There we go. Man, I missed you guys. You know what I mean? I missed out on subs. I missed out on views. I missed out on potential, donos. But like I said, my mind was fucked. Like I can't fake stream. You know what I mean? I have to be able to stream, and I feel good. I have to feel happy. I can't just fake it with a smile. Hey guys, everything's great when I'm not great. So. Thank you, Cyber.
They were African American quarterbacks before Williams, but few were given a chance. Eldridge Dickey and Marlon Briscoe entered the AFL as quarterbacks in 1968.
I'm so grateful for you guys, man. You have no idea. Oh, Cyberpunk with the 50 on the Cash App. Holly and Cyber are like, two of the most instrumental people on the channel. We definitely have, other people that step up. You'll get like Odin's son, or you'll get Shepard Williams or Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams has been stepping up, and it just feels good to be able to have that support, because like I said, the $1 donations are great. Don't get me wrong. Anything, 99 cents. I mean, everything counts, but everything matters. And I just appreciate all the love and support from you guys. I mean, things have been tough. And like I said, everyone's working really hard. Everyone's hustling and everyone's grinding and whatnot, and with whatever prospective jobs that they have. But I appreciate you guys very, very much. Yeah, it sucks. I hate fucking feeling like that. Just helpless and shit. $50. Boom. We got to a hundo. Oh, no. No, that's not bringing me down. I mean, we got to talk about things. You know what I mean? I think maybe if I was able to talk about how my brain was feeling, or, you know what I mean, expressing myself, maybe things would be a little bit better. So you had the Memorial Day weekend get together, and then some kind of argument or fight, something happened. That sucks. Hopefully you can reconcile, or, depending on it, whoever's fault it was, or whoever made a comment or whatever. But yeah, I did stream last night for an hour, but for whatever reason, I was just like, whatever. I mean, we didn't have very many people watch the video, and it was just kind of like a practice run for me. You know what I mean? I could have went for 2 or 3 hours, but I wanted to take Paisley for a walk, and I was just mentally feeling stable, feeling good about myself. So I was just like, fuck it, whatever. Like, I'll just delete this thing. It's not important, and I'll just move on fresh tomorrow. And so I was going to keep it on there, but I just said, fuck it. I just decided to delete it. So
pick himself back up and push through and succeed at the highest level.
The Cardinals. Well, the Super Bowl is going to be in Arizona, but I don't think anyone thinks Arizona is going to be good. If I was going to pick 2 teams to make the playoffs, I'd be picking Rams 1 and Niners 2 over the Cardinals. Cardinals would be 3, and then Seahawks 4. So there's a lot of teams that I like more than the Cardinals. Rams, Buccaneers, Saints, Packers, Eagles, Niners. Shit, I probably like the Vikings even more, to be honest. I mean, the Cardinals are like the worst decent team in the NFC, if that makes any sense. Yeah, stupid current events. I mean, and after one person, does something, and then you get all these copycat kids like, oh, I'm going to shoot up the school. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's not a cool thing to say or do. It's going to get your ass in fucking jail or juvie, and you know what I mean? But a lot of these people are like attention seeker type people, I guess, or whatnot. But I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, me and my mom had a falling out for a long, long time, but eventually we got back there. But I hope things get better you can always reach out, to me or any of the goats. Obviously it's sometimes tough to talk about. It's personal. It's your family stuff. So I wouldn't assume, if you didn't feel comfortable talking to anybody as your friends that live in your hometown, let alone people, like on the Fanatic family or on the Grossi Posse side. But I hope things get better. I knew it. Wanted to get through seasons 1 through 3 before seasons 4 came out, and got through season 4 in 3 days. Yeah, I got through season 4 in like 7 hours when it came out. That was a good thing. You know what I mean? NFC, you could say, is really weak, but who have been the last 2 Super Bowl winners? Buccaneers and Rams. So obviously they might be weak, overall as a conference, but they usually have the top dog at the end, or one of the top dogs. So remember that. And thank you, Cyber. I don't know if Cyber is in the room. He might be working, but he's always showing love. Same thing with Holly, all day, every day. First up. Yeah, Ozark is, after everything that happened, with like the Texas thing and the shooting with the kids and stuff, it is a little bit dark. There is a lot of, money laundering and, heroin stuff, like cartel stuff. So it's a little bit more like, that type of show. But it's really good. Ruth is really good. Jason Bateman as a character is really good. It's just one of those things. It's kind of like Breaking Bad. It's like you're really into it, or Mayans MC or Sons of Anarchy. It's going to be kind of a lot of drugs and crime and shooting and type stuff. But if that's not really for you, then if it's a little bit too dark, then maybe down the road. But it's a great show, though. I wouldn't recommend it if it wasn't a good show.
He's still a homeboy.
Yes, sir. I'm thankful for you too, bro. You know what I mean? For anyone that's here, I know that I get a lot of messages on like Instagram and Twitter, be like, man, your show makes things so much better. But I think it's not only me, it's the people that are in the room too. I think a lot of times people forget, it's like you can be in awe of like the host, or, want to be able to get attention or this or that. But I think just the true fans turn into friends, turn into family. But I really honestly feel the people that are on the chat are just as important as me. And we keep the wheels turning, you know what I mean? The conversations that we end up having are fantastic. And, intelligent, like-minded conversation is pretty rare. There's a lot of kids. There's a lot of trolls. There's a lot of people that just want to be negative and put people down. So I definitely feel that we have more of a positive channel here. And when people try to bring us down, then, we kick it to the curb. So, I already told you which ones, that I would give you. But I'm going Mayans MC, but that's kind of dark too. It's kind of like Sons of Anarchy, biker gang stuff, shooting, kind of drug smuggling, gang stuff, and obviously this is a little bit more darker with Ozark, but it's good. True Blood, though, I think that you would like. The character development, and this is probably one of my favorite shows. Game of Thrones obviously is fantastic. Dexter as a crime show is fun. Breaking Bad is a little bit more dark, kind of like Ozark and Sons of Anarchy, but if you can like that, and then obviously Vikings is a great show too, but it just kind of depends on what you're into. But right now, the ones that are obviously the popular ones is the Obi-Wan is good if you like Star Wars, and obviously Stranger Things. Man, what I knew it was going to be good, but it even exceeded my expectations. Like I knew that Shameless was a great show with Elliot, and I told him about, oh God, look at Dustin and look at 11, how young they are. Look at Hopper. Oh my gosh. The soundtrack was so good in this one. Just everything was just cool to be able to see them grow and get older and whatnot, and be in California. And I saw Luke Birch, and he came in last week, and I seen him do some comments on there. He did like season 1, and then season 4 is like the second best, and then maybe 3, then 2, something like that. But yeah, definitely this one and season 1 were the 2 best so far. You could even argue season 4 was arguably the best season out of all the 4 seasons. 1 was great because it introduced you to all the characters and whatever and whatnot. But season 4 was fantastic. Bang! Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Holly Hundo with 20. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We got Odin Sun with a 10er, Holly Hundo with a 21er, and a Cyberpunk with a 50. And then we got a Holly Hundo in here with a dubber. Cyber's in the building. There you are, Cyber. Oh, he changed his photo. How cool is that? Look at this. Chiefs. And then everyone else underneath. You got Raiders, Chargers, Broncos. Okay. You went from your the Grim Reaper from Mahomes, and you changed it to that. I like it. I like it. Shout out. Appreciate you guys very, very much. The best fans on planet Earth. Guess who? You guys. Chiefs Kingdom, the number one, donators and representatives of the channel. Cyberpunk, appreciate you very, very much as well. My dude. Cheers. So what's up with your boy Travis Kelce breaking up with the girl? Right, he's been with her for like 5 years and gave her like $500, made her pay for half on everything because he didn't want to get used as like the NFL athlete. I mean, I get some point you can be cheap with your money or whatever, right? And seven, you don't want someone using you just for your money or whatnot. But I think like $100 to $500 total is a little ludicrous when you're like making multi-million dollars. I mean, shit, like I'll give the shirt off my back. I mean, I've given money to complete strangers before, you know what I mean? And just to try to help out. It's just kind of weird. I mean, I guess it's going to, if you want to keep your wealth and you want to just spend your own money and whatnot. But I just thought that was kind of, I don't know if it was made up. It sounded made up to me, but I mean, maybe that's what it was for Kelce. He's like, I don't want to spend any more money on you, but I mean, giving $100 to $500. I mean, it's like, you might spend that like on a gift, like one gift. It's like, you're going to go out to eat and make her pay for half. That's just weird. You know what I mean? It's like if you're together, like, I mean, she can pay sometimes and maybe I can pay sometimes. Like if I'm Kelce, it's like, does it really have to be like, okay, we're going to go out to go get chicken or go like, Buffalo Wild Wings and the bill's like $80 and you're paying 40. Like, this is weird. Like, really? Oh, Sopranos is good. Yeah, I think so. I think that would be good to pick that up at another time. Sopranos, right? And then obviously we saw Ray Liotta pass away. Sad. Obviously saw that. Just hate seeing it is. And once you get deeper into the show, Jason Bateman's character is so smooth. Like he just plays that, that guy that is just calm, cool, collected banker, investment guy, you know what I mean? And obviously he never loses his cool with the cartel and, they use him for money laundering and he thinks he can get out of it. And then lo and behold, not only is he in it, he's in it for the long term and wife is in it, kids are in it. And yeah. Cyberpunk, my dude. When does Volume 2 come out? Volume 2 comes out in July, and then there's 2 episodes that you'll be able to get in that. I am a nerd, and that's how I know, because I love everything Stranger Things. Season 4 was my favorite, I think. I mean, I loved the backstory with 11, but I think Season 1 was like probably my favorite, I guess, because it started off everything, right? And then Season 4 was very, very close. And then obviously 2 and 3 are just like, they're good, but every season is very good in the series. But I told you, I mean, I'm not going to give you, make you go down a path, especially when it had 80s references and a lot of the stuff that you experience at school, like lunches, snacks, video games, culture, athletes. Like we all kind of grew up around the same era, you, me, Jameson Mazo, all within about a 5 to 8 year window. And I was born in 82, so I'm 40. So, but yeah, I mean, so many 80s memories and the soundtracks and gosh, so cool. So cool. Chiefs Kingdom in the building, always holding it down. Cyberpunk, always doing big things. Holly Hundo, always doing big things. I missed you guys horribly. You know what I mean? It's just always good to be able to talk to everyone. I haven't talked to Shep in quite some time. Hopefully he's just working a lot. Nate the Great, I haven't talked to him in a while, but like I said, those guys usually are working, 10, 12, 14 hours. So I know they'll come in when they have a chance. So Caitlin's a little smarty pants, Packer fan. She was like dropping like Dodger knowledge bombs and some Packer bombs and whatnot. So I always like that when you get people coming in and they're dropping the knowledge bombs. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Doesn't she have her own channel? Or she's like, she got her own Instagram thing or YouTube thing. So she's already blinging and making the money too. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird, huh? Yeah, I figured. I mean, he just seems like a cool guy, but I guess behind the scenes, I mean, we don't really know how people are unless we really know them. It's like, I thought Deshaun Watson was a decent guy. You know what I mean? I didn't know that he was, trying to take advantage of so many massage women You know what I mean? Just be like thinking, oh, I'm Deshaun Watson, so you're going to sleep with me, or you're going to do special acts for me because I'm Deshaun Watson. You know, and there's another female now that's going and pleading. Now there's 23. Just kind of crazy. And obviously it's, innocent until proven guilty. But I don't think I've ever seen 23 different people accuse someone of something, and then that guy ended up being just like not guilty at all. Like a 100% not guilty. I've never seen it before. Not with 23 people accusing you. Not everyone is doing it for clout or money, which I assume some are. But yeah, crazy. Too cold. I'll look at your little profile pic with Brady on the top. I love it. Good question. I would like Ryan Tannehill or Jalen Hurts. Someone if the Eagles give up on Jalen Hurts, or if obviously we know Malik is the future, Tannehill's on the way out. I'll take Tannehill in Tampa. So I think that'll be the best talented quarterback I can get for a decent price. But we'll see, unless we end up drafting one. But Kyle Trask isn't good enough. Blaine Gabbert's not good enough. So we're gonna have to find someone for sure. And then you guys will take over in the Saints, and hopefully we won't be too far behind you guys at that point. He's traveling the world for work. Yeah, I always try to not like creep or spy on everyone. But I mean, if you're, a friend of mine, I mean, usually I try to keep up on people's Twitter and Instagram and see what's going on. But yeah, I imagine I've probably seen it too, but I've just been, I just not been in a good headspace. So. But don't you feel a little lost? It's like when you have like a thing that's kind of regular, and that you're, even if it's just for a little bit, 30 minutes to an hour, sometimes people stay in the chats for hours on end, right? But it's like when you don't do it, like I feel like a little piece of me is missing. Like, I like having the conversations, with Holly and Cyber and Jameson and Sarah and, just like, and then Elliot. I mean, we usually have Shep, and we have a certain kind of group of maybe about 10 or 15 people. And I know I'm not going to get everyone every day, but it's like when I don't watch Simpsons or King of the Hill and I feel a little piece of me is dead or a little lost. I feel like that a little bit. Oh, they got Tampa Bay Buccaneers on, the Yucks, 1976. Wow. But I missed you guys. Yeah, that's what I want. I mean, I talk shit into existence, right, Holly? Like I talked, Kansas beating North Carolina, even though they were down by like 1,500 at half. Right. And then we got JT came in here. He's like, well, maybe your ESP is correct. And then I was like, before the playoffs started, I said it was going to be the Warriors and the Celtics. And what is it? It's the Warriors and the Celtics. Right. And then I said, in the NHL, which I don't watch, I said it's going to be the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Colorado Avalanche. And they're both in the finals. So all they got to do is, one's got to beat Edmonton, Colorado. They did that tonight. Tomorrow, you got to beat the Rangers if you're Tampa Bay Lightning, and you got to win the series. But it's that ESP. The ESP. Warriors, most likely in 6. I don't see them winning in 5 or in 7 games. The only way the Warriors lose if they beat themselves with injuries with Steph Curry, Draymond, or Clay. But I think that the Boston team is fun, and they're great at defense, but they're just missing a player compared to Steph, Clay, Draymond, right? And they have obviously Jordan Poole emerging as well as Wiggins. So it's going to be too tough to beat that. And you got the Dennis Rodman of this generation in Draymond. So he's the X factor. That's facts. I know some people don't like him, but I think a fresh start for him. And I think with Tampa's weapons, I think he could win there. I think I could make an NFC championship game with Tannehill. I mean, the NFC isn't that great to begin with. Aaron Donald might be walking away pretty soon. Packers are having to rebuild with Devontae and MVS no longer being there. Niners, Jimmy G, Trey Lance. I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room. Eagles look like they might be pretty good. Vikings are trying to build something. You got all these teams. Saints are much, much better. They're going to be a powerhouse. So, I mean, the NFC is kind of wide open. So I did. Defense. If you got the defensive player of the year on your team and it's not Tatum, right? That should be the ultimate tall, because the Eastern Conference, I mean, everyone's like Milwaukee, but obviously, Giannis can't go every year, and then Middleton got hurt. And so that kind of, led them to get leapfrog. But if you looked at the team and Jaylen Brown and you looked at Marcus Smart, defensive player of the year, and that's the first time since like Gary Payton, like defensive player of the year for a no-name guy like Marcus Smart, that's a big deal. So obviously if they got a team that's got good defense, I know that, at least for me, just watching sports since '85, that was my ESP. I was like, okay, you got the best defensive team. They're going to make it. They're going to beat up on everybody else on the Eastern Conference, and they'll score enough with Tatum and Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown, specifically Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They'll be good, right? And then Warriors, they got the best offense. You got Steph, you got Clay, you got Draymond, you got Jordan Poole, you got Andrew Wiggins. You're not going to beat them. It's like destiny. I can feel it. It's like that's why I get these visions and I get these thoughts or dreams, and then I wake up and then I talk it into existence. But the Warriors are winning it all, like no question. I mean, they are a team of destiny. Maybe that's why people, they like betting based off what I say, because I think 90% of the time it comes true. So, yeah, Deshaun Watson, not good. Matt Payton, my boy, Hawaii born and bred, Ducks for life, baby. Controversial. Ooh. I guess it really depends on who's the best at golf, and I don't really know. I don't know what Josh Allen and Mahomes do. I know Brady plays a little bit, and I know Rodgers plays because I know he's gone to different things there. So I would assume Rodgers and Brady will be better than Mahomes and Josh Allen. But I mean, I don't really know how much golf that these guys do in the off season. That's a good question. I have no idea what's going to happen with that. I mean, because it's Allen and Mahomes, the young guns going against the legends, right? Rodgers and Brady. So I don't know. I mean, I don't really know how Josh Allen plays golf or Mahomes. I don't, I've never seen them play, but I know that Rodgers and Brady play. So I would assume they have the advantage because they play more. I'm not sure if they're better. I don't think anyone's Charles Barkley out there. You know what I mean? So yeah, seriously, we don't want any fucking like ACL fucking, tear based off some stupid golf swing. That would be the worst. Yeah, well, I think it's a given. I would assume that if they could have a trade partner right now, that they would do it. You know what I mean? They just have Malik be the starter with Treylon Burks because obviously AJ Brown's gone. They're just blowing it up. The only thing that's constant is going to be Derrick Henry and Vrabel. So I would assume after this year, you start Tannehill, you see how far you get, and then if you get eliminated from the postseason and there's like 4 games left, then you put Malik in, and then after in the postseason, off season, you cut Tannehill or try to find a trade partner in the draft or before, and then you go from there. But that would be a great fit for Tampa, and I would be happy with that because he was my number one choice 3-4 years ago when Brady was going to be available, but I didn't think Brady would choose Tampa. But I thought Tannehill, I knew he was going to be going back to Tennessee, but those were the 2 guys that I wanted. So maybe I'll get my top 2, get Brady first, and then I'll get Tannehill. So obviously there's a drop off going from, the GOAT to Tannehill, but Tannehill to me is still a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. So. Yeah, I look forward to, the get-togethers, all the time. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's just funny, just like even just little conversations. And I like people that can keep a conversation because there's some people, like for Cyberpunk, he's working. So I don't expect him to be able to, be in the chat and typing. And some people are shy. Maybe they don't know me as well. And you know what I mean? But when you get people that are active, like in the chat and we can go back and forth, it really does make time go by quicker. And I really enjoy the interaction. And like I said, some people are just really good with the typing and, they're not shy and you can just have great conversations and whatnot. But I just like being able to, pick your guys' brain. And I just like to share, my life. And I like to have you guys share a little bit of your life with me. And, like I said, you guys are so instrumental to this channel. It's not just me. I think with my channel, I showcase more of the chats on screen than any other channel because it's important to me to be able to showcase you guys. And I think a lot of people come to see some of you guys and talk to you guys, let alone myself. So it's fun. You guys are a bunch of interesting people. It's fun all over the world. Yes. You see Brady and just Rodgers just beating down Mahomes and Allen, just clubbing them over the head. Yeah. I don't see that happening. Doug Williams, a football life. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, those creamsicle oranges. And what's after Doug Williams? Let's look. Joe Gibbs. And then what's after that? Chris Carter. Ooh, the Chris Carter 30 for 30 or football life is good. Shows him kind of going through like the ups and the downs, and then he got cut from the Eagles doing like yo-yo, doing coke or whatever, and then he bounced back his life with his wife and went off drugs and started to be a little bit more holy, a little maybe more spiritual and whatnot. And I mean, if you look at anyone's hands in the NFL, I mean, we all know Jerry Rice was amazing, but you could argue Chris Carter might have the best hands of any wide receiver of all time. If you go back and watch his highlights, I mean, Chris Carter was unreal. Like we see OBJ and Randy Moss and T.O. and a lot of these guys, Megatron, make these amazing catches. But, for me being a kid and watching on the Eagles and the Vikings, I think he was right there with Jerry. And you could probably say he maybe even slightly better than Jerry Rice with catching the football. I mean, Jerry Rice was the GOAT and he was the best of all time, but I think Chris Carter might have had the best hands of any receiver I've ever seen. That's saying something. Even over Jerry Rice, that's insane for me to even say, but I mean, if you actually watch Chris Carter, he's so underrated. I mean, he finally ended up making the Hall of Fame, but I don't think people really understood how good Chris Carter really was and is. Same thing with like Shannon Sharp. People sleep on him too at tight end. We always talk about Kittle and Kelsey and Tony Gonzalez and Gronk, but Shannon always gets left behind. But hey, 3 Super Bowls, 2 with the Broncos, 1 with the Ravens. I mean, that wasn't by coincidence or that wasn't just by luck. Jameson says 120. Let's get to 150, baby. Yeah, but I definitely feel a little lost. I'm like, when I don't hang out with the NWSF or there's like, certain people that you look forward to talking to. And yeah, but I feel good. At least I'm out of my rut now. And that's important. I just had to find myself. I was looking for myself in that photo. I was like, dude, Orion. See, Kelsey in that photo is looking for a new girlfriend. For me, I was just trying to look for my mental health. Mental health, where are you? Right. And then Brady's like, oh, there it is. There's Orion's mental health in the crapper. Okay. Right. But then, hey, Tommy went wingy. Right. Mental health got a little bit better. And then, yeah. And now I'm this. But man, it was rough about 5 days. Rough 5 days. I think I ended up watching 7 seasons of Simpsons or something on Disney Plus. There's usually 20 episodes, per season, sometimes more. And I was on Disney Plus and I was on season, 12 out of 33 that's on Disney Plus. And now I think I'm on, I don't even know what season I'm on. I have to look on my phone, but I definitely went through a mode where I was just watching Simpson episode after Simpson episode. There was one point where I watched Simpsons probably for 6 hours straight. So just because I enjoy it, but then just, I need to get outside and, not just be woe is me all the time. So. Aaron Donald may be considering retirement. Well, if this happens, this immediately boosts Tampa Bay and the Saints, Packers, Niners, Eagles. It's going to say Aaron Donald said, I don't want to play football if I can't win, he says. He said, I'm happy. I'm fine. Brandon Marshall's interviewing him. They're like, okay. So I was blessed to play this game. You already won a Super Bowl. I mean, you don't need to win another one. But obviously, if you don't come back, the Rams don't win a Super Bowl. That's just period. I mean, I don't think you're going to even get to the Super Bowl without Aaron Donald. That's definitely good for me. That's good for Tampa Bay. You know what I mean? Brady's like, yeah, retire, foo. Please. Please retire. Be like, hey, just be like Vaughn. Be like everyone, peace, peace, peace. Vaughn, you need to go. He did. Aaron Donald. He said bye. But I wouldn't want him to leave. I mean, he's too good of a player. I mean, if I want to get a ring, I want to beat teams at their best. I don't want to be like, oh, you only beat the Rams because they had no Aaron Donald. I want to be able to be a winning champion. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not hoping that the Warriors are going to win. Remember, Jameson, I already told you. I got the ESP. Warriors are winning in 6. And then what happens if the Warriors win in 6? Okay. You'll be like, oh, O-Dog does have the ESP. I mean, eventually people will learn, like JT, he's like, oh, I'm starting to believe now. Well, I mean, if you've watched this channel for, You know, I've been doing this for 6 years, and I've been recording for 10. I mean, you can go back and check the receipts of all the predictions. So a lot of them came true. They will win 100%. Yes, exactly. Yeah, for us, we've had the opposite. We've had actually pretty good weather. Today was like 75 to 80. Tomorrow it's going to be like 75 and then 75, which is kind of warm for us here at this point in Oregon. I know some of you guys have like 80, 90, 100-degree temperature and whatnot. So thank you, Holly. Appreciate you stepping up for the cause. I love you. Appreciate you. But yeah, so it's been pretty warm. But yeah, anytime the weather gets a little dreary, we live in Oregon, so I know we have a lot of people that have seasonal depression. But a lot of times it's not the weather that gets me. Sometimes it's just like, the news of that damn fucking shooting. You know what I mean? Like that shit like normally doesn't affect too many. I know it affects people, but sometimes I think it affects people more than others. And it just sometimes that shit just makes me just sick to my stomach. And like, I hate, and it's kind of hard for me because I like to follow like global news, United States news, global news, monkeypox. I like to read. Reading is one of my favorite things to do besides watching film for like NFL and college football. So when I'm reading and I'm going through my feeds on like Twitter and like, Instagram and Facebook, and 99% of it's negative, it's just not fun to read. It's like this person died, this person got murdered, this school got shot up. It's just, I don't want to put myself in that headspace, you know what I mean? So it's like almost I don't want to read that stuff, but I want to keep up on what's going on. But I guess I have to have a medium. Otherwise, I'm just going to be getting sad and fucking depressed reading all this horrible news, So thank you, Holly. Holly Hundo supporting the cause. Bang, bang, bang. 55 for Derek Brooks. Let's go. My favorite Buccaneer of all time. Do I even have a picture of Derek Brooks in my file? Probably not. Will I find one? Yes, I will. Let's see. Did I delete it? Do I still have it? Is it named something different? There's Derek Thomas's, but that's 58. What about my Derek Brooks? Now I got to look it up. I'm committed already now. Now I got to find Derek Brooks. Thank you so much. Derek freaking Brooks. My guy.
A week later, things turned for the worse. It was raining, it was storming, and she passed away. To have a partner that you trust with everything, to lose her at that age, his world was shattered.
I talk about Doug Williams losing his wife very, very early. Been with someone for 9 years, and then she passed.
If I had a choice of giving up football and keeping her alive, they could have had football.
Yeah, he said keeping her alive or football. I said keep her alive. There we go, my guy. Derek Brooks against the Raiders. 55.
Sitting out the entire 1983 season to care for his daughter Ashley. Then a new professional league came calling.
Oh, I got a better one. That one's too blurry for me. Okay, we're going to replace that one. We'll go Justin Herbert here. We're going to replace the blurry, and we're going to go with a better Derek Brooks representation. Since he is my favorite player, I can't have some blurry photo of my favorite player of all time, right? That would not be acceptable. Let's go. My dude. Derek Brooks. Pro Football Hall of Fame. The best outside linebacker of all time. Derek Brooks. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Bang, bang. Holly Hundo, Cyberpunk, always coming through in the clutch. Missed you guys. Bang, bang. And that was the day my life changed forever. Brooks and Sapp. The day that changed Holly's life forever. Tommy Townsend. What a great day. Still almost unreal that shit happened, but I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? Like, I predicted that I would go to the Mariners game and I'd get a foul ball, and I got one. And I got one from my favorite player that is a rookie this year. I haven't been hyped for anyone on the Mariners in 20 years since Ichiro. I ordered his jersey 3-4 weeks before the game, and they still haven't sent it to me yet. But they, the sports gods were like, you know what? We'll do you even a better solid. We'll let you get a foul ball from your favorite player. And not only that, in the 9th inning. Yes. The sports gods are good to your boy. You're a good person, right? Karma's real. You're a good person. Shit happens. Crazy shit happens. Unbelievable shit happens to good people in the sports world. I mean, let me tell you, I've only been to like 5 Mariner games, and I already got 2 foul balls, like already. Well, it's a pretty good ratio. Pretty good ratio. Appreciate you guys. Oh, Cyberpunk is joining the party. Now we're getting a dono train going. I love it. So Cyber just got us to 2. There we go. And the first hundo is always the hardest. But then if you get goats coming in, it makes it obviously much easier when they love and support the way they do. Thank you, brother. I took Paisley to the dog park today, and got her. My girlfriend ended up getting her a new like harness and a new leash and whatnot. Bang bang, $25, right? And he had one of those like things that like has the ball catcher like at the top, and it looks like a kind of like a thing, and right, it's got the claw thing where you put the ball in, right, and you flick it and it goes right. So the grass was so high and the ball's orange and it whistled like a Nerf ball, lost it. She ended up even wiggling out of her harness and then chasing some other dog. And I'm like, I have no leash, no harness. And there's a specific area where you can, let your dog loose with no leash. But I was like, I don't like her jumping on people and, running after dogs. I mean, she's obviously a female and she, acts big at first, but then she gets kind of scared and whatnot. But yeah, that wasn't good. Lost a ball, and it got super hot out there, and then she tried to run away from me, but it was good to be able to get her out there and get outside. Yeah, just got to hopefully the weather gets a little bit better for you guys. Yes, I agree. And I don't know if it's just like the empathy or the sympathy in me, you know what I mean, that like maybe I care too much about certain stuff, but certain shit just bothers me, and I just wish it didn't bother me as much. But I guess it's like if you already are built that way with like the empathy and the sympathy, and you do care about people, it definitely affects those people more, I think, than people that just don't give a shit about anything. So, all right, man, love you too, dude. Hawaii in the building, my brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, well, I mean, like with the Kansas win, with the the North Carolina, you know what I mean, and it's like I think not only with the ESP, it's like what I say, it's a big part of like the specifics on how things are going to be able to turn around and come back. And yeah, I mean, obviously I know you did like a late night stream with one of the Chiefs channels, and you guys probably talked about him, but I don't think you don't really go to any other channels that will throw photos up and they don't talk about him every day. I really do think that, like, even with Julio, you know what I mean? Like, I just, out of all the Mariners players that were playing, I mean, what are the chances of me getting that foul ball? You know what I mean? Like, there was 4 other balls that were thrown into the crowd that were 5 seats to the left or right or in front of me. Right. But they were all like after the inning, but there was only 1 foul ball in our area, and it was in the 9th inning, and it was Julio. I got my finger on one in the 3rd inning, but it was just like kind of tossed into the crowd. So I don't know. I mean, it's just like one of those things. It's like, if you predict things, and I have a vision, and sometimes we talk it into existence, but am I surprised that it happened? No. Am I surprised that it happened so soon? Yes. I know we talk shit into the universe, and sometimes people maybe don't believe in that, spiritual thing or, ESP or whatever, people want to talk about what it is. But I mean, I think just the positive energy. And I think things aren't, oh, it was just a coincidence. I don't think so. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's like you literally could have met any player, past or present, in that liquor store, and let alone the gods made it happen where there was nobody in there besides the owner, you, and him. I mean, so you can actually have like a personal encounter instead of having like 20 people around him, or you're one of 4 people in there, trying to get like a photo or a picture. You know what I mean? Like literally the perfect scenario for a meet and greet that was unexpected happened. Like alone, the 2 of you, the owner, beer cooler, you got time to get a picture. If there was more people, maybe you wouldn't have. Even got to talk a little bit, made a video on YouTube that went in like 360 degrees and no one could actually see what was going on because you were twiddling your phone in nervousness. Those one in a lifetime type things. There's probably going to be millions of people, that'll never meet a Chiefs player ever. I mean, even if you got really good seats at the game, that doesn't mean you're going to meet them outside of the, stadium and whatnot. So I think, sometimes things are fate. It's like, I don't want to say it's predetermined, but maybe we're in the Matrix, you know what I mean? But we definitely talked that shit into existence and it happened. So, I mean, maybe I need to start doing that about other people. Like I need to start doing it about like Michael Jordan or Ken Griffey Jr. or Devin White or Derek Brooks or Brady, or, I mean, do I need, do I need to start doing it for like all the old school wrestlers and stuff too? Like, Hollywood Hogan and, all the guys that are wrestling now that I want to meet. Maybe I need to start doing it for myself and talking about that. So now you just use your ESP to get me a Florida Gator jersey. Hey, I told you, I'm always thinking and I'm always looking. First, you just got to get the mini helmet with the orange Sharpie, right? And then once you do that, that'll be the first step. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll be looking. I mean, you might be able to find one that has the same number, and then we can actually get his name stitched in the back. Because I got a place here in Oregon that does that, but his name might be too long because it's Townsend, and usually they can fit 5 letters with 3-inch, and that's usually what they use. But if you use 2-inch, you could do Townsend, but it might look too small. It wouldn't look authentic. So at that point, you would just want to leave the back blank unless he has a nickname that's 5 letters, which I don't know if he does, but you would know. Yeah. And the ball goes, and you just toss it, and then it, flips back and whatnot. But yeah, the grass was way too tall, and I threw it to her. She caught it once. She never brings it back. She obviously caught one off one bounce in her mouth, which was awesome. But then she just like drops it and just runs away, and then saw another dog and just took off. And I was like, I looked for this damn ball for like 20 minutes and I couldn't find it. So you know how that goes. Someone needs to cut the grass out there, but shout out to you goats. I appreciate you guys very much. Cyberpunk, Holly Hundo. You guys are so amazing. Thank you. Appreciate you. Jameson's 200. Can we get to 250? Yeah, but you never know. You gotta talk stuff into existence. And like I said, when it happened, like I said, we talk about him every day. I mean, sometimes for hours, sometimes when it's just like you, me, and Sarah at the end, and, we're just bringing up different photos and whatnot. And, yeah, I mean, I've always been this way too. It's always been, and I'm not saying I'm a time traveler or anything like that, but I've always had these like ESP kind of like predictions, thinking of things like, I mean, how do you explain me getting the Kike Hernandez ball? And I told people years before it happened that, if I have to knock a grandma or grandpa over kiddingly, right, I'm going to get a ball when we go to a Mariner game, me and my dad for the Dodgers. And then lo and behold, there was a 90-year-old grandma and grandpa to the left of me. And then my dad sat to me on the right. I mean, those kind of coincidences are creepy. You know what I mean? And I literally slid past the grandpa and grandma. The grandma's purse was wrapped around my leg by the time I got the ball. And the guy in front of me who dropped it twice body checked me on the steps, and my knees were bleeding from the first inning all the way to the 9th inning, but I got the ball. But those little details like the grandma and grandpa thing, like, why did I say that? And how is it possible that I actually got past a grandma and grandpa next to me in the seats, right? And I've sat at many, many, Mariner games, and I don't know if I've ever sat next to a grandma and grandpa like that. And wild, but those like little like kind of subtle things that are so specific. It's one thing to predict, hey, I'm going to get a ball today. But then to have that type of verbiage attached to it and then it fucking happened like 5 years later, that was just weird. But maybe we are in the Matrix. So T-Town. Oh, I could do that. You could do T-Town. Wingy. Yes. Yes. Oh, I needed to laugh. I haven't laughed in like 5 days. I needed that. I needed that. Wingy. Imagine like getting the jersey, like a Florida jersey, and it says Wingy on the back. He would be so clueless. I mean, unless there was something like Grateful Dead, like G Dead. Like if you do G Dead, I know he likes the Grateful Dead. Like obviously you can tell with the Bears and everything, the Florida Gator thing. So it's like Gators instead of Bears. And you always got to think outside the box. But G Dead on the back of a Gator jersey, and then if you could find like a Grateful Dead patch that had Gators on it and he patched it on the jersey, then he would be like probably in heaven. He'd probably be like, whoa, you see how my brain works? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like I have to think of something that if someone did for me, that would be cool. That's how you make like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you know, Wingy's one thing, but if you did G Dead for Grateful Dead and then found a patch and put it on the arm sewn in with the Grateful Dead Bears, but they're Florida Gators, like his shirt, he would absolutely flip his fucking lid. He would be like, wow, this is cool. You know what I mean? Or even the T-Town with the patch. You know what I mean? But I'm not sure if you can find a patch like that, but I assume you can. I imagine you can find all kinds of great. My dad is a Deadhead with my stepmom, so they have all kinds of Grateful Dead stuff. I'm not sure necessarily Florida Gator Grateful Dead stuff because that's obviously custom. But that's how my brain works. The Wingy, the T-Town, the G Dead. Tommy Watt Wingy. Too bad you couldn't do Tommy Watt Wingy and it's Tommy's face instead of Tommy. Tommy instead of Tommy. That would be something. I mean, imagine having this photo, but then it's as Tommy Townsend's face instead of Farley. That would be epic. Yeah. Isn't that just wild that fucking happened? Like, even me getting a baseball from Julio, I mean, I knew I was more than likely going to get a ball because I'm just a fucking honey badger. Like if I'm at a game and the ball is within 5 to 10 rows of me, a couple rows, I'm going after it. Like I'm not going to knock over kids or anything. I'm not going to injure anyone. But I mean, if it's in that general area, chances are I will have a good shot at getting a ball. Like I'm just, I'm focused. I want a souvenir and I want something cool. You know what I mean? Other people are sitting there laid back. I'm in the ready position. Like I'm about to RKO. I'm about to pounce. You know what I mean? I'm ready to be able to, get in there and do what it takes to be able to get the ball. Oh, yeah. Like, oh, here comes a foul ball incoming. Oh, here it is. Boom. And then Orion gets the baseball right after. Whatever it takes. Get the baseball at every cost. Bang. I don't know. I mean, the baseball was very cool, and I've gotten, Kike Hernandez. I got a Dodger player. You know what I mean? My dad always joked. He's like, "Oh, did you get bloody knees this time? Did you have to fight for it and stuff?" But I told him, and I almost got 2 balls in 2 days. And then on that particular day when I went with Jay Graves, I could have ended up getting 2 or 3. But I mean, if I see a little kid, I'm not going to steal it from a little kid. But like I said, the last ball that came in our area was 1 row in front of me. So if I slid past the guy, I could have jumped in front of him and had a good shot at catching the ball. But I was, but then the adult that was in front of me dropped it, and then the kid got it. So, hey, the kid won in all. So, but I don't know. The meeting with Tommy, though, I mean, he's your favorite. I mean, I didn't get a picture with Julio. I mean, a foul ball is very, very cool. You know what I mean? But you actually got to meet him. You got a photo with him. You got to giggle and be nervous around him, Oh, look who it is. Knock, knock, knock. Housekeeping. My boy. What a dude, dude. Another goat in the building. Yeah, I was telling Mr. Williams, how I was going through a little depression and anxiety, and sometimes things kind of trigger, with like the shooting and other stuff, and just reading so many negative things. But it sounds like things are getting a little bit better for you. You got yourself a new Xbox. You got a new system. So sometimes that's what you need to do. You know what I mean? Like sometimes being able to watch shows or get outside, listen to music. But if you're a gamer, or you just want to get back into it, what a better way to go try to get a PS5 or the new Xbox. So that's awesome, dude. Oh, definitely me. Definitely. My ex-girlfriend before this ex-girlfriend, I got her and her son to get into them. And there was a guy I remember that had totes full. And he was, I was like, kind of negotiating with the guy. And this guy had treasure hunts and a bunch of old stuff. And I think they ended up getting like 4 or 5 tubs of Hot Wheels for like a couple $100. And they were like, is this worth it? I'm like, yeah, it's worth it. And it's like you get a little fucking book and you start looking them up. And I think the value of the Hot Wheels was like $500 in Hot Wheels for like $200. I'm like, yeah, that was a great deal. But I like the old ones, and I ended up buying them like an old one from 69, the very first year, like 68, 69 is when Hot Wheels was first introduced. And if you can find a Hot Wheel in the original packaging, even if it's bent, it's the coolest thing ever. They have green, cardboard, and they have kind of like a red, yellow, and white standard one, but they're like the coolest thing ever. They definitely cost a little bit of money, but the look of those original Hot Wheels are awesome, especially also the 80s ones. 80s ones are incredible. My boy, what to do? Yeah. And like I said, it's just, I think I might have to start reading less on the global side and the US side. Cause some stuff it's on Twitter timeline. What can we do? If you're on Twitter, Instagram or Facebook and something's going on, you're going to scroll with your thumb and you're going to, I guess it just depends on how much you keep repeating seeing the same thing, because usually if it's something big, then you're getting multiple people talking, tweeting and commenting and all that or whatever. But yeah, I turned the corner. I was not good for about 5 days. Your boy, this is me looking for my mental health. I was like, okay, mental health, where are you? Oh, you're not good? Oh, there you are. And then took me a few days, and then finally I'm here. So feels good. But those days, thank God I had Stranger Things and fucking Obi-Wan, because if I didn't have those, oh man, I might be in this deep for a couple more days. So this definitely was awesome. Love this. I know Mr. Williams loves Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right, one of the best Jedis of all time. Facts. Stranger Things 4, amazing. So there was some highlights, obviously, on that as well. So, but yeah, just been grinding and hustling. And then obviously we talked about me getting Akiem Hicks. Obviously, that was the title of the video. This is a big move. Like Sue, we didn't get Sue. He's 35, 6 sacks last year. This guy only had 3.5, and 1. So 1 3 years ago, 3.5 2 years ago, 3.5 last year. So a little bit of a downgrade from Sue, but with his body size and his experience, him and Vita Vea do make a good 1-2 punch, a top 3 nose tackle, D tackle, 1-2 punch. So depending on if Aaron Donald retires or not, I don't think he will. Tampa could move up to being the best team in the NFC if he retires. Still, they will be top 3, top 4, but obviously you got to think other teams like possibly the Saints, and we'll see what the Eagles do and what the Packers and Niners do. But if you don't have Aaron Donald, that team isn't the same. And we still need to figure out JPP. I want him back since we're not getting Sue, and I need to figure out if Gronk is coming back. I would say this is 50%. This is probably 90. I would assume Gronk will be in the building within 3 weeks. We have to, because we have no chance of winning anything unless we have Gronk. We have to have the Gronk spike. The Gronk spike is very important and essential to Tom Brady and our success. That's facts. D tackle, nose tackle. So he played on the Saints, right? And then he was on the Patriots for a year, I believe in 2015. And then he's been on the Bears since 2016. So in 2016, 17, and 18, he had like 7-8 sacks for 3 years in a row. That was his peak. So he's definitely not the same player as he was before. But as far as depth for Tampa and my defense, if you're not going to get Sue, this is the next best thing that's available that's on the free agency market. If you had to choose one or another, it's a little bit of a downgrade, but not much. You know what I mean? So I would rather have Sue personally, but I can't complain about this. All Tampa fans are excited because there's, a potential of 3.5 to 6, even though, Sue had 6, but if you have him and Vita Vea, and you think Vita is considered the second best D tackle, nose tackle in the NFL by most NFL circles. If you watch anything about rankings about D tackle or nose tackle, this guy's number 1. And I think this guy's number 2. I mean, also based off his age and what he does, with his feet and his arms and his, dominance, there. So, I mean, Fletcher Cox, and there's a few other guys that have been very good for a long time. But I think based off youth and his size and strength and just everything that he brings to the table, I think that most people see that, we got him from UW for a reason, and he's a freak. He is not normal. We had Gerald McCoy, and we thought he was good. This guy's better. You know what I mean? You have Sue. Sue is a Hall of Famer. Vita Vea is something else. So we're excited. That's going to heavily, open up things for Devin White and Levante David, as well as the secondary. It'll take some pressure off if we can get some good sack lunches with Akiem Hicks. See? And my boy Vita Vea. But I want this bad. JPP. I don't care if you got 3 fingers. You blew one off in July 4th a couple years ago. You were in the club. You're fucking productive, and I like you a lot. Like, I like Shaq Barrett. I like a lot of the guys, but having Shaq Barrett and JPP with Vita Vea and Sue, now Vita Vea and Akiem Hicks, I mean, gosh, this is important. Like, Buccaneers, I mean, do you understand? Like, defense wins championships. This is big. I know this is big. This is good for Brady's psyche and mental health, but this is very big, and I hope chances are this is going to get passed on for Gronk, but, I mean, we'll find out. We'll see. Yes. Kenobi. I need to watch Boba. So Boba Fett, I have a couple episodes to go. And so my girlfriend watched a couple episodes without me, and then I watched some, and I think I'm on season or episode 5. So I think I need to watch 5, 6, and 7. But I do like Boba. Boba was good too. Everything's good. Mandalorian's the best, but I enjoy anything Star Wars. Yeah, it's an incredible movie. You should have seen how many text messages I got and messages I saw on Twitter from like Grossi and everyone else so pissed because every time the Packers want a player, the Buccaneers get them. Like we always steal away whoever the Packers want or whoever the Cowboys want. It's like every year when there's like 3 teams kind of in the mix, it seems like the Bucs snatch away a lot of the same pieces that other teams are wanting. So yeah, I know people are mad. Bears wanted him back. I know Packers really wanted him. It was like a lot of Packer fans were thinking that this is going to happen, and the Bucs just came out of nowhere and stole him away. I don't know how the fuck that happened. Big boys drive big wheels. Love me some Hot Wheels. Super D-lines and super defenses, especially back in the day. Like, you know what I'm saying? 2000 Ravens, 2002 Bucs, 86 Bears. I mean, there's no defenses better than those 3, period. JPP, yes. It is inspiring. He's a great player, too. Like, he didn't let the finger get blown off. Like, he's very productive. Like, his stats are fucking amazing. Like, he's always been a good player. It doesn't matter where he's been. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jeffrey Simmons, man. Yeah, Simmons is nice. You got yourself a nice one with Jeffrey Simmons, too. That's facts. All right. Player's choice, Terry McLaurin. I saw the Eagles and the Redskins play earlier today. That was kind of cool. So we got Joe Gibbs. So this is all of like his stuff. Chris Carter. Have you guys watched any Good Morning Football since Kay left and Nate Burleson left? Kay just left recently. I think they have like Rachel Bonetta on there, and then they sometimes will have not Aaron Andrews, but Jane Slater, the Cowboys correspondent. It's not the same. You know what I mean? It's like I want to be able to enjoy it. And besides the whole Schrager stealing my shit thing, that already put me in a bad mood with that show. But gosh, it's like the chemistry and it's different now. It's not the same anymore.
And I remember you making a statement one time about that you like that. And so when Jackson was born, we just started calling you Coach. Yeah.
Oh, Mandalorian is going to be insane. All the Mandalorian stuff is just incredible. Because that was the first thing after the Star Wars movies, and there was a lot of skepticism. They're like, "Oh, this is gonna fucking blow." I thought it was gonna be awesome. It just seemed cool, and then obviously the Mandalorian character himself is his voice is like perfect for the show too. It's just like the great tonality of his voice in that show. They picked the perfect guy to do that. It was awesome, man. Obviously, I would have loved to have had him still on my team. I know that there was some, talk about him being a better blocker, being a better pass catcher. He went to USC. I think he's a good role player back. He can start for you if you need him to start, but he is more of an RB2, RB3 naturally. He can compete for the RB1 spot. Like if you had him, right, and he's healthy 100%, and then Clyde Edwards-Helaire goes down, you could essentially have Rojo in there for a game or two, and he could get you 60 to 110 yards depending on your O-line and score once or twice. I mean, he does have that ability, but he's not going to do it every week. Same thing like Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They're only going to do it like every maybe 3 to 4 games, have a big game, and then have a couple stinkers. Maybe the defense is pretty tough, maybe a 25-yard game, a 60-yard game, and then boom, after like another 4 games, there's another 130 yards, maybe 2 tutties. It's kind of inconsistent, but I think I can help you guys as long as he can pick up blocks and he can learn how to catch the football a little bit better, Yes, I agree. You never watched it. What do you watch? What's your sports stuff? Like, what do you do for your stuff? Do you go to like the apps like NFL, Chiefs.com, or do you go to Bleacher? Where do you get obviously you get news from like Grossi or me or whatever, and you can watch TV or whatever. But is there any specific things that you consistently watch, like Pat McAfee show or anything like that, like The Herd with Colin Cowherd and Joy Taylor? Is there any Skip and Shannon that's a regular part of your life, or do you usually just get a lot of the news from like Tom, me, or TV? I'm curious. Yeah, that damn weasel, huh? He did it twice too, and he didn't even get the response that he was looking for. You know what I mean? So, but no, obviously, if it's not your content, it's not going to be the same vibe, and you know what I mean? But it is flattering that someone that's that famous stole from me. You know what I mean? And even Madden and EA Sports with the sack lunch. I didn't even believe people, 3-4 years ago when they said, dude, your shit is in the video game. And they never had that phrase in the video game. And then they would say it, or it would come up on the screen like sack lunch, sack lunch, sack lunch in font. Like, I was like, wow, dude, how cool is that? To be like a catchphrase that you made up is in a fucking EA Sports Madden video game that I've been playing since I was a little kid. Wild. So it shows you a lot of times, people will watch YouTube or social media stuff, even famous people that you have no idea that might be checking you out. Oh, watch it, bro. Trust me. As much as I love like the Mandalorian, the way it's written and the special effects, it's very good. Like Boba is good, and obviously Obi-Wan is good. Like you said, based off the characters, but the Mandalorian I think is better. It's like the best one so far. It's very, very good. You should watch it.
After an undefeated season in 1966, Gibbs climbed his way up the coaching ladder.
Oh yeah, Rick Grimes. It's not the same without Rick. I agree. The first 5 seasons or so are fantastic, but then after Rick, goes missing or whatever, he's dead or missing, right? It went downhill. It wasn't the same. I mean, you can still have, some of the characters on there, and I mean, I got some Walking Dead toys and stuff. I got some Rick Grimes, and I got the motorcycle, and I got a few of the characters in the show. I got Negan, and I got obviously Glenn, not with his eyes all like hanging out and whatnot, but I have a 2-pack with Negan and Glenn, and then I have the motorcycle, and I also have the Rick and then the chick. I'm trying to remember all the names of all the people. It's been a while since I watched the show. And then the badass black chick that had the swords. I have her figure that comes with the swords. Just trying to think of all the names of all the people. I don't know why I can't think of all the names. Probably because I haven't watched it in a while. And then they had the Fear the Walking Dead with Alicia and a lot of these other people. And that one actually was pretty good for a couple years. And there was a point where I watched Walking Dead and then I watched Fear of Walking Dead. And I watched both of them. But then at some point, they just both kind of fell off and I just quit or whatever. But normally I like to finish stuff. And Walking Dead is one of those shows that normally I would have finished all the way through, but for whatever reason, I haven't watched in the last like couple years. So yeah. And Nate Burleson deserves to be upgraded there. So Rick, Glenn, Michonne. Yes, I have her figure. Yes. And then Daryl Dixon with the motorcycle. That's my favorite Walking Dead figure. It actually has a little motorcycle, and it's got Daryl, and he's got his hair, and he's got the crossbow, and he's got all these like attachments, like knives and stuff. And you can like put the figure on the motorcycle. You know, you can like, obviously I haven't done it because it's in the box, but I want to. You know what I mean? Like the little kid in me is like, dude, I really want to fucking open up this Daryl Dixon Walking Dead and mob around with the motorcycle, because I never had a fucking motorcycle toy that I could put a figure on. Not a cool one like that. You know, you might have had like some ghetto one when you were a kid or something, but or like some Lego shit or whatever. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these figures that I own, I really want to open them. Like I really want to open them and play with them and just like, you know, wiggle them around and, you know, wrestling figures, open up my wrestling rings. And I have like a cage attachment. Like if I would have had this cage attachment in a ring when I was 10, I probably would have never went to school ever again. I probably would have, you never would have seen me. Just been like Atari, NES, wrestling ring with cage. And it's like got doors that open and collapse. And it's like the coolest thing ever. I bought it, I don't know how many years ago, 8 years ago or whatever. And you can link it to almost any wrestling ring that WWE puts out, SmackDown, Raw, NXT. It's like the same ring, but just different stickers that you put on it. But the cage goes and locks in on it. Oh my God. Like for me, because wrestling figures are my favorite thing besides like starting lineups and McFarlane's, and you can't really play with those. They're more like display pieces. But with wrestling figures, you can maneuver, move the arms and the legs and do body slams and use the ring and do suplexes off the top. And, you know, I had Hulk Hogan and Big Boss Man and Bushwhackers, Luke and Butch. And I didn't have a whole lot of figures or whatever. And then I invested in some of Preston, Swaggy P's. Like he grew up in the era a little bit younger than me. So he grew up in like the Stone Cold Rock era, like in the Attitude era. So he's got all the figures from like 95 to like early 2000. So he's got a lot of the cool, like rare stuff on that end. And I handpicked a lot of the Stone Colds and Rocks and DX, Badass Billy Gunn, Road Dogg, like all the different ones, Diesel. I went through his collection, and I've never seen a kid that's had over 100 loose figures for wrestling. I thought I was pretty hardcore, but I didn't have that many. I mean, this guy would like mow lawns and hustle and trade cards. I mean, you know, and to go through someone's tub of old wrestling figures from the 90s, and you actually have like rare ones, cool ones. And I mean, I've just never seen that many, but that's, you know, Preston's a pretty hardcore collector like me. So usually not a lot of mainstream RGR.
First time I laid my eyes on John Wiggins, he's walking across the
Do you watch Pat McAfee pretty regularly? It's a good show. It's the most real show that's out there. You know what I mean? It's not for everyone. And sometimes they talk about dumb shit and they get a little carried away, you know, because they're just boys and they're kind of going off topic or whatever. And sometimes it gets a little raunchy or whatever, but I mean, it's real and, you know, they're authentic, and that's why people like it. I mean, people don't want the fake arguments, and some people like that shit, like the fake arguments and the, you know, the arguing for ratings type thing, like the Skip and Shannon thing. Like the producers are like, okay, you know, Skip, you say the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl, even though you know goddamn well they won't. And Shannon, you'll just be the regular person that makes fun of him, and you'll smoke your cigar and drink your Hennessy, and everyone will agree with you, and you guys will just argue. You know, you're the normal one, and he's the crazy one. You know what I mean? But it's just so predetermined and fake. I can't really get into it, but I will give Skip a little bit of credit. I watch him over Stephen A. any day of the week. Skip is actually tolerable. Stephen A. makes my ears and my nose and everything bleed. Like I if there's one person that I would want to just delete from my life forever, it's Stephen A. Smith. He is fucking horrible. I mean, I know Troy Aikman and Joe Buck are bad, but like I said, I could do definitely the rest of my life without hearing Stephen A. Smith's voice ever. And a lot of times it's just because you scream doesn't mean you're right. And he's wrong about everything. I mean, I want to be wrong about everything and get paid like fucking, you know, 10, 20, 30 million a year. And I'm just wrong about everything. That'd be the best job ever. It's like you're a weatherman, but you're getting more coverage. A weatherman or a weather woman. They're like, fuck it. It's going to rain today. Oh, boom, it snows. Fuck you. I'm still making money. But with Stephen A. is like, you know, saying all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, he doesn't even know. I mean, it's funny too, because whenever they have Stephen A. do like football, I remember I saw a thing last year and he was talking about like Hunter Henry or something, and he wasn't even on the Chargers anymore. And he was like, oh, it's Hunter Henry. He's starting. He's going to be a fantasy option. I was like, dude, how could you even be on ESPN and stating stuff where it's like you didn't even prepare and you're like talking out of your ass? Like, I was like, wow. I was like, because even when he sticks to basketball, which he supposedly knows, he's always wrong. Like the last like 8 or 9 NBA finals, he's got all of them wrong. It's like whatever he picks, you pick the opposite. Crazy. I want to be wrong. I'm like, oh, I'm wrong about everything. Boom. $30 million a year. But I wouldn't want to be hated like that though, because I think he's kind of, the personality is a little bit extreme. It's a little fake to me, and screaming, yelling, not right. Just you can't really relate to him. It's just, I mean, I get it that he's worked hard to get where he is, and he deserves every penny, I guess, for his hard work. I guess based off what ESPN thinks of him, but do it, dude. You'll love it. And the first couple seasons are fucking incredible too. He fell asleep. Yeah, I imagine. I like him. I think that I think with him, the fakeness of the show I don't like, but when I compare it to other stuff that's out there, Get Up and all this, I can't really watch. I mean, it used to be just Good Morning Football, and then it used to be Pat McAfee show, and then I used to go and like Colin and the Herd. I used to like it. I used to hate it. I used to like it again, and I'm kind of like, now I need an alternative for Good Morning Football. But I mean, a lot of times if you can't watch it during the live, are you really going to watch it later on that night? You're probably going to go to bed, or you just got off work, or you're here, or you're Grossi, or you're on RGR, or you know what I mean? So sometimes you'd rather just interact rather than watch a show. And most of the time, if you're on a YouTube channel, anything that Pat McAfee talked about in his show, you're probably going to get it based off the YouTuber that you're watching, because you're probably going to get someone that's streaming pretty, actively often. And if it's a trending topic, chances are whoever it is, me or someone else, we're going to talk about it. So, but I don't watch McAfee all the way through. I used to do it for like warehouse work and stuff where I could just like have it in my ear and I could just listen to the show. But I mean, I have a lot more free time in the morning, and I spend time with like Paisley and whatnot. So, yeah, but it's my favorite. But I do like Shannon though. I mean, at first, he was a big talker, but he doesn't rub me the wrong way like T.O. when he talks shit. You know what I mean? Shannon was just one of those guys. I think he's just talk shit and he's real. And T.O. was like trying to make a mockery of everyone and, really go above and beyond. I think Shannon was just going to be like, hey, I'm good. 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos, 1 with the Ravens. I mean, I don't think you're going to get anybody at tight end that's going to catch him besides maybe a Kelsey. Gronk, obviously, he's got the Super Bowl wins. You know what I mean? But as far as like 2 with 2 different teams, same thing with Gronk, Bucs, and fucking Patriots. I mean, that's tough. That's rare. And Kelsey, I think, has the potential to be on those 2 guys' levels. And obviously Gonzalez is, recognized as like the best. But I mean, Gonzalez didn't even win anything. So I mean, even though he might be the best athlete, I mean, when it's all said and done, I mean, maybe the Super Bowls on top of the numbers will mean a little more. But I guess we'll see. So maybe, Gonzalez will slide back a few, and maybe, Shannon Sharp and maybe Gronk and Kelsey move up a little bit just because of the Super Bowl wins. I mean, everyone's perception is different of athletes. So, yeah, he does talk smack, but it's easy to talk smack when you're talking to an idiot like Skip, when it's like predetermined, like fuckery and this like bullshit, like whatever he says, he either thinks and is completely wrong, or the producers are telling him talk about this. So people will click on it, because if they agreed on everything, who the fuck would watch? No one would. You know what I mean? It's like they have chemistry, but if they just agree on everything, you're not watching. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, they are. And that's why I love them. And obviously, if it's McFarlane, Todd McFarlane did Spawn comics, and he's the one that does the contract with the figures. And the Walking Dead are McFarlane figures, and that's why they're so dope. Yes. You can actually look it up on eBay or look it up online. They're awesome. The show does go all over the place. And I think for me, it's like I want the Good Morning Football aspect where I just get football. But then with McAfee, it's like football, hockey, baseball, basketball. It's like, I mean, I can do pretty much anything, and I can talk about anything or everything. But I mean, I'm obviously NFL and college football and wrestling. Those are my 3 favorite. Besides, talking life with you guys and nostalgia. Nostalgia is fun to talk about. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of the Daryl real quick. Hold on. It's my favorite one that I have. All right, I'm pulling it up.
The toasted cheddar chalupa is back. Only at Taco Bell.
Something more than a birthday is happening here. Once you can
All right, prepare for your eyes to be amazed. All right, you ready?
recognize the signs of autism.
Look at this. Tell me that this isn't cool. Seriously. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Daryl, he's got the fucking pouch with the knife. He's got the fucking saddlebags. You got the fucking crossbow in the front. Get the fuck. Dude, and look at the tires. I mean, it's not like some bullshit like fucking figure. Like this bike is like a miniature cool fucking toy, dude. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I wish I had one loose like this. I'd just be just playing around with it here while I'm streaming. I'd be like, what's Orion doing? Just yeah. Fucking sick. I got good taste with toys. I always look for the cool stuff, you know, the stuff that I know that I could sell and flip, but stuff that I just think is dope. You know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, fucking Daryl on the motorcycle. Yeah, I better buy that at Toys R Us before they go out of business. And I got it. I don't know. It was like maybe a couple years before they went out of business. It's, I don't know how many years old that toy is. Probably over 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. So, right. And it's the artwork on it. I mean, it looks like Daryl. It's not some bullshit where it doesn't even look like him. Like everything, you know, the tattoos and the clothes and yes. I mean, that just, if that doesn't get you itching to watch The Walking Dead, then I don't know what will. That's freaking cool. So you never know where the story is going to go. Even the box is cool for it.
You're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk. No matter what you're going
Oh,
through,
shit.
just let me know I'm here. I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
Oh, this is, I think this might be a different one. Oh my God, this looks insane. Oh my God, this is insane. This comes with a piece of highway and a zombie. Oh my God. Hold on.
Of course you can.
This is incredible. This is even cooler than the one that I got. But this is like a set, or maybe someone custom made this little, you know, diorama type thing. But wow. Look at this. Now I'm like, oh, fuck, I need to find this. I mean, I can't afford it. I mean, I got, you know, I'm just grinding and paying bills and whatnot. But okay, this is cool, right? But this, oh my God. Different pose, different clothes, different bike, a different version of, and with the 85, Interstate 85 with zombie with fucking road. Get the fuck out of here with grass and shit in the background. And like, my God. I mean, some people are just pure artists, you know what I mean? And like, you know, buying something like out of the package like this, that's custom made, or, you know, if it is, you see like how amazing, like this could be a nice like desk piece, you know, for your computer room or at work. Oh my God. This is cool. And I still like this a lot. This is like, you know, early on with Daryl, but wow. Talk about amazing. Very cool. Now you guys can see my personality a little bit. These are the type of toys I look for. The amazing, over the top. That looks just incredible.
7:30, 8 o'clock. You see him come down, his hair sticking straight up, or he got a toothbrush in his hand from brushing his teeth.
The webisodes
You know this guy been sleeping.
on the internet? No. Like when they talk about the show afterwards or something on the internet? No, I only watch it on TV. Unless you meant to spell episodes. But if it's webisodes, I don't know what that is. Yeah, crossbows in the back. And then if you look at this one, the crossbow's in the front. If you see it. Just hanging down there. Freaking awesome, dude. Yeah, boy. The toy collector. Just give you a little piece of my world. It is the crossbow. If you got Daryl, you have to have the crossbow. All right, NASCAR, Camping World Series, USFL. You guys even watch USFL? SEC Championship, Georgia, Alabama. Are you kidding me? See, look at that's what happens when you're a sport fan, right? And it's almost midnight here, and then boom, I get the SEC Championship game. Get the fuck out of here. Georgia 10, Alabama 7. Number 1 rated Georgia versus number 3 Alabama. Oh, second quarter, 12:38. There are so many NFL players in this fucking game. This one and the Natty. But, I mean, just all the Georgia players, like 15 or 16 that got drafted. Alabama players, too. I mean, this is like a scouting dream right here for me. Like, just like, you got like NFL players everywhere. It's like no weaknesses. How cool is that? It was a spin-off episode based off, I want to say the first. No, I did not see it. Was it good? Stupid? It was cool. Fuck yeah. Well, Jesus, I've never heard of it. I should, I wouldn't consider myself like a Walking Dead freak. Like I'm like, oh, like Stranger Things. Like, you know what I mean? Like I used to love Walking Dead. I mean, I wouldn't have bought the figures, and spent the money on it if I didn't love it. I wouldn't have bought Michonne. I wouldn't have bought fucking Rick. I definitely wouldn't have bought Negan and Glenn. And that shit is still one of the saddest shit scenes all time with Negan does to Glenn. Because Glenn is one of the coolest characters. It's not just because he's Asian, but just such a likable, caring dude. And when Negan does what the Negan does with the bat, my God. Yeah. I mean, they made that shit like extra graphic. Why did they have to do that? But I ended up getting the figure of a 2-pack of both of them. I got it at like a video game store years ago. I was like, oh my God, Glenn and fucking Negan. I was like, I need to fucking buy this. All right, brother. Love you. Appreciate you. Enjoy your Xbox, dude. Yeah. The special teams is not on your level. Okay. Well, have a good night, dude. Come back tomorrow. I'll be grinding it out. First 5 seasons were incredible. I mean, if you watched AMC, I mean, just the theme song and the character development and just the characters overall, it was fucking insane. It was very good. It wasn't cheesy at all. Wow. Because he has eyes. The announcer's like, how did he know he was there? Because he has his eyes open, dummy. Well, shit. 10-7 Georgia. It's 4 minutes away from midnight here. We're almost at 4 minutes away from 5-hour live stream because that's what we do here. We grind and we hustle. What do you guys want to do? I mean, we still have enough people in the room that if you guys want to keep hanging out, I mean, I can go for another 30 minutes to an hour if you guys want. I mean, like I said, it's totally up to you guys. I mean, 5 hours is a fucking grind and a hustle, but I'm not really tired necessarily. I mean, I'm just watching the SEC championship game and just kind of hanging out. So, I mean, if you guys want to go for like another 30 or another hour, I mean, let me know in the chat. I mean, what you guys want to do. If you guys want to end the stream in 4 minutes, I mean, I pretty much just listen to you guys, what you guys want to do. If there's enough of you that you guys want to keep hanging out for a half hour to an hour, we can do that. If a majority of the group is like, fuck, let's just end it, then we can do that. But I mean, we got enough people in the room that if you want to keep it moving, I mean, regardless if we end up getting any more donos or not, I don't, whatever. If we just want to hang out. I mean, like I said, I've, had the mental health thing and, I had tough time for about 5 days. It's just kind of nice to get back into the grind and the hustle of things, and I like working hard. I mean, I like working hard and I like keeping busy. So I don't like being lazy. You know what I mean? I mean, at some point I'm going to make a 10-hour stream seem like normal. I know it's a lot of time, but I mean, I'm working there. 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. I think the record for us is 8. That's wild. 8 fucking hours. Hey, but when you're, have great people in the room and good conversation, I mean, shit, time flies sometimes. I mean, I could just be having a conversation with 1 or 2 people and an hour goes by real quick. So, yeah. Well, I would say let's do at least 30 minutes. And I think we have enough people where we can I'm just watching college football anyways, so I'm going to be up. So we'll do 30 minutes and then we'll go from there. And then we'll be at 5 hours and 30 minutes. And then if we want to go for another 30 and make it a full hour, then we can do that and end the stream. But let's go for another 30. Yeah, let's go for another 30 and we can do 5 hours and 30 minutes. And, regardless if we get anything or not, who cares? Let's just hang out and have fun with each other and just, shoot the breeze, shoot the shit, hang out. That's what it's about. I'm trying to visually make your night happy, make your day happy, give you something that you're not going to get at work or on any other YouTube channel. A great group of people and some amazing fucking photos for your visual pleasure. And I'll tell you what, like when I see other YouTube channels and how they do the editing and they do, intros and all the magnificent, little subtle details that YouTubers put into their work. It's just really cool to see everyone's personality come out because everyone is so different. Everyone has their own kind of swag. Everyone has their own kind of style on how they, do things. And I'm, really proud of just the evolution, I think, of the channel. And I know that, even just looking back and just looking at, different photos going along with the stream, it just really does go hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you guys very, very much. The best fans on planet Earth, the Fanatic family. I'd be like, all right, Tommy. I was like, you met my friend. You don't realize who she is or I am. But guess what? We need a Florida Gator jersey. And not only a Florida Gator jersey, Tommy, I need the one that you're wearing in this photo with the Jordan symbol and the patch, the 150. It's a cool jersey. And it's Jordan brand. I mean, that even gives it more collectibility at that point because it's Jordan, because people love Jordan brand stuff, regardless of what it is. If Jordan in OVO with Drake's line, or Jordan brand and any kind of collab. But then for it to be Jordan brand as the brand over Nike or Reebok or Adidas, wow. Pretty cool. And you fucking met him. And dude, how dare anybody try to bring you down or try to make it like, oh, this isn't a big deal. Dude, it's like winning the fucking Super Bowl as Andy Reid, and then the trophy, you get that, and you get a cheeseburger, and you get chocolate cake. I mean, what an epic day. I mean, it could have been Harrison Butker, and you would have loved it. You would have had so much fun with that, right? But then it was above and beyond. It was the special teams. But your guy, yeah. I mean, that's going to be a conversation starter, and that'll be a story forever. But I don't think that'll be the last time. I think you will meet again, and I think you will talk to him at the game. And all you got to do is just, not necessarily, you don't have to be shy, about it. You don't have to be a crazy person. But if you do say, and you wave and you say his name or whatever, and you hold up the Gator helmet, I imagine he'll come over, you know what I mean? And be like, hey, you remember me at the liquor store? And he might remember you. I would assume that there's not very many people that are going to go up to him and ask for an autograph. I think he Chiefs thing, he probably wouldn't want to sign, but Florida Gators, that shows like how hardcore of a fan you are of him. Cause like, you actually know what school he went to at college. You're very aware of, little subtle details. You can tell he loves Florida, like maybe even more than the Chiefs. Like he loves it. I mean, he's fucking wearing Grateful Dead Florida Gator shirt. So that shows you his fandom for Florida Gators is like through the roof. So, and I think that'll happen this season. You'll bring the mini helmet. You'll bring the Sharpie. He will remember you. He will sign for you. And you don't even have it to make it out for like too Holly. It could just be like, Tommy Townsend or whatever. I think it's going to happen. I mean, like I said, how many times have I said something and it's happened? As creepy as it is. I mean, there's. And like I said, me and Preston are very good at meeting people and putting ourselves in a position to win, whether that be to get a foul ball. My buddy Swaggy Pete Preston got 2 Kobe Bryant, rest in peace, Kobe wristbands. do you know how hard it is to get even one Kobe memorabilia at all? It's like a billion to one. And for someone that's like around my age, for him to get it back when he was not a little kid, when he was, still kind of like, high school, post high school, and to get items like that, I mean, that shit is not by coincidence, or just like accident. It's like there's certain things that you do, you know where to sit, where, what row to be in, where to go, what to say, you know what I mean? And it's going to happen. He's going to remember you too. And then it'd be like, okay, boom. And it's like, you need to come to this YouTube channel. We talk Chiefs all day, every day. You know what I mean? But then he'd probably be one of those guys that would be like too embarrassed if he was here and I was like, doing the whole Tommy Townsend showcase. You know what I mean? At first, he'd probably be embarrassed. You know what I mean? Be like, oh, dude, this is what we fucking do on a regular basis, dude. Look at this shit. You know what I mean? This is you, dude. You know what I mean? Dude, I imagine if we ever get an NFL, player, you know what I mean? Like, they'd be like, oh, wow, dude, these fucking guys are awesome, dude. It's like, he probably hasn't even seen some of these things. I was like, bro, you want to see some shit that you've never seen before? Or I'm going to show you something that you haven't seen. Like, if he sees this, he would fucking flip. He'd be like, oh, dude, I remember that. You never know. You never know. You just got to talk it into existence. Yeah, but you got the picture, but the autograph is coming. And I'll be a lookout. I'll be a lookout for Florida Gator jerseys, so. Yeah. I mean, seriously, like out of all the things that I've ever done, I mean, I've gotten 2 Portland Beaver baseballs. I've gotten fucking batting gloves after a guy hit a home run, mini bats. I mean, Mariner balls, like, as far as like memorabilia and, certain things. I mean, it's one thing for, you have like a favorite player or whatnot. But I mean, normally when someone's on that high level, like NBA or MLB or NFL, it just doesn't happen. This, you're not gonna. I mean, unless you go to like meet and greets or if you're like a season ticket holder and there's special events for the fans and the season ticket holders and whatnot. But I mean, to have it happen at the liquor store and the way that it happened, that didn't happen by just by fate, luck, like it just poof, all of a sudden you're here and he's there. I mean, that's it's almost like some supernatural shit. Like the universe was like Orion and the gods, like, with the strings. We're like, okay, here is Tommy. All right, here is Holly. And she's like, oh, I haven't been here. Plop. And then open the door, beer cooler, and then man of your dreams. That's just the wild part about it, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've had so many crazy, weird things happen to me over the years. But for it to be, your favorite player, right? For it to be your favorite player, like out of everyone on the team, anybody, and it was him. And it's like the most like obscure guy, like the punter, the kicker, like the guys that get forgotten, the guys that don't get the love or the appreciation, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if it was Mahomes or whatever, you would have loved that. Right. And, or Kelsey or any of the big names, you would have loved it. Right. But this is your favorite. It doesn't have to be the most popular guy on the team. You're like, you root for the underdog. You root for the guy that doesn't get appreciated. That's why I'm a defensive guy, O-line guy. And that's why you're a special teams punter kicker guy, and other positions too, offensive line. I know you have a lot of love for like the underdogs and the guys that don't get the love. And you got to actually be in a area outside of a game. Like that shit doesn't happen. I don't think that's ever even happened to me. Like, at just like a liquor store or a gas station, like, oh, hey, look, it's King Griffey Jr. pumping gas at the Chevron. You know what I mean? Like that shit would never happen to me like that. So. We spoke in it. Yes, 2 of them, 2 authentic, and he sold one. And then I was like, you idiot, you should have never sold that because a Kobe Bryant wristband could go for like 500 to like 2,000. Like an average wristband will be like $100 or less depending on the player. You know what I mean? But for Kobe, I mean, that's like getting like a Michael Jordan. You're not getting that. I mean, like how many of those even fucking exist? Like, I know Kobe gave away more stuff than Jordan. Jordan didn't give away anything. She's like, okay, he's talking about the Tommy Townsend. I got to make it happen. Yes. Appreciate you. It's like, this guy's good. He's like, I don't know how the fuck this guy does it, but he just says fucking shit on the channel. And then all of a sudden, everyone in the room is like this. And then 2 weeks later, it happens. And then we just fucking rejoice. I mean, even for me, like it made me feel really, really good. I think just because, you know, I understand the fandom of a lot of you guys because I am that person too. So when you end up having fandom and then, you know, the magic happens, I mean, how do you fucking explain that? I mean, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could have ran that scenario, you know, a million times and it never would have hit you once. You know what I mean? Like between now and, you know, if he's still on the team and whatnot, but fucking incredible. You know what I mean? That's like one of the coolest stories and coolest things ever. And I think, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I know you were on that other Chief channel the night before because I remember seeing your tweet, but I don't think anybody talks about him or showcases him like this. And I think he'd be proud. He'd be like, wow, these guys really fucking like me. Like, it's like, yeah, dude, you know what I mean? I got my favorites, you know, I throw up, you know, I take care of the people, you know what I mean? That take care of me. But I love that. It's should be a thing where we actually do praise punter, kickers, offensive linemen, and defensive players more than the offense. Fuck the offense. Offense is good. I get it, but it's kind of overrated. Like, you know, I mean, you never really hear a lot of teams like, oh, we won because just the offense. Never. It's always the O-line or the D-line or the defense or the special teams or the coaching. So it's like, I think the offense is the glorified cool position. Like you're the cool, popular kid at school, quarterback, wide receiver, running back, tight end. It's just cool to be like the guy on offense. But in reality, if it wasn't for all the other guys, those guys aren't shit. They're nothing. That's facts. Appreciate you. I'm talking this shit into existence. It's going to happen. But it wouldn't surprise me, like I said, in I don't know how long it will take to happen. But, I mean, it's already happened where you've already met him. So, and got a fucking cool photo, which you can see right here. Awesome. That's forever. I mean, no one will ever take that away from you, ever. You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's just so cool that it could have been someone else and then building up to him. But then the gods were like, you know what? You know, she likes this guy so much. Instead of having her meet, you know, Butker or Andy Reid or, you know, Mahomes or Kelsey, we're just going to go straight to the source. Fuck everybody else. We're going to go for the guy that's unappreciated. And we're going to make this guy's day. And we're going to make her day. Boom. And then it happened. The closest thing I can find to a gator, rhino, and a treasure chest. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Well, plus, too, I mean, I love just to showcase people and just to, you know, be real. And I think, you know, with us, I mean, we have one of the most genuine, just real, you know, channels. You know, I mean, what I talk about is it's what it is. There's no sugarcoating stuff. And if I like you and I'm going to showcase you, I mean, you know what I mean? You're going to get the best of the best. You know, you're going to get showcased like, you know, a masterpiece, like a Mona Lisa with no frosting on it. Did you hear about that story? That was one of the stories. At least it ended up not in any kind of violence or anything. But then the kid was protesting and then he did wipe the frosting on the Mona Lisa on the glass, but obviously not on the painting. No, otherwise the guy probably would have got shot. People are nuts. Yeah, I would love it. You know what I mean? I think you'd fit in great. You know what I mean? And like I said, you know, you never know because you got to think out of the hundreds of NFL players and you know backups and like you know MLB players, NHL, NBA. You know they go on YouTube. So where are they going? I mean, are they just listening to music videos the whole time? What other channels are they on? And if they are playing sports, are they looking up the sport channels? You know what I mean? Because obviously there's a lot of them out there, but I think there's only so many good ones. You know what I mean? It'd be awesome to be able to have an athlete. And I would almost prefer to have someone that's not like the big name, because I mean the big name would just be almost unbelievable. Like, oh, Patrick Mahomes comes into the chat. Like that would just be some crazy shit. You know what I mean? But you know, having someone just more maybe. I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes isn't real or authentic, but obviously with a Tommy Townsend, you said that you know he's like just a regular average Joe. He said, you know. The Mona Lisa cake story. That shows you how much I read. Yeah. So the guy just wiped it on the glass and then they arrested him. And I guess he dressed up as an old lady in a wheelchair with a wig and then stood up. And I don't know really what he was to gain about that. You know, some some kind of whatever, message that he wants to, spread to the world, going viral. Yeah. Remember Reggie Roby? That's the one guy I always think of when people are talking shit. I'm like, oh, I remember Reggie Roby. I'm trying to remember all the teams that Roby was on. I think the last one I really remember Roby on was Dolphins or whatever, but Roby had those big long legs and he would put the shit out of it. Well, obviously McAfee being a punter. I mean, he was one of the best ones for sure for a long time. Good times, man. Missed you guys. Just good to be able to talk whatever. Like-minded individuals. Just having a good time. Little Space Kitty for you. Holly always coming to play, supporting the cause. Yeah, but JT is like maybe not in true belief of the ESP, but I mean, I don't know how many more things he wants me to touch on for him to believe. But then he's like, oh, I can bet on this, what this guy says. Maybe that's why I don't do it, because I'm so superstitious. Like I have a vision or I say something, but I've never bet. I've never bet on any of my picks. Like I tell people and then they bet and they give me stuff in return for being correct, but I don't do it on my own. Maybe I should. I mean, if I ended up doing that, then I probably would be fucking rich. But I'm just like superstitious. Not that like, okay, I think that the Warriors are going to win in 6 against Boston, but if I bet money, then something's going to happen and the universe is going to change and, something's going to happen where a Warrior player is going to get hurt and shit's not going to be the same. I don't know. But I should do it at some point. The Space Kitty. Space Kitties make people happy. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to be able to be visually stimulated and just be happy. And I think a lot of times with all the bad news and everything that's going on, sometimes we just need to look at an animal like a dog or a cat with a astronaut helmet on. I mean, why the fuck not? Okay. I mean, that doesn't make you smile or make you laugh or just feel a little bit more lighthearted and better. It's like, look at this fucking wild ass cat. Mouth open, eyes just bulging. Right? Is that Victor? Is that Holly's cat? Splooting again in space? That one's such a sharp photo. It's like when I look at that, I like kind of reminds me of Paisley when I'm like super close up to her face, giving her kisses because she's my girl. It's like, how did she go from this to this? So quick, so fast. She was so small. So small. Shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you. Kelsey flying away from his ex-girlfriend again. Oh, I'm not paying for anything, he says. Bye. And he's flying away. Come on, Travis. Spend some money. He's like, oh, Ryan, that's a good one. I'll always make anyone pay half. Travis. Oh, Kelsey. He's like, where's that next girl I can date that wants to pay half also? Oh, there she is. I'm too superstitious about it because, I mean, I feel that, like, I don't want to fuck with the sport gods and the universe. You know what I mean? Like, I want, if I say something, I want it to happen. I don't want the universe to change based off me trying to profit off my picks myself. See, superstitious about the hair. Meow. The big puppers. Yeah, it's like I said, and you know what I mean. You just have certain conversations that you're only going to have with certain people. Like, what I'm saying, like, it's like you have your friends, you have your drinking buddies, and I feel like with me, with the amount of reading that I do, and just trying to keep up with different personalities. I mean, there's just certain personalities we click, and it's just fun. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, who knows, really? I mean, things get like blown out of proportion. I mean, it could have been, something much more deeper than that of, someone wanting to be with someone else or some kind of cheating thing. And they just want to, maybe shift it in this light, that he's just a cheap guy instead of maybe really having the truth come out. Who knows? Who knows? Tommy won wingy. Alabama 17, Georgia 10. Yeah, but you guys are good for my mental health. That's good. It's very good. It's crazy too how sometimes it only has to be, maybe like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. But it's like those 2 hours when we're all hanging out and I'm doing my thing and I'm trying to put on a good show for you guys. And it's just like special. You know what I mean? Like, we could obviously down the road, we'll get more people and, there'll be more Fanatic family members and stuff, but it's just always such a great day. It's always a great show. It's always great conversation. Oh, PI. Yeah, missing live stream sucks. Depression sucks. Anxiety sucks. You guys, awesome. Yeah, it's like every day I don't like stream. Like I feel like I'm not watching my favorite shows. It's like something's off. Like I'm not watching this or this or this. Like I'm incomplete. I need to be able to have these things in my life, Had so many good players in this Alabama, Georgia. God, the Jags better hope that Trayvon Walker pans out. I saw a picture. See if I can find it. One sec. Who was it? McConkey with the touchdown. Oh, it was this cool. It was this cool photo though, and it was showing the Atlanta Falcons with some retro uniforms with the red helmet and the red jersey, and it had AJ Terrell, a top 5 corner. I was like, ooh. And I know Myles Garrett commented on it. A few people, they're like, yeah, make this happen. Like if Atlanta's going to suck and they're not going to be good, at least have them dress good. But the old school red, like Steve Bartkowski helmet, like from the 80s, like Dion, like early in the 80s and the late 80s, that red helmet, that look is nice. They need to go back to that. Yeah. Well, I think Trevor Lawrence still has talent, though. I don't know about this Trayvon Walker, but I mean, we'll see if they know what they're doing. But I don't think Trevor Lawrence is bad. I mean, I think he'll be a top 15 quarterback at some point. It's just you got to get better coaching and have a coach not named Urban Meyer that doesn't kick kickers named Lambo, or not have women that aren't your wife sit on your lap and grind on you and have people take video. Not a good look when you're married, Urban. You were water boy for the Falcons. I was safety for the Colts. Call me Bob Sanders. But being water boy could be cool, though. You could be Adam Sandler. Remember? Adam Sandler was the water boy. And then he blew up, right? And he was awesome. I was in Seattle. You can actually buy the Adam Sandler. You can actually buy that jersey from the movie, from the Water Boy. I was like, oh, that'd be kind of cool. The Bobby Boucher. The Boucher jersey with the Mud Dogs. I've seen the Al Bundy one too, which is kind of cool. Polk High, 33, running back. Al Bundy. I'd rock a Bundy. I think I'd rock an Al Bundy. I think I'd rock a Bobby Boucher. Yeah. Could be good. You know what I mean? I mean, Waterboy turned into the most fierce linebacker in Mud Dog history. Bobby Boucher. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to win without him. Great movie. One of my favorite Adam Sandler movies for sure. I think Happy Gilmore is my favorite, but Waterboy is good. CBS SEC Championship, up late with O-Dog. And it's been a few days, and it feels so good to be able to hang, conversate. You guys always make things. That's how I feel after the stream's over. Like in a good way, though, right? I love these guys. These guys are awesome. God, they're so grown up. That's what to watch. Boom. Boom. Unless you don't like Star Wars. Yes, my favorite. Bob Barker. Emotional movie. I mean, I think a lot of times with movies for me, it's like there's certain movies that can make you cry. You don't have to cry in it or whatever and stuff, but like certain movies, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. Like I can watch a comedy, but I can still, like, you know, you have Step Brothers, and then you have the part where Will Ferrell is singing at the, you know, the big event and stuff. You know what I mean? There's just like certain parts in movies where it could be like a comedy, it's super funny, but then they can have that emotional, you know, a moment in the movie. Love that movie, by the way. Step Brothers. Ooh, incomplete. Paul Pierce, Celtics jersey. Warriors in 6, yes. So if that's my ESP, I would say that the Warriors will win 4. Boston is good enough to win 2. It could be in 5, but I think I have to give Boston enough respect where they won't win the series, but I think they can get at least 2 to drag it out a little bit. But they're going to be tired. They've already done multiple Game 7s. If you play that many Game 7s, you're fucked. You're not going to be able to come back, especially when you play the number 1 offensive team. I mean, it's essentially they're playing like Kobe Bryant and Shaq. I mean, you're not going to fucking beat Steph Curry, Clay, and, you know, Draymond. I mean, it's one thing when Clay was hurt and Warriors weren't very good, but now with the, you know, Clay healthy, and then you have Wiggins and you have Jordan Poole emerging now, instead of having like 2 guys or 3 guys that are good, you have like 5 or 6. So the Warriors are a team of destiny, just like the Rams were. Same thing with the Colorado Avalanche. They are a team of destiny. Take your bets, make some money, thank O-Dog later. I mean, it'd be really cool if Boston does win. You know what I mean? As the underdog, the defensive team, but there's missing pieces. I don't think they have enough offensive scoring to keep up with the Warriors. The Warriors have too much talent. Don Cheadle. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen that movie either. Yeah, the only thing I usually see is the funny stuff. I have to laugh. You know what I mean? Life is tough. Life is hard. I need to be like this. Like my face should be like this at all times. Just, you know, Tommy Want Wingy. But this will be fun. He is a great player, and he's emerged as a superstar, which is cool. So now everyone knows Tatum is not just like, you know, an okay player. He is a superstar, which is cool. So you get guys to emerge, and this is the best player on the court, though. And this is the X factor. This is the Dennis Rodman of the you know, the finals. And if you have a Dennis Rodman, guess what? You win. You got to have that physical presence, and he's even a better scorer than Rodman. Facts. Orion spitting the truth like chiclets. Facts. All right, well, we're a couple minutes away. Should we just end it now at 5 hours and 30 minutes? Or do you guys want to go till 6? 6 hour stream or 5 hours and 30 minutes? You choose. It's just something I made up. You got me in my truth is chiclets moment. I just remember chiclets were like those candies or whatever, and you just get so many of them. But it's kind of like candy corn. It's not for everyone. Right? And so usually you just give it away. Giving the truth out like chiclets. I'm giving away information for free. Because you know how some people hate candy corn? I actually don't mind it. But you know, you get those friends that get like the pumpkins and the candy corn. They just like this is what you do with candy corn. And they just like throw it in the trash. People do that with the chiclets too, if you remember those. If not, look them up. It's kind of like those the puffs with like the little birds or whatever. You know, the Easter candy. There's good Easter candy and there's bad Easter candy, good Halloween candy, bad Halloween candy. Truth like chiclets. Oh. Always a fun time with you guys. So what are we thinking? What do you guys want to do? Call it? Say bye-bye? Talk to you later today in the evening? Or go for another 30 minutes? That's up to you. What do you guys want to do? I'm cool either way. Whatever you guys want to do. If you want to call it, we can call it. If you want to keep chilling. Yes, peeps. Some people hate the peeps. Some people love the peeps. Some people hate the peeps. Some people love the candy corn. Some people hate that. Jameson says, I want to go for another 30 hours, minutes, days. Yeah, I don't care. It's up to you guys. I mean, stare at pictures for 30 more minutes. Like, yes, I would like to stare at some pictures for 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, Daryl. Fuck, I don't even own this. This is fucking cool. I own this, but I do not own that. Yeah. Want to do another 30? Let's hang out. I'll try to find something interesting. Andy, the cheeseburger. So anything new on Chiefs side on, just in training camp? I know things are right now are not mandatory, but is there anything that injuries? I mean, obviously I saw some of the defensive players like don't go 150% with your defensive guy, the rookie.
Call 1-800-821-6476. That's 1-800-821-6476 now. To the Alabama sideline. It's closing in on 100 catches on the year. I thought Nolan Smith had an opportunity to die on it. First, one more look at Betsy as he slams on the
Andy Reid. I'm going to throw up a Jameson Meza photo. Jeffrey Simmons. Because why not? I always do a bunch of Chief stuff. But you know what? We're going to throw up some Titans representation on the channel. So people can see that they actually have some studs on their team too. And they're always slept on. They never are favored. Sometimes things doesn't, pan out the way that you'd like, but they definitely surprised a lot of people. I'll tell you that. I think a lot of people sleep on them. And that's an amazing photo. Jeffrey Simmons in the flesh. He is a good player. Jeffrey Simmons. Yeah. I saw that he made a one-handed catch. I follow things. I'm in the loop. Yeah, but I saw the one-handed grab that he had in the highlight. It's like running towards the sideline on the right. He caught it with his left hand, like one-handed. Clever dog. Athletic dog. Well, shit, if we're going to be here for another 27 minutes, that's time for one more beer for me. So I'm grabbing another beer. If we're going to be here for another 27, you guys are awesome. All right, I'm back. It's time for beer. Oh, what is that? Pineapple. Pineapple pen. Pineapple beer. The best. That's what happens when I drink the pineapple beer. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, oh, I just reincarnate to Jordan. Yes. Or Tommy. So good. I know Carl laughed at us. They said, hey, stop going 150%, motherfucker. You're going to get injured. I seen him in practice and just, doing drills or whatever. And he's just 150, 200 miles an hour. But that's cool. That's what you want, right? But they don't want him to get hurt. But I saw that thing and I saw even though I'm not quote unquote a Chiefs fan, I keep up with probably more Chiefs stuff than the average Chief fan. I mean, most Chief fans are hardcore, and how can you not be? I mean, if you're already rooting for a franchise like that, you're going to want to soak in anything and everything Chief related, regardless if it's Steve DeBerg to Christian Okoye to Derek Thomas to, obviously the human joystick, if you want to go that route with Dante Hall or Gonzalez, or you're going with current. But yeah, I like to soak in. I do it for you guys. I do it for the Eagles because of the Eagle fan base. I always know what's going on with the Saints, just because that's the rival. Chargers, obviously for Herbert, but primarily you guys. I mean, just fans of, fan bases that support me the most. So I usually try to dig a little bit deeper for a few of you guys. Yes. Well, not everyone can be Derrick Henry. At least that's one thing you got going for you. I mean, you got the AJ Brown thing, Tannehill thing, but I mean, Malik is going to be younger, and Treylon Burks it's young. It's going to take time, but I mean, those two are going to become a nice 1-2 combo where it's going to be a good chemistry, kind of like the AJ Brown and Tannehill, maybe even better because they're coming in together at the same time. So their chemistry might be stronger. Yeah, I'm excited for football. Can we get to NFL yet? Like, seriously. It's like every day I'm just thinking about NFL. Appreciate you. Thank you. Grinding it out. Holly Hundo with another dono. Putting in the work. It's like, oh, I got bored. He's like, I was here in the first couple minutes, 5 hours and 35 minutes later. Hey, dude. Hey, I'm still here. I'm here for another 23. How are you doing, bro? Bang, bang, bang. The hundo that is Holly, always supporting the cause. Thank you so much. For another few minutes. I appreciate that. Very much. Hey, you got to hustle and you got to grind. Yeah, but plus it means a lot too, just because I'll be honest. I mean, fuck, I'm missing 4 or 5 days of potential subs, views, and donos, and I got bills to pay. But I mean, it's not like I can be like, okay, depression, anxiety, fuck you. I am going to put you on hold for a while because I need to make sure I get bills taken care of, and you are not taking over my life. I will see you later. Right? Doesn't work like that, unfortunately. I wanted to fly away and not have any depression or anxiety, right? But then here's depression and anxiety. They're like, dude, give me a high five. Yes. Let's ruin Orion's life. But you're strong, right? You battle back, have a couple maybe down days, and, you just keep positive the best that you can and go back to doing what you know is going to make you happy. And obviously that's you guys. And I said, there's the way. There it is. And now I'm good. Now I feel like this. Or even like this, even though it's a Saints player. Hey, it's okay. Michael Thomas. You can't guard Mike. You can't guard him. You can only hope to contain him. Can't guard Mike. Mike Thomas. You'll never see another Buccaneer player or fan or fanatic show so much appreciation for the rival. I'm glad that I have a team like this as a rival, though. It's going to push. Like, it's not going to be easy. It's like, I want that. I mean, obviously you want to be able to win the division, and dominate, but I want people to be healthy. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you. What are we, 25 away from 3? Yeah, we already got a lot, though. So I don't expect anything more unless Cyberpunk comes out of the woodworks or something. I know. Is it sad I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I almost would skip summer if I could and just go straight to football. Like have it just be like tomorrow is August something, and then it's like we're already in preseason, and then we're like right there. Like, of course I want to enjoy my summer. Right. And I want to have summer vibes, and I want to be cool like OBJ, like this with the stunner shades and the gloves. I want to live my best life, living my best life. All right. I want to do that. Right. And then walk around in my fancy shoes, the Vapor Maxes. Right. But I think that, skipping things and just getting right to football, it's like, that would be fun. I don't really want to wait 3 months. I mean, I can watch wrestling and baseball and NASCAR and whatnot, but gosh, it's not NFL. It's not this. It's not this. But I mean, we'll enjoy summer, a little camping, a little, I probably won't go too many places. I'm going to grind it out. I mean, I'm going to spend time with you guys because that's who I like to spend time with, But it's like, oh, just wake up tomorrow, time travel, boom, it's August. It's the first game of preseason, or like that fucking Hall of Fame game. I'm like, yes. It's like, that you're already in the mix when it's like the Hall of Fame game is on. Like, I don't even give a fuck about like preseason, but like, it's like, boom, you already know that like every, day you're like at least consuming like shit that's getting closer to the regular season, and it's football. And then you get college football, and college football is fucking awesome. Just awesome to be able to watch something a day before NFL. Like NFL's on Sunday, boom, Saturday, you don't got anything going on, boom, we got, some college football. Oh, wow. Do you have to get special tickets to do that? You just have to go to like the Chiefs, location, and you have to like, how does that work? Season ticket holders get first dibs for training camp stuff, or they sell the tickets like open to the public, and then whoever gets them gets them. I've never been to training camp. Sounds kind of cool, unless it's like no shade and you're just like hot all the time. A-Train, the best fullback / running back ever. This is my favorite player on offense all time. No one will ever replace Mike Allstott for me, ever. Defensive guys, Derek Brooks, we already know, Devin White, Levante David, Lynch, Rondé, Sapp, Simeon Rice. But Allstott. Oh, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, Holly. Holly stepping up. Stepping up for your boy. Appreciate you. Holly always doing nice things, stepping up for the group. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you. I appreciate you. Means a lot. Very much. The force is with you. Akiem Hicks, Tampa Bay. 1 year up to $10 million. Paired up to Vita. Waiting to see if Aaron retires. Still need JPP. We'll get Gronk in a week or 2 or 3. And Holly, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Stepping up for the cause. Love you. Appreciate you. Travis is like, damn, again? I just find that so weird. Don't you, Holly, though? Like, okay, like Travis Kelce's like this multimillionaire, great-looking guy, can dance, probably the best dancer in the NFL, and he's a white guy. All right, we're talking about a guy that's got the moves, okay? Can step up with the brothers, with the dancing, okay? And he's that cheap, though? It's just weird. It's like, oh, we're going to go out to dinner, but you have to pay for half. Like, there's no, like, I'll pay for it type thing. Or, I mean, I guess it just depends on how he was brought up. Maybe things were really tough for him, and maybe people took advantage of him, and he's, like, jaded. Jameson Williams touchdown. The real Travis Kelce, please stand up. Oh, it's free. No shit. No, very hot. No shade. 90. Wow. Yeah, that sounds tough. But if you're able to get autographs or pictures, or get that little inside look, that's, I mean, if you're a super fan, which you are and I am, I mean, hey, why the fuck not, right? Who's going to be the quarterback battle? The real battle is going to be Brian Kelly and his fans, and stop acting like he's a fucking rapper in his music videos to recruit players. Okay? Tell your coach to stop acting like he is a rapper in a music video. It's not working.
Just a minute and 50 seconds into the third quarter, and the big play guy strikes again. Number 1 in the end zone. The lead goes to 31-17.
I don't know. I mean, everyone is different. I mean, it's not like, I've heard crazier things or whatever, but I mean, I assume if you just love someone and even if you don't love them, I mean, if it's just like, you're going to buy stuff. I mean, is money really that like big of an issue? I mean, apparently you've been with someone for 2, 3, 4, 5 years and they're still paying for half and you can't buy anything for them. Like, but I don't know his story though. Maybe him and, Jason, maybe they had a certain upbringing that I'm not aware of, maybe we need to do a little bit of research. Like, there's Travis Kelce's tip, the football. Bye. Like, how did that work? All right. So they ended up splitting the bill, and he's not going to give her any money or whatever, like 100 to 500 over like 5 years. So what happens if there's a tip? Does he make her pay for it, or does he pay for it? These are the questions that I need to know in life. Okay. Who's paying the tip? Okay. If you're going to be that fickle. All right. Are you paying or is she paying? That's the question. That's the question we want to know. Shout out to you guys. The GOATs. Appreciate you. You guys are the best. Alabama versus Georgia. Bama 31, Georgia 17. Bang. R-K-O. Yes, thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, just I felt like it's like it's when you have responsibilities and you have shit that you need to take care of, it's like depression and anxiety. They don't give no fucks about that. They're like, oh, you got a timeline? Oh, you got shit to do? And then, but luckily, it's I always bounce back, and so it's like I just get to a point. I know what's good for me. I know what's good for me. What's not good for me. Good routine is good for me, But sometimes, you go off the rails a little bit, or you're hearing news, that's horrible, like the Texas thing, or maybe just me being just too much of a reader, and I'm letting too many things affect my brain that maybe I shouldn't be so worried about or have feeling about or whatever. But I guess that's just who I am, if I can get my shirt off my back, or if I can help you, or, and obviously you have to draw a line. You're not going to just help anybody. And if someone's going to take advantage, you're not going to keep helping someone that keeps taking advantage. But, you want to be able to make a difference and help. So, yeah, I would have 1 million followers, all my sound effects, all the ASMR, or the mukbang, or whatever they call that, where they eat like the crab or whatever. Yeah, it's crazy. Eddie James, of course I do. It's my favorite thing besides NFL and college football. He goes NFL, college football, or college football, NFL, AEW, and maybe that order. Sometimes AEW number one. I mean, I was more of a WCW, ECW guy, but AEW, yeah, I like that. Eddie James, Colts fan. I know you. He's like, damn, he remembers me. What am I going to do? How does he remember me? Ah! I remember names. Even if you don't have a profile photo, I remember. It's like, how does he do that? How does he do it? 31-17 Bama. SEC championship. Oh, going long, going deep. Flag on the play. Yeah, I had depression, so I didn't get to see it. Boo, depression. Boo, anxiety. Boo. I didn't get to watch the Coca-Cola 600, the Indianapolis 500, or the AEW pay-per-view. Boo. Yeah, but, shit happens. At least I'm good now. You know what I mean? I wish I could put certain things on hold. I'm like, let me put that on hold for a second. But no. LeBron wants to play with his son, Bronny. So wherever Bronny goes, LeBron goes. Okay? I mean, I don't see Draymond leaving. He's in a perfect situation. I mean, he's the Dennis Rodman of the NBA. And why would you want to leave the best backcourt ever with Clay and Steph Curry? I mean, the best shooter of all time, even better than Ray Allen or Reggie Miller. Jesus. Yeah. You'd be a fool to leave. I do not. I usually know players, but I mean, it's too early for me to go into college football for the SEC teams. I mean, usually I'll look into that in a couple more months from now, and I'll go through SEC and Pac-12 and Big Ten and ACC and look to see who's good. And, Ohio State, Michigan, LSU, Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, USC, Utah, Oregon. But, yeah, a little early for that. But I assume that you're going to tell me who he is. Alabama's got it. False start offense. Third quarter, 10 minutes, 18 seconds. And I'm watching college football, and I'm loving it. Like McDonald's, I'm loving it. Nothing is better than college football replays or NFL. It's just so much fun. Yeah, they had Redskins and Eagles from 2019 a couple years ago. It was actually pretty fun to watch. Carson's still on the Eagles, D-Jacks. I think they had Case Keenum on the Washington Redskins. Keenum. Oh, yeah. I think at some point it's going to get bigger. I mean, because like I said, I'm the only crazy mofo that's going to stream for 4 to 8 hours. And I mean, we know some people have jobs, some people have school, but some people don't have to wake up necessarily too early. And hey, if you know I'm going to stay up and want to hang out and talk life, sports, see some cool pictures, and have a fucking great time, then I'm your guy. Yeah, but I mean, Draymond doesn't need to chase LeBron. I mean, if anything, LeBron needs Draymond. Draymond don't need LeBron. He's already got Steph and Clay. So he's going to be a first-round pick, Jamar or a Jettas. Jay Jetta, Justin Jefferson, a.k.a. Vikings, or Jamar Chase with Joe Burr on the Bengals. That sounds awesome. 1 a.m. on the West Coast. Y'all some troop. No shit, dude, right? You know what I mean? I mean, pretty soon it'll get bigger and bigger. I'll just get all the fucking people that are like nocturnal, all that fucking owls, all the people that are just up late. Because there's a group of people that are up late. They don't go to sleep until like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning. They're like, oh, I'm going to go to sleep at 6 in the morning and I'm going to wake up at 7 and go to work. And then your boss will be like, what the fuck did you do? They're like, oh, I fucking was on NWSF last night. I slept for an hour. It's fucking lit. Yeah, he's the most valuable player on the team. Draymond. Believe it or not, Steph is the best player, right? Clay is awesome as a shooter, right? But without this, you're not winning a championship. Boston would win without this guy, like 100%. You have to have that emotional leader, that Dennis Rodman of this generation, and he's it. And he's a better scorer. I mean, he can put up a quadruple double. He's that good. I mean, sometimes he'll throw up a 8-point game, but sometimes he'll throw up a 38-point game. You don't know when it's going to happen. That's obviously a much better score than Rodman. The Golds are holding it up. I mean, we're 4 minutes away from 6 hours, so. Boom, nearly 3 a.m. Don't have any work obligations till 2 p.m. That's what I'm talking about. It's just nice to be able to have people to hang out with, too. You just have to find your niche. And, obviously doing live play-by-play and reaction is cool, but, I mean, being able to have an audience, and I think this will, it'll catch on. All the night owls. Come hang with your boy. All the night owls. Woo! Woo! Hang out with your boy, the night owl. It's always great when there's like good shit on TV too. Then I'm like, okay, boom, I got fucking Georgia, Alabama. I mean, you couldn't even ask for a better thing for me to be entertained by. The Ducks were on earlier though. Ooh, USC, Oregon State. Ooh, that's a good one. From 2006. Oh shit. I love old school stuff too. So it's like last year, 2 years ago, that's cool. But anything that's like 10, 20 years back, I'm like, oh yeah, let me see what that is. We're having this question again. Are you going to bet money? Bet the house on Golden State in 6, 100%. I mean, they could win it in 5, but I mean, I would say win in 6 would be my number 1 option. Win in 5 would be my number 2 option. It's not going to be in 7 for Warriors or for Boston. but my number one choice would be the Golden State Warriors. Oh, in 6. I mean, I already predicted Warriors and Celtics before the playoffs started, so your boy definitely has got the ESP. And I'm not saying that Tatum's not good. They're good, but they're not as good as this team. This team is destiny, just like the Colorado Avalanche. Destiny. Yes. I said the party bus. Who are you talking to? You talking to me or Holly? We both have. And it was awesome. Season 4. Are you fucking kidding me? So good. Oh, I've heard of it. You love that shit, huh? Certain people I've heard, they have the game that people play too or whatever. Do you play the game on the computer? I have a couple friends that are girls that are like obsessed. They're like, oh my God, do you play this game and everything? And yeah. The Back to the Future Sports Almanac. Call me Orion Biff. I mean, I don't know how many times I got to keep fucking, spelling shit out and doing predictions before everyone around me is just rich as fuck, Like, I don't even need to be rich myself. I mean, people can make me rich, I guess, right? Based off the predictions. I mean, I don't even watch hockey. I mean, if I end up getting that right also, like I said, Avalanche and Tampa Bay Lightning, and it happens, I don't even watch hockey. I didn't even watch the NBA regular season. Call me Orion Biff. Nice. Some good stuff. I gotta take the logo down so we don't have to have his face blocked, though. Whenever I have a photo and someone's face is blocked, it's like I don't like it. It's like I want to represent my brand, right? But let's not cover his face up. It's like it's like such a clean photo. It's like, boom, your face. Who are you? I don't know who the fuck you are. Oh, it's you. It's you. There you are. Eddie. Yeah, it does. That's why people come here, to be entertained. We got to be able to try to get through to fucking NFL season somehow. All right, well, just a typical everyday stream for me. Only 6 hours,
You are watching the SEC Network's coverage of college football. Due to time constraints, we move you ahead in the action.
SEC championship. All right, so now what's going on? We're like, we're gonna do 5 hours. And then we did 5 hours and 30 minutes, and then I was like, all right, let's do 6 hours. Are we calling it, or are we just gonna keep streaming until morning? All right, is that what we're doing? We're not going for another hour, are we? I mean, if you guys want to, I guess. I didn't really have it planned, but Yeah, we fucking dude, that sucked. Yeah, that's why you have to appreciate it. That's why you have to appreciate NFL games and college. The goats. All the goats. So what do we want to do, ladies and gents? Are we going for another 30? An hour? 30? An hour? 30? An hour? No one's answering. They're like, well, I mean, I'm just chilling. I mean, I guess if we still got people, wanting to hang out, we might as well keep going, right? And shit, I haven't streamed in like 5 days or something like that, so making up for lost time, I guess. So, I guess we'll go for another 30, and then we'll evaluate there, and then we'll go from there. Might as well. I mean, it's not like I've not done this before. I mean, it's pretty common. It's like, hang out late, stare at some fucking pictures, ask some questions, get some opinions, get some ESP, make some bets, make some money, and then open up 401k and all your extra special monies, and then directly send them to ODog for winning the bet. I'm excited to see what happens in college football. It just kind of sucks that, the same 4 teams are going to be in it, and that's it. But at least NFL, at least we're going to have, a little bit of parity. At least we hope so. I can't wait for this, though. No lie. The Ducks are my favorite, so going front row, it's the best. Bro. Oh, it's up to anybody. I mean, what are we sitting at? I don't even remember. I don't even know. Jameson, what are we at? What are we at? 325? I think that was the last one. I mean, if we get more, cool. If we don't, I mean, it's up to everybody. It's no big deal. You guys already helped out tremendously. I'll tell you that. I mean, missing 5 days of streams and that potential income, and you got shit to take care of. Yeah, that was, but I can't fake it. I can't just be like, put on a fake smile. Be like, hey guys, everything's fucking great, as I'm just like crying inside or just mentally just like fucked and just not, not able to talk to you guys. I mean, when I get in my modes, it's like all I do is just, sit there and watch TV and sleep. Just I don't have the functionality to even have a conversation with someone. Maybe. Yeah, hurry up and buy. Buy now, pay later. Is that your PS5? You're like, oh, I'm going to buy this, but I might pay it back. Maybe. Like, thank you, credit card. PS5. Xbox. How is the new Xbox? I bet you fucking love it, dude. I mean, I can only imagine. Oh, look at Jameson Meza. Bang, bang. $5 by the GOAT, Mr. Meza. Boom. Equals a Titans photo. Pew, pew, pew. Jeffrey Simmons. Thank you. Jameson Meza. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack, GIF with a bang bang. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. It's coming in the mail this Friday. That's what they said about my my Julio Rodriguez jersey 3 months ago. It's coming in the mail. Still haven't got it. No, they said it was going to come sometime between April and July. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? It's like, dude, all I wanted to do is have my big fat stomach stick into a jersey. Hopefully it's big enough for my belly and my body, and rock it at the game, right? But hey, I'll get it eventually, but I am kind of like itching for it. I'm like, dude, I paid for this thing already like in April. It's like, to get it in July, it's like, But the gods were like, okay, well, we'll get you a ball. That'll be worth it, won't it, Orion? Well, that will hold you over, won't it? NWSF, a foul ball from your favorite. That'll be good, right? Yes. Ooh, terabytes. Well, I guess I'm never going to see you again. Be like, Mr. Williams. I knew him until he started playing Xbox, and now he's just a myth. I was like, he used to come to the channel. He changed his name to X, last name Bucs. You're going to have so much fun, bro. I mean, I wish I could just nerd out and just fucking play PS5 and Xbox, and I could even stream it, or I don't even have to stream it or whatever, but I know people would watch. Just watch me suck playing at whatever game at first and then get better at it. 3:30. Can we get to Tree Fitty? Maybe. It's from Costco. Is it Costco spelled Cosco, or is there a T in there? Now, did you go to the off-brand Costco? Because if you went to Costco, yeah, you might have gotten ripped off. Now, if it's Costco with a T, maybe it'll show up. Now I'm worried for you. That could be a spell cheek moment, or that could be real. Yeah, you'll get it from Costco. You'll be good. Oh, we hope so. Shout out to all the late nighters, early morningers. Yeah, and obviously this chair is working wonders for my back. Dude, who throws away? I mean, I get it if you're moving or whatnot, but who throws away a $300 like office chair? Like, I mean, sell it, right? But I guess if you're in a hurry and you got to get the fuck out of there, and you just say, "Fuck it, I don't want this thing anymore. I'll just buy a fucking other one." Well, I guess that's how it works sometimes, right? Like, fuck, I'll just buy another one. I went on my walk, and I was like 5 minutes into my walk, so I did drag that chair for 25 minutes. But hey, it was worth it, right? Cleaned it, disinfected it, just made sure everything was good, and boom. I haven't been this comfortable in a long time. The spell cheek. What about the Japanese player on the Cubs? He's doing some things. I know he's actually kind of played a little bit better than people thought. Cubs 8, Brewers 7. Is the Asian guy injured? Yeah, I'm looking at him right now. 283 average. Tied with Horner. I figured. I didn't see him on there. Injured dog. Oh, here's creepy Joe Namath. He's like, "Hey guys, like this fucking company's paying me a shitload of money. Make sure you're not missing out. Medicare coverage helpline." They're like, "Joe, you can't be drunk." He's like, okay, I won't be. Paisley, puppy dreams. She does too. She'll like shake. Here's Paisley on the screen. Puppy Paisley. 8-month-old Paisley. It's my favorite. Paisley.
Call 1-800-821-6476. That's 1-800-821-6476 now.
Namath. He's like got drunk and he was like trying to kiss Aaron Andrews. He's like, "Aaron, you're so sexy. Kiss me." It's like, bro, you're on TV right now. Like, we all know she's good looking, but you can't just be like sloppy. Joe is like with the fur coat. He's like, "Fuck it, I'm Joe Namath." I don't know if Joe is overrated. He said that they were going to go in there and they were going to win and the Jets were an underdog, and he fucking lived up to the hype. You know what I mean? I mean, at least the Jets won something. It's not like butt fumble Mark Sanchez or, some of the other guys they've had. Chad Pennington. They got Zach Wilson now. I like him.
Under Kirby Smart, 17-point comeback in the Rose Bowl.
I appreciate you guys. All night stream. Fuck it. I wonder how long if you had enough people in the room, obviously, you were getting donos and you still had a good conversation going. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at some point we're going to have a super, super late stream where it's going to be like 12 hours or something. But the thing is if I start a stream at like 7 p.m., I mean, the latest I can go is like 7 a.m. because that's when the GF starts working in here. That would be the latest. A 7 to 7? I don't know. 12-hour stream, that would be crazy. Now, if I'm playing video games, that's one thing. But to grind it out, like doing this for 12 hours. Intercepted. Oh, Bama, so good. Touchdown. Crimson Tide. Yeah, you got to give him style points. It's like Burrow. I mean, it's the Jets, dude. But Jeremiah, you're younger too, though. So, I mean, for some of us old heads in here, we're old as fuck. We're like almost as old as Joe Namath. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like if you actually watched him, which none of us really have, I don't think, or maybe at the end of his career. But, I mean, not a lot of us have actually watched Joe Namath highlights, not like in person. We're not that old. I feel like it sometimes, though. I'm like, oh, shit. Your boy feels like Stone Cold, not Kevin Owens. I am old. Like, is that a Ryan or Andy Reid? Oh, it's Andy. Oh, dog. Old dog. Yeah, we've done 8 hours already. 8 hours, we did that. I've done a bunch of 6s and a few 7s, I think. Yeah. A wee bit before your time, my time, or Holly or anybody, I think. Or Jameson. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, if we had the right amount of people and, good conversation and, I could definitely see it happening too. It's like anyone can stream for fucking an hour. That's child's play. You know what I mean? But what about being able to entertain for fucking 6 or 7 or 8? Mother suckers.
Stetson Bennett, 2 interceptions. That last one cost him 7 points.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right, 12 minutes left in the football game. Cheeseburger. I'll find one.
Georgia's last 3 drives this half. An interception at the 19.
Well, Andy Reid eating cheeseburger. This is what our stream is at this point.
Well, all I can tell you is it's status quo down here when it comes to the relationship between JT Daniels and Stetson Bennett. They continue the conversation.
All right.
But once again, Daniels, nowhere near his helmet. He hasn't picked up a football. There hasn't been any conversation between the coordinators, coaches, to JT Daniels, so it continues to be Stetson Bennett.
All right, Jamie, thanks. Numbers on JT Daniels.
Oh, Andy.
He is mandate this year.
Well, Stetson Bennett said coming in and only throwing 11 fourth quarter passes. That was number 12.
Andy.
If he has a chance.
Let's see. I got to see the resolution on the photo of him eating the cheeseburger first. Are you worthy enough to show? Nope. Resolution not good enough. Ooh, I found a different photo, though, that was fire. In the meantime of me looking for him eating a cheeseburger. R66. Look at this one. I haven't seen this one before. Oh, yeah. If you like this photo, you're going to love this one just as much. Oh, that one's staying on the computer. That just makes me happy. It's not even Tampa Bay related, but he's like, cheeseburger and cake. I mean, I used to do like 3 games. I used to do morning, afternoon, and Sunday night football with no break. You know how hard that is to do on YouTube? I usually get tired after 1 game. Imagine doing 3 in a day. Smooch perfection. Smooth. Dude, sounds awesome. I love burgers, dude. Big boy tails. What up, gangsters? What a photo. Dude, don't even talk about eating cheeseburgers right now because, dude, I would do almost anything right now for like a dank, like 24-hour like burger place with fries and onion rings right now. But it's way too late. What a photo. Yeah, I was actually really happy for him, you know what I mean? Because all the suffering, and you got to think, if you go to 4 NFC championship games and you lose, like, you know what I mean? Like, you lose 3 out of 4 and you get 1 and you go with TO and then you lose. I mean, that's rough. You know, and you lose by 3, you know what I mean? But sometimes what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And that reputation of being such a great coach and Philly wanting him out of there, thinking that he wasn't that good. Well, then he proved to you in Kansas City that, hey, you know, I am a fucking legend. I am one of the best ever. And it fucking sucks that it didn't work out here, but it just wasn't meant to be, you know? And I think I made that Kansas City one really special just because we already knew he was Hall of Fame, but, you know, he needed that Super Bowl to stamp it. Like, okay, no, any hater, whatever you say, that 4 NFC championship, you know, games in a row and no Super Bowls wins out of it. I mean, once you get one with Kansas City, it's like no big deal. You're like, it's all good. It was all worth it for this. Classic. It's a great one. Yeah, same thing with Chicago. Buddy Ryan and Rob Ryan. All the Ryans. Buddy Ryan, Rob Ryan, Rex Ryan, all the Ryans. Georgia. That's what the 86 Bears ran, 4-6. Can you imagine running 4-6 though? I mean, imagine running the 4-6 with like 4, you know, defensive linemen and 6 linebackers, or 4 defensive linemen and 6 defensive backs. Like, what would be more deadly? I guess it depends if it's a passing game or not, but I guess if you went like 4, you know, obviously you obviously are going to have your positions and they can creep up a little bit, safeties and corners. But just for imagine if you had enough guys that were athletic enough, you're like, oh, 4 defensive linemen and 6 linebackers. Well, I mean, linebackers would have to be quick enough though. 6 corners. It's like, what would you do? 4 defensive linemen, and then you have 6 corners out there. Like, you wouldn't be able to complete anything if they were good. Good pass rush, and then everyone knocking down balls. Pew, pew, pew. Good defense. 85 pairs. Oh, your boy's getting hungry. Yeah, I got 7 minutes to go, and I'm going to call it. I need food. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your generosity. Holly gets wingy. Appreciate you. You definitely helped me out a lot. I appreciate you very much. Love you, and I'll see you soon. Maybe later today in the evening. Thank you so much for everyone that donated and everyone that helped your boy out. I appreciate you. But Holly, you are the MVP. Thank you. Cyberpunk, you guys are awesome, as well as everyone else that has put in the time and the effort. Appreciate you guys. All right, we got 6 minutes to go. Why can't we have just 11 William Perrys, right? Imagine like 11 Warren Sapps or 11 Aaron Donalds. Like, what would you do? You wouldn't even be able to do anything. Like, you hike the ball and then you're fucking sacked already. Or even if Warren Sapp and Aaron Donald play together. Can you imagine that? If Sapp and Donald were on the same team together, like, what would you do? Like, both guys would combine for like 40 sacks. 2 guys with the ability to get 15 or 20. My God. Now, that would be something I would pay to see. You know what I mean? If you'd be like, I mean, this was great. Obviously, this changed my franchise forever. Best D tackle, Hall of Famer at the time, best outside linebacker. But imagine having like a Sapp and an Aaron Donald. Or if I had Brooks and Ray Lewis. Yeah, game over. I don't know what would be funner to watch. Sapp and Aaron Donald together or Brooks and Ray Lewis together. Ooh, that would be close. Probably Brooks and Ray Lewis. I think it would be more exciting for me just because the big hits. But the Aaron Donald Sapp would be phenomenal. Oh, yeah. Yes, much love. 6 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, it feels, the grind is real, but it just feels good to be able to, you know, get back into the groove of things. And then obviously, you know, getting people to support you is always fantastic. Appreciate you guys very much. Love you. And I'll be back later today.
You want to watch NWSF Network's coverage of college football. Due to time constraints, we move you ahead in the action.
What did we even hit? I don't even remember. 3 something? What a day. Jameson with the fiber. 3:30. Nice. That definitely helps so much, man. I mean, fuck. Missing so many days. Appreciate you, Jameson. Appreciate you, Holly. Appreciate you, Cyber, Odin's son, everyone that supported and put in the time and the effort. See, Odin's son with a 10er, Holly Hundo with a 21, Cyber with a 50, Holly Hundo with a 55, Cyber with a 25, Holly with a 25, and that's just on the Cash App. And then on top of that with all the super chat. Thank you guys so much, man. Seriously. Mr. Williams is like, shit, I'd have a lot of donos for O-Dog, but I bought an Xbox. But you know what? I'm glad that you did. You know what I mean? Because you've already supported me and donated to me so many times. And I know I've been there for you and you've been there for me with different things. But you know what? I don't even mind. You know what I mean? If you need to do that for you to feel good and, you know, I'm totally cool. Not, you know, if I got to sacrifice on a few donations from a few people for you to be happy as fuck and have an awesome video game system, that's much better for me to be able to help support your mental health. You know, we help each other out on that end, and you definitely support the channel on a very high level, just like Holly Hundo and Cyberpunk. You're right there with them. And I appreciate you, but I know those video game systems can be spendy. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. But it's cool though. Sometimes you gotta, you know what? Sometimes you gotta treat yourself, right? Sometimes you gotta treat yourself. Treat yourself. We just gotta hope that it shows up, right? Treat yourself.
Second and 10 at the 49. Four-man rush. Bennett. Deep over the middle, late. And incomplete.
Trying to find the epic treat yourself.
So they've only been able to hook up once. George Pickens and Stetson Bennett.
I don't know if this is even gonna work. Let's see.
Just as he kind of rolled it down the leg of Bennett, and that ripped it right off.
Treat yourself.
That gives George's
Let's see if it comes up.
one play. But they don't have to look for number 31.
I don't know if this is gonna be good enough though. Let's see. A great show, The Office.
Bennett throws sidearm and incomplete again. Number one. Mixture of Pickens.
Yeah, there was no way you could run this one. You got outside the pocket.
Hey, guess what? Fucking treat yourself. You got to do that. I don't know if you've seen that episode, but it's fucking hilarious. Treat yourself, my dude. Get that Xbox, boy. I appreciate that.
This time Georgia's got to go for it. They're in no man's land at the 49-yard line.
I don't know. I think their color rush ones with the white and the gold numbers are lit.
It'll be a whole different story. That's neither here
Yeah, gold pants, gold jersey, and black pants. We don't want it to look like MC Hammer for the Saints. Okay, probably wouldn't look good. Well, hey, we made it 6 hours and 30 minutes. Sometimes you got to fucking treat yourself. Okay, Justin Herbert's a fucking god. Let's not forget that. All right, Warriors versus the Celtics on Thursday. Warriors in 6. You're welcome. Okay, and I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and I'll be back in a few hours. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan. Northwest Sports Fanatics. Holly's still in the room. She's like, I'm gone. Bye. And then she's like, well, let's see what happens at the end. Treat yourself. You got to treat yourself. Love you guys and appreciate you guys very much. Good night. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Treat your motherfucking self. Okay. Sometimes you got to. You guys are the best. I love you. Appreciate you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan. Northwest Sports Fanatics. Gang, gang. Love you guys. I love you. Treat yourself. I'll be back in a few hours. Gang.
7 minutes and 8 seconds.